The Last Pirate King of the Helford River by Will Collinson. Prologue. Kasek. Pirates are not supposed to die on land. I had often wondered what my fate would be, whether my life would end at the point of a sword, or the blast of a cannon, or with my lungs full of water. I never imagined that it would be in a woodland grotto, far from the smell of the sea. The Druid looked up from her scribbling, the quill leaking red streams down her hand and wrist. She placed the quill carefully into the pot and clicked her fingers at me, the blood making her fingers slip and spit. "Can you still see?" she asked. "I may vomit," I muttered, my head swimming. "It's the loss of blood," she said. "Yes," I sighed. "I know." The miner was cradling my head in his lap, and he squeezed my shoulders gently. "Courage, man," he said. "It is nearly over. You do a great thing with this." "Yes," I said, the mud walls of the grotto swimming before my eyes. Was I still lying on the bed of fern leaves, or was I floating? Nothing seemed solid any more. I could see the spirits now, watching me from the shadows, waiting to claim me as one of their own. The fear scrabbled around inside of me, like a rat, trying to escape a sinking barrel. But it was too late. There was no turning back. "I need more blood," said the Druid. That brought me back to the real world. "How much?" I asked. 9 out of 10 are done," said the Druid. "There is but one remaining." "I have nothing left to give. Let me die," I said. "It must be finished," said the Druid. "I've changed my mind," I said, trying to rise. "Let me go." The miner's grip on me became more firm. "I made you a promise," said the miner. "I won't break it." "Let me go," I croaked, struggling like a baby in his mother's arms. The grip tightened. I thrashed for a moment more, then my strength left me and I lay back, the tears hot on my cheeks. "It hurts," I pleaded. "It hurts so much." "It must be finished," said the Druid again. I looked at her, my eyelids flickering and damp. From somewhere I had to find more courage. "Do it," I whispered. "A great thing," repeated the miner. He reached forward and loosened the belt that he had tied so tightly around my bicep. I moaned as the pain returned, and the blood began to flow again, streaming down my arm and pattering thickly into the funnel, and then into the ink bottle. I watched the blood go, and tried not to think about how much I had already given. The treasures were safe, at least I could be certain of that, and once the map was finished, only my kin would ever find them. Without the treasures, the enemy's victory would never be complete. Kurno would remain free. It was right that this final act of defiance was being conducted by the three of us, a pirate, a miner, and a druid. For so long, the friendship between our people had kept Kurno safe, and now, at the end of the struggle, it was right that it should be the three of us, keeping alive this one little flame of hope among the gathering darkness. The last treasure took a long time to write into the map. I had hidden it with cunning, and only the most cunning of riddles would satisfy. It would take someone truly special to find them, someone who could be trusted to use them wisely. As the Druid scribbled away, I wondered who it would be. I had 3 sons, but they were all still children themselves. It would be years until they would be ready. Maybe it would be their sons who would take up the challenge, or a generation even further in the future. I could not imagine the year 1900, 50 years in the future, let alone 100 years hence. Might I have to wait that long? The sound of scribbling had stopped. How long ago had she finished writing? I had to grip my teeth to focus my eyes and look for her. She was blowing on the last page, trying to dry the last of the blood letters. Satisfied, she closed the map, a pocketbook bound in dark leather. "It is done," she said softly, handing the map to the miner. "You know what to do?" "It will be safe with me," he said. I could feel the map being handed over. As the miner took hold of it, it was as though he was touching me. "The key?" asked the Druid. I reached up and tugged weakly at the pendant around my neck, but I no longer had the strength to untie it. The miner reached down and unpicked the knot with his rough fingers. The pendant fell into its 2 pieces. I thought back to what Myrddin had told me. "Golvan Gwitha Alwed," I said. The miner frowned, but the Druid nodded, remembering the old prophecy. She took both pieces and tucked them inside her robes. It was growing dark. "Bury me at sea," I whispered. After that, pain and time and the boundaries of this world meant nothing. The spirits rushed forward greedily. They had waited long enough. Part 1. Mornan Smith. Chapter 1. Arlia. This train sucked. I'd been on it for hours. It wasn't even halfway there, and it was taking me somewhere I didn't even want to go. Cornwall has beaches. That's what my stepmom Sharon kept saying. She wasn't fooling anyone. They weren't proper beaches. I'd had plans for this summer. Been looking forward to it all year. Hannah and me, we'd got it all sorted. Last minute flight to Alicante, every night in a club, every day sleeping off by the pool, tiny bikinis, fit men, wall-to-wall mojitos. We'd looked it up. At 15, you can go on a plane by yourself. And once you get there, nobody cares how old you are. And instead, I was sitting on the longest train ride ever, leaving Croydon behind to spend the whole summer in Cornwall. 6 weeks. 6 whole weeks. It was so unfair. I checked my phone for messages. First one was from Hannah. "Babes, can't believe you are leaving me. Summer will be weird without you. Cheer up though. Bet it's well nice when you get there. Love you. Kiss, kiss, kiss." I clenched my jaw. It was Hannah's fault I was sitting on that train in the first place. Hannah stole a bottle of vodka from her parents. Hannah brought it round after school while Sharon was still at work. Hannah wanted to go shopping with no money. Hannah stuffed the dress into my handbag in the changing rooms. I could still feel the security guard's hand on my shoulder. Could still remember that sick feeling in my stomach as we got led away. The manager looking me in the eyes and saying how they always prosecuted shoplifters. It was Hannah's fault. She hadn't even said sorry. The second message was from Sharon. "Please don't be angry with me. I know it seems unfair now, but it really is for the best. You'll have an amazing time, I promise. Ring me when you get there. Lots of love. Kiss, kiss, kiss." Like that was going to make anything better. Sharon had ruined my whole summer. One message wasn't going to change that. What was all the hassle anyway? I'd only got a caution. I knew loads of people who'd had cautions, and worse. Getting grounded for a few days, that would have been fair enough. A week even. But sending me to Cornwall for the whole summer was just insane. And who the hell was Aunt Gwen? She wasn't even my aunt. She was my great aunt or second cousin or whatever. Hadn't seen her since I was a kid. Couldn't even remember what she looked like. Now I had 6 weeks with her. My phone vibrated. A message from Kieran. "Bae, where you at? Wanna hang? Kiss." Everything I liked about Kieran, Sharon hated. He was fit. He was older than me. He drove a BMW and he bought me stuff. As far as Sharon was concerned, that made Kieran a perv. "Men like that always want something in return," she'd say. "You want to be one of those girls who does her GCSEs while she's pregnant?" Then she'd leave a packet of condoms in my top drawer with a note that said, "Just in case." I slipped on my headphones and turned up the volume. Not for the first time, I thought about getting off at the next stop and going to live with Kieran for the summer. He'd probably take me somewhere nice, even nicer than Alicante, and we'd have a private villa and go skinny dipping. But I knew if I didn't arrive in Cornwall, Sharon would ring the cops and it would all be one big drama. Fact was, I had to keep going. The train passed through a tunnel and I caught sight of myself in the window. I looked a right dog, all shiny and gross. I got my makeup bag and spent a good 10 minutes sorting out my face until I was more or less happy with it. Going to Cornwall was bad enough without looking like a minger. Kieran had these muscles at the bottom of his stomach, like diagonal lines, that you could see when he took his hoodie off and his t-shirt lifted up. I kept thinking about that, and I must have drifted off to sleep with my music still blaring. That was when the dream came back, same as before. Swimming somewhere. The sea. Maybe a river. Something brushed my legs. Something slimy and quick. And I pegged it out of the water, and there was a weird dog waiting for me on the beach, and its eyes were glowing. And somebody whispered something in my ear, but when I turned round, there was nobody there, and then I woke up. It was maybe the 10th time I'd had that dream. "Tickets, please," said the conductor. I swore under my breath. Falling asleep meant I hadn't been looking out for the conductor. Nowhere to go. "Tickets, please," repeated the conductor. Got my ticket out, waved it in his direction. "Hang on, miss," said the conductor. "Can I just see that again, please?" 30 seconds later, I was heading out the first-class section, ready to punch someone. The only spare seat was in a cramped carriage next to a man who smelled like armpits. This journey couldn't get any worse. I had to get off the train at somewhere called Falmouth. It was weird. For a start, they didn't have any tall buildings. So when you were on the train coming in, you could see all these little white houses with grey roofs and lots of green trees in between, and then the sea on both sides of the train. It was like Toy Town. I stood there on the platform, surrounded by posh people buying flapjacks and weirdos in raincoats, taking photos of trains. "You done standing there like a lemon?" I turned round, saw a woman leaning against the ticket office, looking at me like I'd done something wrong. She was tall and thin and wiry, and she looked tough, like the foxes you saw in Croydon, who weren't scared of anything. She was old, maybe 60, with short, spiky grey hair. Her face was tanned and wrinkled and harsh. "You look like codfish," she said. "Catch flies in that mouth." "You what?" I said, squaring up. I'd never punched a granny before. The woman laughed without smiling. "You are Leah?" she asked. I kissed my teeth and shrugged. "Who's asking?" I said. "Don't remember me, then?" "No." "Gwen sent me to get you. I'm Connie." "Not going nowhere with you," I said. After 4 hours on the train, I wasn't in the mood for this rubbish. "Suit yourself," said the woman. "Next train back to London's in half an hour." She just stood there, staring at me with her eyebrow raised. I knew I didn't have a choice. I just didn't want to admit it. We stared at each other a bit longer. "All right," I said. "Fine." "Well, that's fine. I'll come with you." "Well, don't do me no favours, will you?" she said. "Come on then. Car's this way." She walked off, leaving me to carry my own luggage. I followed her to a rusty, dark blue Land Rover that was parked across 2 spaces. "Heavy, is it?" said Connie, looking at my suitcase. "Nothing I can't handle," I said. "Good," Connie said. "Need to toughen up. Sling it in the back." Connie climbed up into the Land Rover and started the engine. It growled into life with a bang and a splutter, a cloud of black smoke chugging from the exhaust pipe. I held my breath as I went round the back to open the boot and heave my suitcase in. "Stupid old bat," I muttered. "Stupid old car." I slid into the passenger seat and had only just sat down when Connie gunned the engine and drove off like she'd stolen it. "There's no seatbelt," I said. "Nope," said Connie. "Don't trust them. Dangerous things they are." It wouldn't matter so much, but Falmouth was all narrow streets and Connie kept swerving everywhere like some drunk cabbie trying to find a shortcut. And there were people everywhere, wandering in the middle of the road, and for some reason they all had all this bunting up like it was the Queen's birthday. And everything looked old, all the buildings were old, and all the people were old too, and the sea kept popping up so I thought I knew where I was, and then it would be over this side instead, and it was making me feel dizzy. Then, in a flash, we were out of the town and into the countryside, and bombing it through narrow lanes, which were like the narrow streets except the hedges meant you couldn't see anything, and sometimes the trees closed overhead like dark green tunnels. "No signal," I said, peering at my phone. "Nope, never is round here," said Connie. "My 4G's not working either," I said. "4G?" "4G," I said slowly so she could understand. "You know, the internet." "All right," said Connie. "Well, we never get any of that neither. Went long ago them things didn't exist. Well kept turnings, far as I could recall." "Sharon wanted me to call when I got here," I said. "Oh, we have a phone," said Connie. "Not quite in the dark ages." "Yeah," I said, "not quite." "So, shoplifting, eh?" said Connie, cheerily. "Proud of yourself, are you?" "It wasn't my fault," I said. "No, of course not," said Connie. "I get the feeling nothing ever is." "What's that supposed to mean?" "Supposed to mean stop being such a brat," said Connie. "You don't want to be here, I get it. But it ain't our fault you're here, is it? Your cousin Gwen could easily have told Sharon no, but she didn't, 'cause she's kind like that. And if you stomp into our house and act like you've been acting so far, Now I'll slap you so hard, your face'll go round the back of your head. Got that? I kept quiet. She wasn't playing. But I'd remember all this grief she was giving me, and I'd get her back. We came out from the trees and into daylight. All this time, there'd hardly been another car, but now there are loads of them, all queued up, driving at 5 miles an hour behind a tractor. Connie swore under her breath, did a 17-point turn in the narrow road and sped off back the way she'd come, then darted left down an even narrower road. You'd have thought the crazy old bat would have slowed down, but she drove even faster, muttering, come on, my beauty," under her breath. "What's the hurry?" I asked, trying to sound not bothered. "Doesn't matter if we have to sit in a bit of traffic." Nearly there," said Connie. "Maybe just slow down a bit," I said. Suddenly, we popped back out onto the original road, except now we were 20 yards ahead of the tractor. "Ha ha!" laughed Connie, beeping her horn with one hand and raising her fist. She turned and grinned at me, but I was concentrating too hard on not throwing up. 5 minutes more of hedges and fields, and then there were white buildings on the horizon. "Morning, Smith," said Connie, pointing ahead. "Looks like our table mats," I said. Back in Croydon, our table mats had pictures of old stuff on them. This place was like a table mat come to life. The old buildings in Croydon were mostly new ones made to look like old ones. This looked like the real thing. I thought I'd remember the place, but it wasn't ringing any bells. I might have spent the first 6 years of my life down here, but nothing about it had stuck. The streets were quiet. There were 1 or 2 people wandering about. They all seemed to know Connie and waved hello as the Land Rover passed. And Connie nodded back, which was about as friendly as the old witch ever got. But as soon as we were in Morning Smith, we were out again, back in another narrow lane, with a dry stone wall on one side. "I thought Gwen lived in Morning Smith?" I asked. "Morning," grunted Connie. "Just next door, bit smaller." "Smaller?" I said. "Yeah, because this place is huge." Connie ignored me and swung the car through a narrow gate, squeezing past the gateposts with an inch on either side. We were in a courtyard, all old and green, with a high stone wall round the outside and what looked like a wishing well in the centre. I got out and looked around. I guess it was all right, if you like that sort of thing. A large square house made of purple-grey stone, with 5 square windows painted white. It was one of those houses that looked like it had always been there. I paused, feeling funny. Perhaps I remembered this place a little bit. "Fenton House," said Connie. "Bring your bag, hurry up." I dragged my suitcase from the boot and followed Connie, who disappeared inside the house without looking back. Before I could get there, a massive woman with a red face and curly brown hair appeared on the doorway. She had big green eyes and was smiling from ear to ear. "There she is," she boomed. "Come here, lover, come here. Welcome home." Before I could stop her, she was squeezing me so tightly I couldn't breathe. "Gwen?" I gasped. "Of course, my lover, of course," said Gwen. Put me back down. "Now then, my handsome thing, let's have a look at you." She looked me up and down and I felt weird. "A right beauty," she said. "Didn't you just grow up? You remember me?" Yeah, of course," I said. For some reason I was smiling, even though I was trying not to. "Then there's my Connie, making you carry your own case." Gwen bent down and picked up the suitcase like it was empty. "Come on then," she cried, and led me into the house. It was the oldest house I've ever been in. It was the sort of place you saw people living in on the TV, not in real life. It had stone floors. "You remember the upside-down house?" said Gwen. "Bedrooms downstairs, bathroom down there too, kitchen and living room upstairs. Yours is here." She led me to the first door and threw into a small bedroom with a bunk bed. "You can choose which one," she said. "Bunk beds?" I said. What was I, 7 years old? "Oh, you got 'em in London too, do you?" asked Gwen, still smiling like an idiot. I was about to reply, but then I remembered what Connie had said in the car. A slap from that woman would really hurt. "I have to call Sharon," I said. "Bless my soul, of course, my dear," said Gwen. "Telephone's this way." She led me out into the hall. "There," she said. There was a weird lump of plastic on the hall table, with a circular dial on the front and a curly wire connected to a handset on top. "What's that?" I asked. "Telephone," said Gwen. "Got 'em in London, don't you?" "That's not a phone," I said. "It doesn't even have any buttons." "You put your finger in the hole with the number you want," said Gwen slowly, "and you pull it all the way round like this. See?" She put her finger in the dial and rotated it anti-clockwise. "That is well old," I said. "Is it like an antique or something?" It's old, but it works just fine, just like my Connie, chuckled Gwen. I heard that, shouted Connie from upstairs. I called Sharon and left a message that I'd arrived. I kept it short. I wanted her to know I was still angry at her. Come now, said Gwen. Let's see what's what in the kitchen, shall we? I could eat a whole bull, including the horns. Upstairs was just one big room, with a kitchen at one end, a bad leather sofa and comfy chair at the other, and a massive wooden table surrounded by chairs in the middle. A full-length window took up all of the end wall, and through it I could see loads of green stuff and a patch of dark water in the distance. There, said Gwen. Remember that view? Yeah, I said, not really seeing what all the fuss was about. It's all right. All right, Gwen said. Nobody ever called it all right before. Take a proper look. You see that line of dark green trees? That marks the path of the stream. Follow that, and you'll find a lovely little pebbly beach. Parson's Beach, we called it. Used to be your favourite when you were a little girl. So, is that a sea or something? I asked. Bless you. Nearly enough, but not quite, said Gwen. That's the river, that is. Helford River. Most beautiful river in Cornwall, she is, old Mother Helford. Deep and green and cool. Warm tomorrow, we'll take you for a swim. I don't swim in the sea, I said, thinking about that creepy dream and the feeling of that slimy thing brushing my legs. Gwen slapped me on the back and laughed right in my ear. I thought she was going to have a stroke or something. Ha! Oh, you're funny. I like you even more. You hear that, Connie? Connie! What's that? Grunted Connie, not even looking up. I says to her earlier, I says we'll take a swim in Helford, and she says, right, I don't swim in the sea. Ha! And that's funny because what? I asked, squaring my shoulders. He was making a joke, said Gwen. Because it ain't the sea, it's a river. That was when I realised Gwen was nuts. I couldn't even be angry with her. It was like she was disabled or something. I gave her a smile to show her I didn't blame her for being nuts. Then I looked round the room again. There was something missing. I give up, I said finally. Where'd you keep the TV? Don't know, no TV, my love, said Gwen. Used to have one, didn't we, Connie? How long ago was that? Threw it out 25 years ago, said Connie, stirring a large iron saucepan. And good riddance. Nothing but rubbish on that contraption. Ugly thing it was, agreed Gwen. Here now, you feeling all right? You've gone dead pale. You don't have a TV, I said. That's right, dearie, said Gwen. So what, you just watch stuff on the net or something? The net? The internet. Oh, smiled Gwen. The internet. So you do have internet then? Nope, said Gwen. None of that neither. Didn't say anything for a bit. I just stood there, looking at her, with her looking back at me. But, I started, what do you do? Ask me there, lovely, said Gwen. What do we do when? What do you watch? Gwen pointed to the window. Got our own TV right there, ain't we? No TV, nor no blessed internet. Can't never show nothing as good as that right there. Yeah, I said, but what about, like, entertainment and stuff? Around you, lover, said Gwen. Surrounded by books, bless you. If we ain't in a reading mood, why, we play a game of chess. Or Connie will get her squeeze box out, or we'll sit and tell old stories with our friends. Let me tell you, if it's entertainment you're after, you can come and watch a game of football with us. Blues until we die, ain't we, Connie? Reckon I got blue blood in my veins, said Connie, peering at something in the oven. Who are the Blues? I asked. Is that like Chelsea or something? Helston Athletic, said Gwen. They play up at Kellaway Park, about 20 minutes from here. I don't like football, I said. Football's for boys. Is that right? Said Gwen. Funny they never stopped us watching, ain't it? Anyway, I've never heard of Helston Athletic, I said. Well, you ain't been listening then, I reckon, said Gwen. Who else has come runner-up in the South West Peninsula League, Division 1 West, 2 seasons in a row? Not bloody Wadebridge Town, that's for certain. Wadebridge Town can go kiss my... began Connie. Is dinner ready? Asked Gwen. Wash hands and it's all yours, said Connie. Bet you're hungry, ain't you? Gwen asked me. I'm all right, actually, I said. I ate on the train. Not proper food, though, is it? Said Gwen. Nothing but muck on them trains. Come on, sit down. Get stuck in. Connie thumped down a big iron casserole dish into the middle of the table and took the lid off. There was a massive waft of steam and the strong smell of some sort of stew. I watched Gwen ladle out an enormous bowl full of it and plonk it in front of me. It was all big bits of meat and the sauce looked really oily and there was bacon too, and I don't eat bacon. There were loads of calories in that bowl. I was about to complain, but Connie was watching me, so I picked at the food and tried to look like I was eating it. "So, what do you make of Cornwall?" asked Gwen, between mouthfuls. "Good to be back?" "Yeah, it's okay," I lied. "It's Gert Lush, that's what it is," said Gwen, smiling. "What's that mean?" "Means something's just the best thing in the world, that's what," said Gwen. "Or you might say it's right handsome or gooder." "Okay, well, that's weird," I said. "Weird we are, and we don't mind a bit," said Gwen. "We've got a little saying round here. Do you good to remember it. We're all different, but we're all the same. Isn't that right, Con?" "Every cow's got an udder," said Connie. "Just look at yourself," continued Gwen. "Your dad was Cornish, and your mum was from India, was it?" "Sri Lanka," I said quietly. "That's the one," said Gwen. "Not many people have that mix, I bet. You're just like the same as everyone else underneath, right? You eat and breathe and cry and snore just like everyone else." "I don't snore," I said firmly. "Connie does," said Gwen. "Like a bloody pig she is." And she tilted her head back and snorted. "Pipe down," said Connie, although you could tell she was only pretending to be angry. "There, got a smile out of you," said Gwen. I realised I'd been smiling, and I forced my face to stop it. "Now then, don't hide it away," continued Gwen. "You're so much prettier when you smile, my love." And I smiled again. I couldn't help it. And this made Gwen and Connie laugh, and that made me smile more. The meal continued, a little easier now. As we ate, Gwen told me about the local area, about Poldark Mine, and the riptides at somewhere called Lou Bar, which I didn't really understand, and about a giant called Trebeagle or Tregeagle or something, and a load of old rubbish about an owl man that haunted a local church, and all the shipwrecks they'd had, and something about surfers and a wave called the Cribber. The next thing I knew, I'd finished everything in my bowl without even thinking about it. That night, I sat in my bunk in the weird house full of weird people, not really knowing what was going on. I held my phone up, trying to get just one bar of signal, but it was no good. This place was cut off from civilization. It was silent and nearly pitch black, just one bit of moonlight coming through a crack in the curtains. I realised that, for the first time in ages, I wasn't going to bed hungry. There was still an annoying bit of my brain that was trying to work out how many calories had been in that casserole. I reached down and pinched the fat on my stomach. Then I did the same to my bum and thighs. And even though the other part of my brain was telling me to stop, the annoying part of my brain kept banging on about it. "If you've eaten too much, there's something you can do about that," it said. "You've done it before," it said. Not for ages, I thought. I haven't done that for ages. "You haven't eaten this much in ages," said the annoying part of my brain. "You don't want to get fat, do you?" I flipped my phone round. Maybe we'd get better signal upside down. Then I dropped it. It just slipped between my fingers and bounced off the edge of the bunk. I felt it go, and swiped my hand across to get it, but it fell to the floor. I swore and swung down from the bunk and got my hands and knees to search the floor. It was no good, just too dark. I went to the window to open the curtains for some more moonlight. The windowsill was deep, and I had to lean forward to pull aside the curtain. The slate sill dug painfully into my stomach as I pressed against it. I caught the tips of the curtains and pulled them open, and the room was filled with a silvery light. And I froze on the spot. There, only 6 inches from my face, on the other side of the glass, was another face, looking in. It was the face of a man. I reckon he might have been 30. He had this thick beard, and he was dressed all funny, like in a TV show that's set in the past. He was staring through the window straight at me. I couldn't look away. The two of us stood like that for ages, faces inches apart. He had a scar running from the top of his lip up to his eyebrow, which made him look like he was smiling. He looked like a nice bloke. He had nice eyes, I guess. Slowly, like he was trying not to scare me, the man held up his hand to say hello. He pointed to his chest, and clearly mouthed the word me. Then he pointed to me and mouthed the word you. Then he crossed 2 of his fingers and held them up, and I knew that meant together. His outline shimmered and went see-through, and then he disappeared altogether. One moment he was there, and the next he was gone. I guess it's weird, But I did nothing. I didn't scream, didn't faint, didn't call the cops. And I reckon it was only a bit later that I realised why. The man at the window looked just like my dad. Chapter 2. Davith. Man up. That's what my mum would tell me. That's what she always told me. I leant on the mirror with both hands, so that my face was only an inch from the glass. I stared hard at my reflection. Stop shaking. Stop bloody shaking. Stop shaking and man up. It wasn't like it was my first time out smuggling. If it had been my first time, then fair enough, be a bit nervous. But this was, third time this month? And 6 months in? Was I really going to start shaking every time? What would Mum say, you shaking like this? In fact, I knew exactly what she'd say. You're an olver. Olvers don't break. I wrapped myself in a towel and unlocked the bathroom door, padding along the landing towards my room. Halfway along, Tamara's door opened and she stepped out without looking, bumping into me and stepping on my toe. I gasped in pain and the towel unravelled as if on cue. I flailed at it desperately, only just managing to wrap it back round myself in time. For a second, Tamara didn't look like she hated me. Maybe it was just how awkward the whole thing was, but for a brief moment it was like we were both just human beings. Watch where you're going, Sowson, she said sharply, turning away and going down the stairs. I sighed and went into my room, closing the door and flopping down onto the bed. Galahad, who had been sleeping on his pillow, leapt up from the bed and onto the nightstand, screeching in alarm. Sorry, dude, I murmured, holding out my hand. Galahad held back for a moment, weighing up whether this was a trap of some sort. Eventually, he relented and came forward, nuzzling my hand and purring. Galahad was the only friend I'd made in the 6 months I'd been staying at the ferryboat inn. My room was being used as a place to dry towels when I moved in, and Galahad had been using it as a nap room because it was always so warm. Now the towels were gone, but Galahad had stayed, unaware that everyone else hated me. From downstairs there was a ring of the bell, announcing last orders at the bar. I checked the time, an hour before midnight. Time to get ready. My hands were shaking as I got dressed, so I clenched my fists and stared at them until I had them under control again. I needed some air. I opened the window and sucked in lungfuls of the night. If I could just stop thinking about it, I wouldn't be so nervous. If I wasn't so nervous, I could stop thinking about it. And now I was thinking about it. It was pathetic. Why was I nervous anyway? Smuggling was in my blood, in every pirate's blood. I'd been out at night taking in cargo since I was little. But no matter how many times I told myself that, my hands still shook. At 11:20, the last of the locals staggered away into the night, and the bolt on the front door was slid into place with a bang. Time to go. I gave Galahad a farewell scratch under his chin and turned out the lights. Downstairs, Jen was mopping the bar as Alan totaled up the tills. Both ignored me as I went behind the bar and then down the steps into the cellar and the ever-present whiff of spilled beer. I watched my step as I went, too, remembering the time someone had accidentally left an empty keg at the bottom of the stairs and I'd nearly broken my bloody leg. At the back of the cellar there was a niche in the brick wall. I pushed 2 fingers into it to release the catch. There was a click, and what had looked like another section of brick wall slid smoothly away to reveal the secret room. I stepped quickly inside and closed the hidden door, checking twice that the latch was in place. The others were already there, gathered around a chart table in the middle of the room. None of them looked up as I arrived. "Late you are," Tristan growled. Tristan was head of the Vingo family, and my host in Kerrier. Out of them all, he was perhaps the person who hated me the most. Stupidly, I tried to object, pointing at my watch. "Don't argue with me, Sowson," said Tristan. "If by my reckoning you're late, you're late, and I couldn't give a damn what your watch says." I bit my tongue and nodded. There was no point in arguing. There were 5 others at the table. Caden Pascoe, Tristan's right-hand man, built like a prize fighter, with fists like anvils. Brannock Teague, a sly, quick-witted man with a weasel face and darting eyes. The twins, Alan and Denzel Maker, each a slab of muscle with very little between the ears. And of course Tamara, Tristan's daughter, who just rolled her eyes at me and quickly returned her attention to the map. Tamara was dressed all in black too, and the colour suited her. I felt myself staring and forced my eyes to the chart table instead. If Tamara caught me, she would only hate me more. "Cargo tonight is mobile phones," Tristan continued. "They're packed tight, so we're only taking one gig. Pick up at Nellie's Cove at midnight. "Selling through the usual channels?" asked Caden. "Yep," nodded Tristan. "Total take is 10 grand, before deductions." "Deductions?" exclaimed Caden. "How much this time?" 3, said Tristan with a sneer. "That right, Sowson?" I nodded. Tristan knew the figure was right. Everyone knew the figure was right. But Tristan never missed an opportunity to remind everyone why I was staying with them, and the debt that the Vingos owed my family. "Still ain't taken your pound of flesh, boy," sneered Brannock. "Bet you're enjoying this, eh, Sowson?" Brannock was a decent fighter, but I knew I could take him. One punch, just one, that would do. To unleash all of the anger and fear and frustration in one punch, just one. "Tide still running for another hour," said Tristan, growing tired of the game. "We move now." Tristan rolled up the map, and we made our final preparations. Seeing we were ready, Tristan turned out the lights and led us to the far end of the map room, where he slid the door to one side and disappeared into the pitch black of the tunnel beyond. I was last through, and made sure to close the hidden door behind me, plunging us all into complete darkness. For a moment, the old panic returned, and I had to clench my fists to stop them shaking. Show no fear. They'll laugh if you're afraid. Man up! There was a guide rope pinned to the wall, and I used it to find my way, the only sound being the footfall of those in front. I walked on, completely blind. Suddenly, there was Tamara's ponytail brushing my chin. I could smell her smell. Her Tamara smell. She didn't wear perfume, of course she didn't. She just smelled of, I don't know. I suppose it was her soap or something, but it was a good smell. It made me feel stronger somehow. Anyway, with all of that, I only just stopped myself from walking straight into the back of her. "Watch where you're bloody well going," she hissed. "I can't see," I hissed back. "Why have you stopped?" "Something up ahead." We waited. Tamara's eyesight was better than mine. I couldn't see anything, but she might have just picked up a glimmer in the darkness. More waiting. We were standing very close to each other. I could hear Tamara breathing. I wanted to say something, anything, but I couldn't think of a single sentence, not even a word. We waited. "Okay," breathed Tamara. "False alarm, let's go." Another 50 yards of tunnel, and we were out. The ferryboat inn was in the village of Helford Passage, on the banks of the Helford River, a tidal estuary that led to the open sea. But the tunnel didn't bring us out by the beach that lay in front of the inn. It brought us out downstream, in amongst the river's rocky shoreline. Here there was a natural harbour for small boats, Blind Cove, a lagoon only 20 yards wide, accessed by an S-bend of water. It was pretty much invisible from the river, and a huge tangle of thorn bushes on the cliffs above made it inaccessible from the coastal path. It was a perfect place to launch small boats in secret, and the Vingo family had been using it for centuries, even before they dug their tunnel to the ferryboat inn. There were 2 Cornish pilot gigs and a small sailing dinghy waiting for us, all protected under heavy, tarred boat covers. We wasted no time in taking the covers off the first gig, slotting the rowlocks into place, and sliding her down into the water. Tristan swung himself over the rail and into the stern to take the tiller, while the rest of us slid 2 by 2 onto the benches that readied our oars. I was in the bow with Tamara. The twins took the middle oars, and then, nearest Tristan in the stern, were Brannock and Caden. With a soft command from Tristan, we negotiated the hidden passage, and then the outflowing tide of the river took us downstream, rowing in a steady, easy rhythm with the tide doing most of the work. The clear sky was now clouded as promised, and with only the small splash of their oars accompanying us, we were close to invisible. In the stern, Tristan quietly called a rhythm. Pull, 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 until we were settled into the stroke. As a six, we'd rowed together enough now to be in perfect synchronization, and it happened without thinking. There was something intensely satisfying about rowing in time with your crew. The gig sliced smoothly through the water, accelerating with every stroke of the oars, almost weightless. Whoever we were on land didn't matter when we were rowing together. There were some families who had abandoned gigs altogether. In North Cornwall, many preferred motorboats and had forgotten the old ways. Thankfully, the Vingos weren't like that. Like my family, they stuck with the tried and tested methods of smuggling. In fact, the Vingos were similar to the Olvers in lots of ways, despite the tension between our families. Tristan was certainly very similar to my mum. They were both hard, uncompromising, fierce and proud. If it hadn't been for the debt, our two families could have still been good friends. After all, there were loads of old stories of the daring missions the Vingos and the Olvers had been on together. It only took us 10 minutes to reach the mouth of the river, with Tristan pulling hard on the tiller to get us close to the south bank and out of the tide. We halved our strokes and glided amongst the shallows as we skirted round the headland to Nellie's Cove, just one of the places where the Vingos brought their cargo ashore. The beach was shallow and the calm waters were nicely secluded, nowhere better for a bit of midnight smuggling. We rounded the headland and pulled for the shore, the gig grinding into the pebbles of the beach. Tamara and I were first over the rail, and we hauled the gig with us and secured the painter round a rock. Then we all fanned out across the beach and took up our positions. 5 pairs of eyes on the sea, 2 on the cliffs. You could never be too careful. The sweat cooled on my back, making me shiver. The tar-black sea rolled and crashed. 5 minutes after midnight, we could see the dinghy approaching. But something was wrong. The dinghy was under motor rather than sail. The outboard was whining as it laboured nearer the beach. Tristan held up a clenched fist. Stay put. The dinghy scraped up the beach, but nobody got out. We waited. Tristan left his position and walked cautiously towards the dinghy, his hand on the hilt of the hunting knife on his belt. He looked inside, then quickly beckoned the rest of us over. Slumped inside the dinghy was a man we only knew by the codename Kestrel, holding a wound in his side that was leaking dark blood into the scuppers. "We're done in," gasped Kestrel. "They got us off Hounslow Bay. No arrests. They just attacked." "They can't," said Tristan. "The ceasefire." "Something's changed," insisted Kestrel, reaching out and gasping at Tristan, his eyes glistening with fear. "It's all wrong," he whispered. "Get out of here. They're coming." "But why?" demanded Tristan. "Why?" But it was too late. Kestrel was dead. We all looked at Tristan. "We're leaving," he said. "Now." A desperate scramble to get away. We tumbled into the gig as Tamara cut the rope and I shoved us off the beach. We rowed at full pelt, heading straight for the mouth of the river. But while the tide was now on the point of turning, it hadn't started to flow yet, so the gig was caught in the swirling eddies. We might have been 6 of the best oars in the county, but still our progress wasn't fast enough. And that's when I saw something on the horizon. "There's a boat," I panted. "Tristan, boat off the larboard quarter." Tristan turned from his place at the tiller. When he turned back, his face was grim. "Double pace," he cried. "Row, damn your eyes! Pull, pull, pull!" After 10 strokes, my arms and shoulders were burning. My lungs were screaming for air, and the stinging sweat ran down into my eyes. The boat leapt forward in the water, lifting high with every stroke and barely having time to settle before our next stroke pulled it onwards. I briefly looked up, and the boat on the horizon was unmistakable. There was a searchlight on its prow, scouring the water for us. We reached the mouth of the river and felt the tide underneath us, but still didn't stop. Patrol boats weren't allowed inside the river under the terms of the truce, but when we could hear the motor of the patrol boat, we knew it had gone beyond the markers. We heaved at our oars, pulling with every fibre of muscle, not caring about rowing smoothly. I was gasping with every stroke, and next to me Tamara was grunting in pain as the oar shredded the skin on her hands. We were a mile from Blind Cove now, but surely we'd be caught. The searchlight on the patrol boat reached out across the water, like fingers grasping for us. Heave, heave, and heave again. No gig had ever moved like this. Half a mile now, less than half a mile. Now the searchlight began to glance off the stern. With a sudden heave of the tiller, Tristan pulled us in close to the north bank of the river. I nearly lost my oar as the pressure hit the blade, and I hung on grimly even as the blisters on my hands burst. The patrol boat was very close now, tricked by our last-ditch manoeuvre, but surely close enough to see us. And then we were home. "Oars in," hissed Tristan, and we desperately hauled in the oars to stop them hitting the walls of the hidden passage. It wasn't a moment too soon. Seconds after we slid into the safety of Blind Cove, we heard the rumble of the patrol boat's engine as it passed. We collapsed into the gig, unable to even groan. Our hands were bloody and raw, and the grips of the oars were stained red. Kadek had a cut on his forehead where his oar had hit him in the emergency manoeuvre. Alan dragged himself to the side of the gig and vomited into the lagoon. It was a long time before any of us could speak. Tristan sat by the tiller, his face set. "That was a bloody good row," he said. "Well done, all of you." Tristan caught my eye and nodded, a small gesture of grudging respect. "We need to call a council," continued Tristan. "Daveth, we need to get a message to your mother. They broke the truce tonight." "What does that mean?" gasped Tamara. She had propped herself up on her thwart, her hair plastered to her face with sweat. "It means we're at war," said Tristan. Chapter 3. Golvan. I woke up under a hedge. How long had I been there? Minutes? Days? Electricity was humming in the air around me, fizzing, crackling, popping. There were souls in that hedge, hundreds of them, insects, birds and snails. Everything has a soul. Everything that I passed pulsated with energy. A tree buzzed, a flower sighed, a hedge sang. Here, electricity was bottled and plugged, stored like water and piped out, as if electricity could only be used for burning bulb filaments and heating coffee. There was a snail making its way across my chest. I picked it up and balanced it on the end of my finger, admiring the swirls of bronze and gold in its shell. Life would have been much simpler as a snail. I tried to mentally log the positions of this hedge in case I should be passing this way ever again, if I was ever hedging my bets. I chuckled. Laughter is just electricity, turned into sound. I listened attentively. All was quiet. I picked my way carefully into the dimming evening light, pulling on my long, waxed coat and stuffing my hat down onto my head. The hat had seen better days, but it had a wide brim and was waterproof. That's what counted. I was aware that I looked a bit odd. I'd survived 13 Earth years, but I knew that the clothes that I wore and the things that I did weren't normal for most 13-year-olds. Most 13-year-olds went to school, but I had never been to school. Most 13-year-olds had a home and parents, but I had neither. Tears are electricity too. I looked up to where the sun was disappearing over the horizon and a thin moon had risen in the darkening sky, giving me my bearings once again. Yes, it was this way. I reached into my back pocket and pulled out a little tin whistle, blowing through the holes to clear out any bits and bobs from the hedge. It's a special kind of magic that turns electricity into music. I passed a mile like this. Sometimes all you need is a warm night and a tin whistle, and life doesn't seem too bad. The stone pendant round my neck was growing warm against my skin, and there, just there, the faintest noise of an approaching engine. I had seconds. The other side of the road was lined with beech trees, and I leapt into the lower branches of the nearest, scrambling into the densest part. It was not a moment too soon. The headlights came round the corner even as I cleared the lowest branch. A black van approached, and then slowed to a crawl, a small satellite dish revolving on top. The van stopped, and the side door slid open, revealing banks of winking electronic equipment. 2 men got out, dressed all in black. One of them held a small metal box with a glowing screen. "He was here," said the man, "and not long ago." They took out powerful torches and clicked them on. The first place they looked was under the hedgerows. I was glad I hadn't hid there. Finding nothing in the hedges, they swung their torch beams into the trees, but there were too many branches, and my shabby old coat was good enough camouflage to hide me. The torches were clicked off again. "He can't have gone far," said one of the men. They got back into their van, and it pulled away slowly, one of the men leaning out of the window and sweeping the undergrowth with his torch as they moved on. I waited until they were out of sight and climbed down. I'd have to travel cross-country. I crossed over the road, squeezed through the hedgerow, and set off across the field. It was high with barley that tickled my hands, and was alive with the scuttering of mice and the chirp of crickets. Underfoot the good earth was dry, and I could feel an underground stream somewhere, its cool, quick movements fluttering and flirting not far below the surface. I followed the sensation, walking off at a tangent through the rows of crop. There was a ditch between the field and its neighbour, and, sure enough, the ditch was filled with water as the little stream came to the surface. I followed the flow of water along the boundary of the field, lost it as it went underground again, but then picked it up once more 2 fields later, the same urgent, pulsing stream. Kerno was truly alive tonight. It was on the move. I had felt things change these past few days, a feeling of pent-up action, as if the sleeping dog of history was about to be woken up once more and drag us all into the future. Sleeping dog or sleeping lion? You let sleeping dogs lie. What did you do with sleeping lions? You probably let them lie too, if you knew what was good for you. No, history was more like a dog, seemingly tame and friendly until it wasn't, until it bit the hand that fed it. What did that mean? How do you feed history? What do you feed it? Metaphors are hard. Somewhere an owl hooted, and I cupped my hand to my mouth and hooted back. Now a different sensation pulled me forward, a sickening tug in my stomach, as though an invisible hand had been thrust into my guts. The other side was calling to me again. Someone, or something, on the other side had a plan for me. I had always known this, but the plan had rarely been clear. Whole months, years even, went by without the other side interfering, and I was just left to do pretty much whatever I wanted. And then, like in the last few days, that familiar wrench in my innards, like you'd just jumped off a cliff and left your tummy behind you. It grabbed me now. I spent the night avoiding the roads and trekking across fields, skirting houses, darting across a motorway like a frightened deer, and tiptoeing through little haunted copses where I could feel the burial mounds stir as I passed. And all the time the other side drew me forward, just another pawn in an endless game. I arrived in the village of Mornan Smith an hour before dawn. Here the cheerful stream joined several others and flowed as one through the village in a confident green band. I'd been to Mornan Smith before, but couldn't say when that had been. There were some days that felt like a lifetime, other days where time slowed and I could spend an hour in a minute. Occasionally, a week would pass by in the same time it took to take a quick nap, which was very confusing. I liked Mornan Smith. The village's spirit was like a seam of tin through heavy soil. The buildings were old and reassuring, with thatch that went back hundreds of years. A multitude of things lived in that thatch, and I enjoyed their presence as they hummed along together. There are 4 Cornish words for luck: chons, hap, fierce, and lock. Some days I'm blessed with all 4, and this was one of those days. I was strolling past a thatched cottage, perhaps the oldest thatched cottage in the village, and listening to the spirits of the tiny beasts bedded down in its warmth. Then I felt a disturbance, like a ripple, pass through them. If I hadn't been walking past the thatched cottage, or if the cottage had been tiled, then I wouldn't have felt it coming. Now I had no need to feel for my pendant. The stone quickly grew painfully hot against my skin. The cottage I was passing had a neat garden, with deep rose bushes either side, protected by a low stone wall. Without stopping to think, I hurled myself over this wall and into the thickest of the rose bushes. My hat and coat were not enough to protect my face, and the thorns tore at my skin, but I lay still. Life is never a bed of roses, I said to myself. I heard the van roll to a stop at the end of the street. A door opened. There was a murmur of conversation, too quiet to make out, then the click of a switch and a faint whine as a machine came to life. Then footsteps. Slow, careful footsteps that gradually got closer. I thought about bursting out from the undergrowth and making a run for it, but I'd never make it. My only hope lay in evasion. "He's here," said a voice. "Close by." "We know you can hear us," said another voice. "It's been an entertaining chase, but now it's time to end the fun. Come out, before things are spoiled." I didn't move. "If you remain in hiding much longer, people might get hurt," said the first voice. "Even a rat has enough sense to save its own skin," said the second voice. I knew they were trying to bait me, but the words cut me deeper than any thorn. I might have survived 13 years, but countless others had not, all murdered, trying to protect me. Those deaths weighed me down like stones in the pockets of a drowning man. The front garden was flooded with light as the door of the cottage opened and a man stepped out onto the path. He was short and powerfully built, even if the pyjamas and a dressing gown he was wearing were not especially menacing. "Can I help you?" he said in a coarse voice. From the flower bed I could just make out a scowling, gargoyle face. "This is no concern of yours," said the first voice. "Go back to bed." "I will, with pleasure, once you 2 Burkes are off my property," said the coarse man. "We're not on your property," said the second voice. "This is a public thoroughfare." "Oh, so can't read neither," said the man. "Sign right there says this is a private road. Fact of the matter is, the owner of this house is also owner of this street. So shove off." The man took a step forward. He was holding a sturdy iron poker. "There's a fugitive gone to ground in one of these gardens," said the second voice. "Don't get in our way." "Get back in your van before you find out what this tastes like," said the man, raising the poker. "Do you know who we are?" said the first voice. "I know what you are," said the man. "You really think you can threaten us with that?" asked the second voice. "Nope," said the man. "Just have to keep you 2 talking until the police arrived. Called them 5 minutes ago." A pause. "You're bluffing," said the first voice. "Am I?" said the man. "Besides," said the second, "we own the police." "Some of them," conceded the man. "But if I know your sort, you won't want no commotion. And if there's one thing I can promise, it's commotion. I reckon you've got less than a minute." Another pause. "This is far from over," said the first voice. "Don't I just know it," said the man. "You'll regret this," said the second voice. "And I'll regret not wrapping my poker round your face and all," said the man, taking another step forward. The footsteps receded. Then there was the sound of a van starting and pulling away. The man watched them go. "Time to come out of them roses," he said. "I reckon them 2 will be back pretty shortish, once they realise the police ain't coming." I extracted myself from the thorns with difficulty, now acutely aware that there were several nasty scratches and quite a bit of drying blood on my face. "Hell's breath," said the man, looking me up and down. "You're Golvan, aren't you?" I nodded. "You'd better come inside," said the man, looking up and down the street to see if anyone was watching. Inside, the house was as neat and tidy as the front garden. The man clearly lived alone, yet he was still house-proud, and even his dog, a fierce little Jack Russell, was neatly clipped and well-trained. The dog immediately came to me and licked my hand cheerfully, recognising a friend. The man led the way into the front room and gestured to a stiff leather sofa. "Hungry?" asked the man. I nodded eagerly, and the man disappeared into the kitchen, returning with a plate of cold meat, hard Cornish cheese, and savoury biscuits. I wolfed down the cheese and biscuits, while taking care not to touch the meat. "You're one of them vegetarians, then," said the man, watching. "Sorry, I should have figured that out." I held up a hand and shook my head. "No problem." "True, then," said the man. I looked up at him. "That you can't speak none?" I nodded, and the man nodded back. "So, what, you write stuff down, then?" he asked. I put my plate down and beckoned the man over. I held up my hands and mimicked putting them to the man's head. The man nodded his agreement. I wiped my hands on my trousers and reached across, putting 2 fingers on either side of the man's temples. I felt the connection between us straight away, that static electricity feeling. Kev Holman. That was my protector's name. "Thank you, Kev Holman," I said, my voice in his head. Kev almost jumped out of his skin at this. "I name you Friend of the Druids, now and evermore. One day I may be able to repay you this debt, and I will do so gladly." Kev nodded, and I could feel the warmth of feeling between us. "But now we need to move quickly, Kev. They'll be back soon. There's a place of refuge near here where they can't follow me. That's my destination. Will you help me reach there, my friend?" "Course I will," said Kev. "Long as you don't mind going in the boot of my car." "It won't be my first time to be smuggled," I told him. Kev nodded, and I could feel him reappraising me, thinking how young I looked, how helpless I was. "Said they'd been chasing you your whole life," said Kev. "That true?" "Yes," I said, sparing him the details. Sparing myself the details, more like. "But why? What harm could you do them?" I shrugged. "Golvan Gwither Alwed," I said. Kev went outside, checked that the coast was clear, and beckoned me out to the boot of his car, which he lined with a blanket. Unlike some car boots I'd spent time in, this one was at least quite big. It was bootiful, I said to myself, and then was sad, because there was never anyone around when I thought of one of my best ones. A short but tense drive to the safe house followed. The house belonged to the Vingos, staunch allies to the Druids for centuries. The Druids had repaid the Vingos' friendship with some powerful charms, which were placed on the perimeter of the property to protect it from evil. Even as I bumped along in Kev's boot, I could feel the influence of these charms and could tell when they had passed the boundary. It was like coming into a warm room from a howling storm outside. No enemy forces could follow me now. A moment later, and Kev's car was coming to a halt outside Fenton House. I knew I'd been there before, but couldn't remember all that much. Was it the upside-down house? Yes, that was right, and it was Gwennifer Tangi who lived here, with Conwen Foss. Even though I'd only met them once before, I felt like I knew them well. They were the heroes of songs that were sung at hearths up and down the length of Kerrier and beyond. Kev knocked on the door and waited anxiously. Kev wasn't quite a civilian in the war. Like many Cornish people, he was aware of some aspects of the conflict, but this was obviously the most direct part he'd played, and knew what a terrible risk he was taking. I put my hand on Kev's shoulder. "All will be well," I told him. "Just relax." And Kev did relax, without showing any sign that he'd actually heard my words. The door opened, and Gwennifer Tangi stood silhouetted in her nightshirt and dressing gown. She had some sort of weapon in her right hand, something heavy, which she tried to drop as inconspicuously as possible when she saw who it was. "Kev," she said. "What's wrong? It's late, my love." "Got a visitor for you, Gwen," said Kev. I gave Gwen what I hoped was a winning smile. She peered down and looked at me for a second. "Not Golvan, is it?" she asked. I nodded, and Gwen broke out into a grin. "Well, bugger me," she exclaimed, grabbing me and squeezing me tight. "Last time I saw you, you was only a nipper. Connie, come look who's turned up at our doorstep." I'm bloody well asleep, came a stern voice from one of the bedrooms. Come see, insisted Gwen. There was a long stream of curses, and then a clatter, before Conwenna Foss appeared in the corridor, her hair sticking up at an alarming angle, and her eyes half closed. She was in a pair of pyjamas embroidered with cartoon sharks. Which I was already asleep and had a hard day, and now you've got me traipsing about in the middle of the bloody night, and... She stopped when she saw me. Well, bugger me, she said. That's what I said, cried Gwen. Connie came forward and gave me a hug too. A hug from Connie wasn't quite the experience as a hug from Gwen, certainly a bit bonier, but was welcome all the same. We'd heard you might be coming this way, Connie said. It's bloody good to see you, lad. Kev was hovering anxiously in the doorway. I'd better go, he said. We've had one run-in with the enemy already tonight. Don't want to make it two. Can stay if you like, Kev, said Gwen. Wait until morning? Got to get back for the dog, smiled Kev. He looked at me. You going to be all right? I reached out and shook Kev's hand. One day I'll repay the favour, I promised. Kev nodded and went back to his car, and we watched him as he left. He's all right, is old Kev, said Connie, and Gwen nodded, taking one last look into the night. They both turned to look at me. Now then, said Gwen, what I've been told is we have to hold hands if we want to speak to you. Is that right? I nodded and held out both my hands for Gwen and Connie to grasp. Thank you for taking me in, I said. Their hunt for me has intensified these past weeks. If the two women were a bit surprised to hear me talking in their heads, they covered it well. Connie raised her eyebrows and sniffed, and Gwen blinked a couple of times, but otherwise nothing. Why are they looking for you, even more then? Asked Connie. What's changed? Everything, I said. There are forces on the other side, taking an interest in this world, who have never given it a second thought in the past. I can't quite see it yet, but you'll know when it happens. A series of important things will happen all at once, and it'll seem like a coincidence, but it won't be. There was a noise in the corridor, and I turned to see a girl standing there, screwing up her face against the light. She was only a little older than me, and had dark, elegant features. Ah, Leah, love, I'm sorry. In all the excitement, I forgot you was in there. Did we wake you up, pet? I don't know what's going on, mumbled Leah. Think I had a bad dream. She looked at me with one eyebrow raised, as if Gwen and Connie had just let a goat into the house. Who's this? She asked. This is Golvan, said Gwen. He's a friend of ours, going to be staying for a while. Hope you don't mind bunking up. Bunking up? Said Aaliyah. You taking the piss? Only 2 bedrooms in the house, said Gwen. You've got a bunk free in yours. And then there was an argument. Aaliyah got angry really quickly, and Connie got angry back, jabbing her finger at Aaliyah like she wanted to stab her. And Gwen stood in the middle of them like a referee at a boxing match turned bad. But I wasn't really paying much attention to what was being said. I was too busy staring at Aaliyah, or rather, what she was wearing round her neck. My pendant was a stone ring, hollow in the middle, with 3 notches round the inside. Aaliyah was wearing a pendant made up of 3 curved arms, joined in the middle. Combined, the 2 would make the symbol for Argentavus, our language. And I could tell just from looking at Aaliyah's pendant that it would fit perfectly inside mine. Chapter 4. Daveth. They'd told me it was going to be sunny. Oh yeah, they said, be right warm tomorrow, you won't need much on. Why did I believe them? It was bloody cold. By the time the fishing boat pulled in at the end of the jetty, I thought my toes might actually fall off. The sun was only just coming up. A low mist hung around the river like a shroud, and there I was, in only shorts and a t-shirt. The fishing boat was old, and chugged miserably against the cold air. It was called the Sea Dog, and the bloke steering lived up to that name well. He looked like he'd been found in a lobster pot one day, or washed up on a beach. His name was Young Tom. He'd been one of 2 brothers, both of them called Tom by parents who must have been drunk. Tom's older brother had been Old Tom, so Tom had always been Young Tom, a name that had stuck even after his brother's death. Looks like you're dressed for dancing, Sowson, bellowed Young Tom, as the Sea Dog came alongside. I thought we was going fishing. I'll be fine, I said, blowing a dewdrop from the end of my nose and climbing over the rail. Tough old Sowson, is that it? Chuckled young Tom, steering the boat back into the main channel. I've seen plenty of tough ones over the years. Know what I learned, eh? I said, know what I learned? What did you learn, Tom? I asked. Sea's always tougher, he stated, grimly. That's right, I said. Next I would be hearing about Mother Ocean. Mother Ocean cares nothing for the likes of you and me, started up young Tom. I remember a young farmer came out with us one day. Came out with us for a bet we made after too many pints. Said working in the field was tougher than being at sea. Well, let me tell you what happened to him. As the Sea Dog made its way down the river, I tried to shut out the old man's rambling by reviewing the message. It was rolled up inside a small, watertight canister, once used for protecting rolls of photographic film. It had been encrypted into the Olver's personal code, and then again into one of several dozen old Cornish codes, where vowels and consonants were reversed, numbered, divided, and then put back in the right order. Learning these codes had taken me years, and my first few messages had taken days to write, but I'd been sending them for months now, and I could encrypt and decode almost as quickly as writing plain English. The message was in two parts, the first very similar to the messages I'd been passing on during all of my time with the Vingos, a statement of goods taken in and shipped out, the profit made after expenses, and the amount deducted to service the debt owed to the Olvers. The second part of the message was anything but ordinary. It read, Last shipment taken by the enemy. Couriers killed, no explanation given, no provocation. Pirate Congress called by Vingos under the old code, tomorrow at noon. Indicate acceptance by usual method. It was only a scrap of paper, but what it said could start another war. Last time I'd only been a kid, too young to join in. Now I'd be on the front line. You'll need this, Uncle Denzil had said, as he rowed his boat alongside us, 6 shivering kids in the cold water half a mile from shore. Not today, maybe, but one day. So you listen good, and you swim. He was a hard man, Uncle Denzil, but he was right. He'd beat us, he'd swear at us, but he knew we'd be grateful one day, the kids of Pow Edra, who'd have their own war to fight. The last war had raged on without us seeing much of it. We'd been locked away in Port Holland, where my mum's house sat like a fortress. Sometimes at night a car would arrive with a body in the boot. Sometimes we'd wake up in the morning and find bloodstains on the kitchen lino. But it wasn't our war. Not yet. And then one day Uncle Denzil was gone. The enemy made it look like an accident, but we'd seen enough accidents to know the truth. Uncle Denzil, with the smell of pipe smoke and his scarred hands. These memories drifted through my mind as the fishing boat made its way to the open sea. Once upon a time, a declaration of war from one pirate family would have meant a declaration from all 10. Now it seemed as though the Vingos and the Olvers would go it alone. Another feller I knew had his arm bitten off by a shark in the Bay of Biscay, rambled on young Tom. Leant over the rail to pull in a net, and a ruddy great shark bit his arm clean off at the elbow. Mind you, we stitched him up and still brought the catch in. We were tough in them days, not like these wet haddocks you see fishing now. The sun was rising over the river. The river was beautiful this morning, glossy and green like a wine bottle. Around every turn there was another secluded beach, or a dark copse of trees, inviting exploration and filled with stories. This part of Kerno had come to feel like home, even though nearly everyone here hated me. And waves, said young Tom. You think you've seen waves? You haven't seen waves, not real waves. I've seen waves the size of houses. I've seen waves swallow a ship whole. It felt like hours to get to the fishing ground, half a mile from the mouth of the harbour, where the orange buoys of young Tom's lobster pots bobbed up and down. Attached to each buoy was a length of rope, at the other end of which was a lobster pot, nestling on the sea bed. Come on, Sowson, said young Tom. Might as well do me some good bringing you out here. Haul them up if you please. The pots were not all that heavy, but I had to lean right over the side to pull them in. The water here was clear, cold, and the colour of ice. I could see the pots drifting up from the bottom. Young Tom knew his business and had baited his pots well, so each had at least 2 prisoners inside, brown and blue lobsters, looking like aliens from outer space. The 6th lobster pot to come in had 3 lobsters inside, 2 small brown lobsters and 1 enormous blue lobster, a real king of the seabed. I carefully picked them out, slipped elastic bands over their claws to seal them shut, and dropped the lobsters into the barrel of seawater on the deck, with the rest of the day's catch. But there was more than lobster in this pot. In the bottom was a black plastic cylinder, secured to the wicker mesh with a cable tie. I took my knife and cut the tie, then reached in and removed the cylinder. It was hollow and rattled. There was a message inside. When I unscrewed the cap, a smaller canister slid out, which I replaced with the one I'd brought, and secured the cylinder back to the pot, then dropped the pot back over the side. Young Tom had been curiously quiet during all this. I looked over his shoulder to see the fisherman at the wheel of the boat, staring at something on the horizon. "What's up?" I asked. "Patrol boat," said young Tom, "half a mile away. You sent your message?" "It's over the side," I confirmed. "Pick one up?" "Yes. Get rid of it." "I haven't read it yet." "Don't matter. Get rid of it. Now. They're coming." Young Tom had been ferrying messages on his fishing boat for decades, and his instinct was always right. I knew the procedure now. The messages were all written on a kind of edible rice paper and were to be eaten in the event of capture. I took the cap off the canister and removed the scrap of paper from inside. A puff of wind blew it out of my fingers. "Getting closer," said young Tom over his shoulder. "Is it gone?" I desperately looked round the fishing boat. Where was the message? I scrambled about in the belly of the boat, turning this way and that, increasingly frantically. "Quarter of a mile," said young Tom. "What in all hell are you doing back there?" "Can you hold them off?" I asked, still looking for the message. "Hold them off?" said young Tom, between gritted teeth. "With what exactly?" "I've lost the message," I said. "Lost it?" cried young Tom, a fixed grin on his face. "How?" "Just give me 30 seconds, I hissed. The engine of the patrol boat could be heard clearly now. I had to destroy that message. "Oh, bugger it," said young Tom. He gunned the boat's engine and turned the wheel so that the fishing boat veered away from the approaching patrol boat. This gave me more time. But now I was exposed in the back of the boat. A discreet glance over my shoulder revealed a sleek patrol boat designed to look like a pleasure cruiser bearing down on us. Something fluttered in the corner of the boat. A scrap of paper. I only just managed to stop myself from diving on it. I walked over to where the message was pinned by the breeze against a coil of rope. Keeping my back to the approaching patrol boat, I knelt and grabbed it, transferring the damp slip of paper into my mouth while pretending to yawn. It tasted vile. The rice paper needed quite a lot of chewing before it began to break down, at which point it started to taste of glue. To add to this, the paper had been smeared with both motor oil and some of the mud from the seabed. The taste made my head swim. It was all I could do to stop myself gagging as I tried to chew the message into something I might be able to swallow. At the same time, the noise of the approaching patrol boat increased. It was only a few yards away. "Hello," called a friendly voice. "Are you catching lobsters? Could we buy some, please?" I dared not turn around. I tried to chew as quickly as I could, but it wasn't easy without making it obvious what I was up to. It felt like I was eating my own sick. "Ahoy there," said young Tom. "None to sell, I'm afraid. These are all bought and paid for already." "Well, don't turn us down without hearing our offer," came back the voice, still friendly, but insistent now. "Let us come alongside." "Must be getting back," called young Tom. "Let us come alongside," said the voice, firmly. "Kill your engines. Now." Young Tom sighed and turned the key that cut the boat's engine. Suddenly everything was very quiet. There was a bump as the pleasure boat came alongside, and then the thump of a rope being thrown into the fishing boat to make the connection secure. I still hadn't swallowed the message, but I had to turn around now, or they'd be suspicious. The pleasure boat was 25 feet long, rigged for an early morning fishing trip, with 2 agents on board, a man and a woman, both dressed convincingly as tourists. Anyone who might have seen the boats come together would have bought the cover story. Here were some tourists, trying to cut out the middleman and buy lobsters for a bargain. I tried to swallow, but the message wouldn't go down. "Coming aboard," said the man. He was wearing leather deck shoes, pink shorts, and a polo shirt. But he didn't have the face of a tourist. He had a face like a crow, a beak-like nose, and dead, beady eyes. "I really don't know how we can help you," said young Tom, holding up his hands. "I think we can all drop the act now," said the man quietly. "Let me see your permits." "No problem," said young Tom. "Happy to help." Young Tom bustled about, trying to look relaxed, and produced a permit from his wallet. Meanwhile, the man's attention had switched to me. "You look familiar," said the man. "What's your name?" "Daveth," said young Tom. "He's just helping me out." "Daveth? Olver?" said the man, his eyes widening. "Yup," said young Tom. "That's him. Nothing wrong with that, is there?" "Let him answer for himself," said the man. "Course," said young Tom. "Go on, Daveth. You have a word with this nice man." "Come on, then," said the man to me. "Spit it out." I swallowed, but again it wouldn't go down. I looked desperately at young Tom. "How about this lobster?" asked young Tom, plucking one from out of the tub and thrusting it under the man's nose. The man violently recoiled as the lobster's feelers brushed through his hair. "Get that thing out of my face," he said, pushing it aside. It was only a brief respite, but it was long enough for me to try and swallow the message one last time. It stuck in my throat, but with a concerted effort, I at last managed to force it down. "Yes," I said as the man turned back to face me. "I'm Davith Olver." "Found your tongue, I see," said the man. "So tell me, what's the son of Cheston Olver doing out on a lobster boat?" "She wants me to learn a trade," I said. "Oh, really?" said the man, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "The chief of Power Edera is happy with her son being a lobster fisherman, is she?" "She doesn't care much," I said, only half lying. The man looked back at his companion on the pleasure cruiser, curious at this somewhat cryptic remark. "Isn't he the one who's a mongrel?" said the woman. "Yes," said the man, turning back to me with a grin on his face. "This is Cheston Olver's mongrel whelp. How does it feel, eh? Being a mongrel, that is. How does that feel, eh? Mongrel?" "I don't care," I said quietly. "You don't care?" jeered the man. "You don't care that you're not Cornish?" "I am Cornish," I said. "Your father was a Saxon," said the man, his face contorted with a sneer. "He polluted his bloodline by consorting with a filthy nithing." "You aren't anything," said the woman from the boat. "You aren't good enough to be Saxon. You aren't even bad enough to be a proper nithing. You're just a worthless mongrel." "What is it that they call you?" asked the man. He turned to the woman. "What's the nithing word for a Saxon?" "Sousen," said the woman. "That's it, Sousen. So even the nithings don't like you, Sousen. That's funny." Now I was hot. I could feel the sweat running down my spine. I wanted to jump overboard and sink to the bottom. I took a deep breath. "One day it will be different," I said. "What?" asked the man. "What was that, mongrel?" "One day it will be different," I said. "One day we'll take this land back." "Is that a threat?" said the man, taking a step towards me. "Dre eos ambos," I said. "Don't speak your filthy nithing language to me," he said, taking his taser from his pocket and clicking it on. It whined as it charged. The woman on the pleasure boat cleared her throat. Over her shoulder, a small yacht was approaching the mouth of the river, a boatload of tourists. I looked at the man with the taser, who looked back at me down his beak of a nose, like I was a snail he wanted to smash with a pebble. "I guess it's goodbye for now," I said. "Not for long, mongrel," said the man as he slipped the taser back into his pocket. "And when we do take you, I'll interrogate you myself." "Can't wait," I said. I put my hands in my pockets to stop them shaking. "Thanks for these," said the man, loudly, plunging his hands into the barrel and plucking out the two biggest lobsters. He turned to where the tourists' yacht was approaching and held the lobsters up in the air triumphantly. "That's breakfast sorted," he yelled. The tourists on the yacht laughed, shouting back some sort of joke, which made the two agents on the pleasure boat both laugh too. The man tossed the lobsters over to the woman and then climbed back aboard his own boat. As he cast off the line that joined the two craft together, he looked again at me and blew me a kiss. "We'll see you soon," he said. Chapter 5. Alea. I was so tired, but I couldn't go back to sleep. My head was churning. There was this bloke in Croydon called Quentin, who went round in a cape and a hat, babbling to himself and leaving post-it notes on all the bins. You saw him every Saturday, walking up and down outside the Whitgift Centre with this packet of little yellow sticky notes, and if you caught his eye, he came over and tried to talk to you. And I always wondered, did he know he was nuts? I lay on my bunk, staring up at the ceiling, thinking about Quentin, what it felt like to be crazy. Was I going crazy? What I'd seen at the bedroom window was a ghost. I tried to think of another rational explanation, but I couldn't. It was a ghost. It disappeared right in front of my face. It was either a magician or a ghost, and I was pretty sure it wasn't a magician. So it was a ghost. That was the first thing. I didn't believe in ghosts any more than I believed in the tooth fairy, but now I'd seen a ghost, so I guess I had to believe in them. Second thing, what did it want with me? Because that wasn't some headless horseman. It wasn't drifting round a graveyard. It didn't appear at midnight if you said its name 3 times while looking in a mirror. That ghost was interested in me. It had tried to tell me something, but what? Third thing. Why did the ghost look like my dad? It was this last one that kept me most awake. Dad had died when I was 6, so I only remembered him a little bit. I mainly knew what he looked like from old photos. But even so, that ghost was the spitting image of him. He had my dad's soft brown eyes and the same squidgy nose and the same round, funny face. Basically, the ghost looked like my dad in fancy dress. I was being haunted by the ghost of one of my own family. And if that wasn't weird enough, now I was sharing a room with some kid who looked like a cross between a crackhead and a scarecrow, who just turned up in the middle of the night. And everyone was like, yeah, cool, good to see you. Yeah, you can share a room with Aaliyah, who's never met you and who's been here less than 24 hours. Okay, sweet. How old was he? Where were his parents? Why did he look like he had lost a fight to a cat? Why didn't he talk? Literally, he hadn't said a single thing since he turned up. Just gave me a weird look and then passed out in the bottom bunk. All in all, while Sharon might have sent me to Cornwall to keep me out of trouble, it felt like there was 10 times more trouble here than had ever been in Croydon. I guess I fell asleep eventually, because the next thing I knew, Gwen had burst in and was bloody singing at the top of her voice, and apparently it was morning. "Rise and shine, you two," she bellowed. "Got to be kidding me," I moaned. "I only just went to bed." "Best part of the day, this," said Gwen. "Come on, time to feed the pigs." "Feed the what?" "The pigs. Don't feed themselves, do they?" "What time is it?" I asked. My eyelids were stuck together. 6 o'clock, said Gwen. "You've got 5 minutes. Come on, Golvan, love. Let's be having you." She started patting Golvan's cheek, and when that didn't work, she peeled back his eyelids and shouted in his ear. 5 minutes later, we were standing in the garden, me rubbing the sleep out of my eyes, and Golvan staring at me with this grin on his face, like he was a puppy with a new owner. It was the biggest garden I'd ever seen. We didn't have one back in Croydon, and my friends who did have gardens only had a little square of grass with a rusty barbecue in it. This was something else. It was massive, and it had loads of stuff growing in it, and it was all organised. Over there were the flowers, and over here were the vegetables, and then there were chickens in one bit and pigs in another bit, and a stone wall all the way round the outside, with a gate leading out to some fields with cows. It wasn't just what it looked like that was strange, though. The garden smelled funny, too. Kieran used to buy me these single red roses when he wanted to get me in a good mood, but he used to spray them with his aftershave, so I never knew what they were supposed to smell like. This was different. This was the smell of loads of flowers all combining and drifting around, so that each part of the garden had a different scent. Of course, the pigs had their own smell, all sharp and rude, which kept butting in, and then there was the warm carpet smell of the grass, and the cold metal smell of the black earth in the vegetable patch, and the smell of the trees, which was sticky and dry at the same time. And it wasn't just the smell of the garden either, it was the sounds of the garden too. Standing in that garden, it was the noise of the wind in the trees, and the bees buzzing in the flower bed, and the cows mooing, and the chickens clucking, and the pigs oinking, like all the verses of Old MacDonald at a farm being sung all at the same time. Then I suddenly felt all wobbly for a bit, and a memory just popped into my head like someone had planted it there. I remembered being 6 years old, and standing in the same garden, clear as day. Everything else about Cornwall was a bit hazy, but that memory just stuck out like a blurry photo where there's only one face in focus. Just for a second, I felt a bit Cornish. "Come on, you two," said Gwen. "These porkers are waiting." She strode up, pushing a wheelbarrow with a shovel and a bucket in it. She passed the bucket to me, which was filled with little brown food pellets that smelled well rank, like they'd already been eaten once. I gagged. "Now then, porkers," said Gwen, opening a gate in the fence and pushing her wheelbarrow through. "Good to see you and all." She paused, looking back at us. "Don't dawdle, you two," she said. "Can't keep this gate open forever. If they get out, we'll have a devil of a time getting them back in." We followed her in. The pigs didn't smell better when you got close. "Feed goes in that trough there," said Gwen to me, pointing at the trough. "Do it quick and all, or this lot will knock you down like a sandcastle." I poured the pellets into the trough, and then had to jump out of the way as the pigs charged at me. At least it was over now. "Where do you think you're going?" asked Gwen. "Barely started." This was getting stupid. "Look, Gwen," I said, trying to keep it polite. "I fed them, didn't I? It's time to go back to bed." "Don't be daft," said Gwen. Big job for today is mucking out. See all this manure here? Need to shovel that up and barrow it over to the compost heap over there. Golvan, you've got the barrow. Aaliyah, you've got the shovel. Any problems, give me a shout. I'll be with them chickens over there. What in the actual... I'm not doing it, I said. Everybody's got to do their bit, said Gwen. No free rides round here. Fine, I said. Give me a girl's job. This is a boy's job. No such thing as boys' jobs and girls' jobs, said Gwen. She was all calm and smiley still, which was even more annoying. There's just jobs, that's all. You got 2 working legs, haven't you? 2 working arms? I'm not doing it, I said, dropping the shovel. Gwen eyeballed me, her head on one side. Like that, is it? She said. OK, well, I won't make you, my love. She picked up the shovel and started filling the wheelbarrow herself. Know how long I've had this here sty? Gwen continued. 30 years now it is. Times were tough back then, for reasons you don't rightly understand. Not yet, anyhow. But believe you me, if we was going to survive, we had to have it all right here, see? We had to keep the animals back then, or else we starved. The whole family came together to build this, and them chicken coops, and dig them vegetable patches. The whole family, including your father, my cousin, bless him. Built the sty, fed the porkers, mucked them out. It was an honour, you see. Honour to help your family, to give them something back for loving you and caring for you, and bringing you up right. I haven't got a family, I said. You have now, said Gwen. You've got me, for a start. She let that hang in the air for a while. I bit my lip. Gwen just kept looking at me. It was unbearable. I put my hand on the handle of the shovel. OK, I said, fine. Gwen nodded and walked off. That morning was long. My back was killing me after loading up the barrow, and I was covered in filth within 10 minutes. Still, fair play to Golvan. For a little kid, he did his bit too, and we got the job done. Sounds weird, but kind of enjoyed it. You two have been busy, said Gwen, coming out of the house with 2 glasses of water. Connie followed her and sniffed. Gwen pointed to the clean pig pen. Ain't they done well? She said. They done all right, said Connie. No better time to go for a swim, I reckon, said Gwen. Get your cozies. The garden wall had a gate in it, and on the other side was a path that led down through the fields, and they were insanely bright green, like no grass I'd ever seen. The cows just stood there and stared, and I quite liked them until I stood in a cow pat and it was rancid because I was wearing my flip-flops and I'd only just had a pedicure. Luckily we were passing a little stream and I could wash my foot, but even then the water in the stream was freezing. When I screamed, Connie laughed out loud, so I swore at her and that only made her laugh more. More fields, more cow pats to dodge, some of them buzzing with flies, which was gross. Then, suddenly, you could see the river, and right then, all hot and stinking, a swim didn't sound all that bad. They've got stone walls everywhere in Cornwall, made out of slate, like the house was, and then stone stars which have been smoothed by all the people who've climbed over them. There was a star like that at the end of the field, and across the other side was a little church with its windows boarded up and the graveyard overgrown. St. Piran's Church, that, said Connie. Been abandoned 40 years, more's the shame. The church was right there by the beach, but it wasn't a proper beach. No white sand and turquoise water. This beach was little grey pebbles and big heaps of stinking seaweed with bugs hopping in it, and the water was dark and green. Come on, then. Water'll be lovely, said Gwen. She took her shirt off, and then she took her trousers off, and then she took her underwear off. She just got naked, right there. And Connie got naked too. I didn't know where to look. Oh, my days, I said. What are you doing? Ain't nothing you haven't got yourself, said Gwen. And you can stop staring and all, said Connie. Then they just walked down to the water, holding hands, and got in like they were normal. And as for Golvan, he didn't even seem bothered. He just got into his trunks and went swimming too, with 2 naked old women. No way. I sat down and crossed my arms. They started trying to wind me up, of course, splashing each other and laughing and making out like they couldn't see me sitting there. Well, I knew that game. I could wait them out. That was when the windsurfer turned up. I'd never seen a windsurfer in real life. The sail was bright orange and blue with see-through windows of plastic, and the board was skimming over the top of the waves like it was flying. And around the sail was a kind of handrail, and there was someone hanging on underneath, leaning right back. That is wicked, I said, forgetting there wasn't anyone there to talk to. Connie and Gwen were watching too, and they waved at the rider. The rider looked up, brought the board up close, then dropped the sail and sat down on the board to have a chat. They were talking about me, I could tell. But it was only when the rider came my way that I realised it was a woman. She was built like an athlete. She was pretty and she had long hair, but she also looked like she could kick your ass without trying much. "Colonel Bisvicken," she said, grinning at me. "Okay," I said. "Colonel is Cornwall," she said. "Colonel Bisvicken means Cornwall forever. That's how we greet each other down here." "Colonel Bisvicken," I said. "Spoken true," said the rider. "You probably won't remember me, but I remember you. I'm Tamara Vingo." "Hello," I said. The way she looked at me made me feel funny. "We're family, me and you," she said. "Yeah?" I said. "Round here, everyone always says they're related when they ain't," said Tamara. "But we really are. Vingos and Tangys come from the same branch." "So we're cousins?" I asked. "Very distant, I reckon, but yeah," said Tamara. "How are you enjoying Cornwall?" "It's lovely," I said. "Best place in the world when the sun's shining," said Tamara. "You'll have to come by the ferry boat at some point, see Dad. He'd be thrilled to see you again, I tell you." The ferry boat. Don't remember that either. Me and you used to make sandcastles on the beach there. The ferry boat inn's the best pub on the river. My dad's the landlord. Here, how are Gwen and Connie treating you? You been mucking out the pigs, have you?" "Oh," I said, turning red. I got so used to my own stink that I'd forgotten. "Think you'd better have a swim before you do anything else," laughed Tamara. "I was just about to," I lied. Tamara looked at me, with her head on one side. "I'm sorry. Never meant to embarrass you," she said. "Nothing wrong with smelling a pig. Proves you're doing something useful. Should be proud of that." "Thanks," I muttered. "So come on," said Tamara, pointing to the others. "Why don't we join the party?" The thought of something in the water came back, but I pushed it away. I had my bikini on under my shorts and top, so I took them off and followed Tamara down to the water. Tamara splashed back into the river and dived under, swimming over to Gwen and Connie. I put one foot in the water. I screamed, hopping back out again. "What's up, lover?" called Gwen. "Let's be having you." "It's bloody freezing," I said. "Here," said Tamara, wading back towards me. "Let me help you." And she picked me up, just like that. And I tried to stop her, but she was really strong, and she carried me out into the water like I was a bit of a windsurfing kit. "Put me down!" I shouted. "Right you are," said Tamara, and I could see what was coming. She lifted me over her head and just threw me, like you see dads do with little kids, and I went right under. I've never been in water that cold. It was like getting slapped all over. When I stood up, all my hair was in my face and everyone was laughing. Well, that was it. Tamara was laughing so much she didn't see me coming, and I jumped on her shoulders and ducked her head under. Tamara screamed and laughed, and I realised I was laughing too. "We're under attack," said Gwen, who started splashing me right in the face. "Go for the legs," said Connie, who went underwater going for my ankles, but when she came up, her face was all covered in seaweed like she had dreadlocks, and we were all laughing again. Then Golvan got up on Tamara's board, cannonballed off it, and soon we were all having a go. And then I trod on something slimy like seaweed but sharp like a fishhook, and it wriggled. My foot was on fire. I screamed, picked my foot up to look at it, and fell over. Tamara grabbed under my arm, and Golvan took my other side, and they dragged me out of the water and up the beach, and I was swearing my head off about my dream coming true. Tamara and Golvan got me up onto the towels and sat me down with my leg up in the air. Gwen wrapped herself in a towel and grabbed hold of my foot so she could look at it. "Weaver fish," she said. "That's bad luck, that is. Not many weaver fish round here." "Quit your crying," said Connie, drying herself with her towel. "Not much more than a bee sting, that." I screamed at her. If I hadn't been flat on my back, I would have punched her teeth down her throat. "Not much we can do about it down here," said Gwen. "Hot water and vinegar, that's what you need. We'll have to get you back to the house." I might have sworn at Gwen then too, which I'm not proud of. "You can use all the colourful language you like," said Connie. "Ain't going to change the fact that we didn't bring a kettle and a bottle of vinegar with us. Come back to the house or stay here. Them's your options." I was crying by this point, not proud of that either. Golvan came and took hold of my foot and pressed it hard with his thumbs. His hands felt hot but ice cold at the same time, and then my foot felt the same way, like it was in boiling water 1 second and then like it was in a snowdrift, and then I couldn't feel his hands at all. It was like I'd gone to sleep in a funny position and my whole leg had gone numb. And I swear there was a voice in my head, not like a thought, but an actual voice that I could hear. And it was all deep, like a yoga video, but it was Golvan's voice too. It sounded like a 13-year-old kid, and it said, "Peace." What the... I felt it. I really felt it. I felt peaceful, really calm, like I just drunk some medicine or magic potion. And all that pain in my foot started fading away until it wasn't there at all. Golvan was smiling at me like nothing had happened. "How?" I began. "How did you do that?" Chapter 6. Rosen. I'd always loved long journeys with my dad. Most of the time we were really busy. Dad was a local councillor and he took that seriously. I volunteered at the local library, which really ate up the hours. We were both nuts for Dungeons and Dragons and played at least 3 times a week. Plus, now that it was summer, we were making sacrifice every Friday night, and that's really heavy on the washing because the blood gets everywhere. So, all in all, it was nice to spend some time together with just the 2 of us. As we drove south, we sang along to the folk tunes on the radio, me taking the soprano and Dad doing the bass. We'd have made a great duo. I always thought that. Or maybe a trio, with Mum on the fiddle. Then again, I didn't really have the same sort of relationship with Mum. It was Dad that brought me up, really. Mum was always a bit of a liability. She was always there, of course, often sitting quietly on the sofa, or doing some knitting, or playing sad songs on her fiddle. She was strange, my Mum, so quiet. When I was younger, I didn't understand. I thought that was just the way Mum was. I loved her in a funny sort of way, but not like I loved Dad. Then, one night when I couldn't sleep, I went downstairs to get a glass of water and saw Dad leading Mum out into the garden, to the big stone table that I'd always thought was for feeding the birds. I looked at the clock on the oven, and it was nearly midnight. What were they doing out there? Dad sat Mum down on the stone table, and Mum did it without question, like she was in some sort of trance. Then Dad had gone to the shed and brought out a whole load of strange things, metal candle holders and black candles, a knife, some pieces of chalk, a bottle of wine in a chalice, and a big, heavy book bound in red leather. Dad drew strange patterns on the stone table with the chalk all around where Mum was sitting. Then he had placed a ring of the candle holders round her, fitted the black candles and lit them. Dad opened the big red book and began reading from it in a strange language that sounded a bit like Cornish. The flames in the candles grew larger, tall and thin and burning bright white. When Dad stopped reading from the book, he put it on the ground and uncorked the bottle of wine, pouring a big glug of it into the chalice. Then he picked up the chalice and the knife and walked up to Mum, who was still just sitting there on the stone table, surrounded by the funny chalk patterns and the circle of black candles. Dad said something to Mum, and she lifted up her arm, with the underside of her wrist pointing upwards. He drew the long, elegant blade down Mum's wrist, opening up a cut about 1 inch long. Then he tilted Mum's wrist so that the blood dripped into the chalice and mingled with the wine. All the time, Mum sat perfectly still, not even flinching when the knife cut her. When the cup was full, Dad said some more words in the strange language, raised the chalice up into the moonlight, and then drank the contents in one go. When he finished, he looked straight at me, through the kitchen window, and smiled. He'd known I was there from the beginning. He beckoned me out to join him, and I padded out into the back garden in my pyjamas and slippers, my fingers tingling with the excitement of it. Under his instruction, I helped bandage Mum's wrist and cleared up the candles. Then I led Mum back into the house and helped her get into bed. We'd had a long chat that night, Dad and me. "How long have you known?" he'd asked, making me some hot blackcurrant. "As long as I can remember," I said. "You hear the voices?" he asked. "Sometimes," I said. "They scare you?" "A bit." Don't be scared. It's a test, see? They're trying to find out if you're strong enough to be useful. Your mum there, she wasn't strong enough, and you see what she's become." I nodded and took a sip of my blackcurrant. My dad always made it super strong, and it made my teeth itch. "Dad," I asked, "what are we?" "We're the Gira Druid," he said. "The true Druids," I said. "How do you mean?" "The other lot think they're the true ones," said my dad, knitting his bushy eyebrows into a scowl. "They call us Black Druids, think we're evil." "I thought there was no such thing as good and evil," I said. "There ain't," my dad had said. "Just the strong and the weak." That had been 3 years back. My dad's words had been proved true time and time again. Mum was weak. That was why we'd left her behind. Where we were going was no place for her. It was an exciting opportunity, there was no doubt about that, but it was also pretty dangerous. The song finished, and my dad reached across and ruffled my hair. "Always had a lovely voice," he said. "How long to go?" I asked. "You nervous?" asked Dad. "No," I lied. "Just excited." "Nothing wrong with being nervous," said Dad. "Remember the first time I was called up? I was petrified." "Petrified? You?" "Oh, yes," chuckled Dad. "And your granddad was no help. Told me if I failed, not to come home. Said he'd disown me." "Is that what you do to me?" I asked. "Ha!" exclaimed Dad. "No, of course not. You won't fail." "No," I said. "Only the weak fail." "That's right," said Dad. "And you're not weak. You're strong." "The strong always prevail," I said. "The strong always prevail," echoed Dad. It was early evening, and the sun was low in the sky. As we turned a corner, the sun shone straight into my eyes, and I flipped down the visor, catching sight of myself in the mirror. I looked normal. I liked that. By 13, I'd seen things that would drive weaker people mad. Had met with beings that slithered and crawled, who hid in the dark spaces in my cupboard and in my mind, who'd devour your soul if you showed any hint of weakness. Yet, from the outside, I just looked normal. Average-length brown hair, unremarkable brown eyes, pale skin that could get a bit oily. Teeth with braces, still 9 months before they got taken off. Not tall, not short, not fat, not thin. For the first year at school, everybody kept on forgetting my name. That's how much I blended in. Of course, Dad taught me how to do it. Nobody blended in like Joe and Dew. By night, he was the Black Druid of Perranporth, capable of ripping your soul out of your eyeballs if he wanted to. I'd seen him do it, it was amazing. But by day, he was a middle-aged man with a thinning, mousy brown hair, a straggly beard and a sizable paunch, a notable pipe smoker, a home baker, cheese enthusiast and lover of folk music. Our neighbours in Perranporth knew him to be a friendly, cheerful man, who could often be seen out walking the dogs, or sitting outside the pub, slowly sipping a pint of ale. "Can you pass me a mint petal?" he asked, then laughed when he saw me rolling my eyes. "You don't hate being called that nearly as much as you pretend," he said, still chuckling. I rummaged around in the glove box, found half a tube of strong mints and passed one to my dad. "How long until we get there?" I asked. 10 minutes now," said Dad. "Now look, are you sure you don't want me to stay with you?" "You can't, Dad, you know that," I said. "What'll happen back in Perranporth if you're not there? We could stop one rebellion in Kerrier, and then have another one in Pidar when you get back." "But you could be down here a long time, all summer perhaps." "Which is fine, really it is. One day I'll take over my own territory anyway, right? So this will be good practice." "I could stay just for a day or two." "Dad, I'll be fine," I said, perhaps a bit too quickly. Okay, said Dad, shaking his head. "You know, when you do take over your own territory, you are going to be quite something. Much better than me." "You're the best Black Druid the county has ever known," I said. "If I'm half as good as you, I'll be amazing." Dad drove on, the tears shining brightly in his eyes. I had been called up because I was the one who read the signs. There were other black druids in Cornwall, all of them reaching out to the other side, all of them trying to look into the future or the past, all of them useful to the secret council in some way or other. I was just an apprentice, still under tuition from my dad. I got lucky. Dad said there was no such thing as luck or coincidence, that everything happens for a reason. But I think I was lucky. The sacrifice that night had been a badger, and I had held it down on a stone table and ended its life with the same blade I'd seen Dad use to open my mum's veins all those years before. I spread its guts out in the moonlight and looked for the patterns that I'd been taught to look for. It wasn't supposed to be anything other than a practice, a dry run, for when I had to do this for real. But something on the other side descended to send me a message. Golvan Gwydda Alwed. Those words had haunted the secret council for 150 years. The sparrow has the key. Everyone knew those words. Everyone knew the prophecy passed down by Merlin himself. The long war between the pirates and the secret council would finally be resolved, and the sparrow has the key. But what did that mean? For decades those words haunted our people. And then a druid was born in Scylla. A druid with powers beyond anything seen in 1,000 years. A druid named Golvan, the sparrow. It had been my dad who'd read the signs and seen the boy's birth. And our side had been searching for that boy ever since, with no result. We'd got close on several occasions, but the sparrow always seemed to slip through our fingers at the last moment. That was the message I'd seen in the guts of the dead badger, as the moonlight glistened upon them. The unnatural kinks in the grey-red loops, the direction the blood ran, the hot, sweet smell of death, the message was unmistakable. The sparrow was on the move. He was heading for Kerrier. Well, we contacted the secret council at once, of course. This was the clearest information on the sparrow's whereabouts for years, our best chance of catching him. The council had even taken out one of the pirates' smuggling missions that same night, on the off chance they were trying to smuggle in the sparrow by sea. It had proved a dead end, but still, the idea that my information could result in action so quickly was gratifying and terrifying at the same time. Then came the summons. I was the Black Druid who had read the signs. I was the one they needed in Kerrier to track him down once and for all. It was an incredible honour. I was only 13, the youngest to ever see active service alone, and I was about to make one of the biggest breakthroughs in the history of the war. We arrived at the holding centre just after the sun had set. At the gate, our credentials were checked by a gruff man who shone a torch in our faces, but flinched when he realised who we were. "I beg your pardon, sir," he said, bowing low. "You understand how it is at the moment?" "Not at all. Please don't apologise," said Dad, smiling. "You were just doing your job. Shall we park on the left?" "Yes, anywhere you like, sir," said the guard. "They'll be expecting you at the main house." The holding centre looked like any other farm. A big red house surrounded by outbuildings, fields stretching away in the distance, tractors and ploughs parked here and there. I'd been to these places before, though they never quite got it right. For example, there hadn't been rain for a fortnight, but the tractor still had mud splashed up its side. You wouldn't think about it unless you were looking for it. We parked by one of the barns, and as I got out of the car, I could just hear the faint hum of the machinery hidden inside, and the conversation of those who sat at the surveillance screens all day and night. I couldn't imagine anything more boring myself, but they were just doing their bit for the cause. I followed Dad to the front door. He pressed the bell, and the door was almost immediately opened. Inside we went through an array of X-ray scanners and metal detectors, and I had to show the security guards what was in my rucksack, which raised a few eyebrows. A slight man in a grey suit came forward to shake our hands. He was in his mid-50s, with short, grey hair and pale blue eyes. Good evening," he said, smiling. "I have to say it is a real honour to have you here, Mr. Dew, and, of course, young Miss Dew as well. I'm Nigel Hughes, and I'm the superintendent here at Holding Centre Alpha. Anything I can do to make you more comfortable, please do not hesitate to ask. Have you eaten this evening?" "We had a sandwich on the way," said Dad, "but I'm sure Rosen here would appreciate something hot." Of course, beamed Mr. Hughes. "Our chefs are always on call here. What would you like, Rosen? They can do anything, you know." "Could we see the subject first, please?" I said. "I'd prefer to eat afterwards." "Indeed, yes," said Mr. Hughes. "How very professional you are. Afterwards I can also show you where you'll be staying." "That sounds fine, thank you," I said. I turned to Dad. "I'll be okay, really." "You don't want me to stay for the interrogation?" asked Dad. "I don't mind." "You'll be back late as it is," I said. "I'll call before I go to bed." Dad gave me a hug and a kiss on the cheek. Then I watched him leave from the front door and waved as the car pulled away. I could feel his power tearing away from mine, like I was leaving his orbit. The other side flexed around me, filling the new space, stretching its legs. For a moment I could feel a pressure on my shoulders, like a pair of hands was resting on them. Mr. Hughes babbled a little as he showed me down to the holding cells. Everything was impressively shiny and well kept. The pot plants were green and fresh, the carpets were springy, and everything looked like it had been painted only yesterday, like a movie set, but the filming hasn't started yet. "We picked up the subject early this evening," Mr. Hughes was saying. "Our agents were pursuing the Sparrow yesterday and tracked him to the village of Mornan Smith, but they were confronted by this man and could not risk making a scene." "So they just left?" I asked. "They decided it was not the moment to force the issue," said Mr. Hughes. "If you're stronger, you can force anything you like," I said. Mr. Hughes looked at me for a moment. He was not all that he seemed, and he was beginning to understand that neither was I. "In any case," he continued, smiling, "when the agents returned, the Sparrow had gone. But we are certain the subject knows of his whereabouts, and we are working on him even now." In the centre of the main lobby was an elevator, which had to be accessed by a keycard. The elevator moved down 2 floors without making a sound, the doors opening on a long corridor with cells either side. A janitor was cleaning a large stain from the carpet in front of the second cell on the left, and he stood and saluted as we passed. "I told them they should have installed carpet down here," said Mr. Hughes, chuckling and shaking his head. At the end of the corridor there was one cell with a security guard posted outside. He stood to attention as we approached and gave the same salute as the janitor, clicking his heels together and holding his right arm across his chest so that his palm was over his heart. The salute of the Secret Council. Mr. Hughes knocked politely on the metal door of the cell, opened it, and stood back to allow me in first. Inside it was a barren concrete cube with a single chair in the centre. There were various brackets fixed into the walls, through which ropes or chains could be run, and a water faucet in the ceiling directly above the chair. The chair itself was bolted into the ground. The metallic tang of blood mingled with a fog of sweat and hung in the air unpleasantly. It was the smell of an interrogation in full swing. I hadn't realised how much I'd missed it. In the chair, with his feet chained to the legs and his hands handcuffed behind him, was a shirtless man. His head hung down low, and the blood from his nose had dribbled into the grey hair on his chest. Besides the man in the chair, there were 2 others in the room, great hulking muscular men who were panting with the exertion of the beating they had just dealt out. I smiled at them. "Thank you, gentlemen, I appreciate your efforts," I said. "You've softened him up for me. Why don't you take a breather and let me have a go now, all right?" They made their exit, smirking to each other like I was just some jumped-up kid. I made a note of their faces. "He has proved a very tough nut to crack, I'm afraid," said Mr. Hughes. "Those are 2 of my best men, and they've got nothing out of him at all." "He's being protected by more than stubbornness," I said. "I'm sorry," said Mr. Hughes. "I don't follow." I put my rucksack on the floor and took out some thin latex gloves. I put them on, first holding them up to the light to ensure there were no tiny holes or tears in the rubber. Satisfied, I hauled back the head of the subject and pulled open his eyelids. "Would you like a hand there?" asked Mr. Hughes. "Yes, please," I said. "There are some spare gloves in my bag." If Mr. Hughes was surprised at the other objects he saw in my bag, then he was too professional to show it. He snapped on a pair of the vinyl gloves and then helped keep the man's head upright. "There," I said, pulling back the eyelids once more. "Can you see that?" "What is that?" asked Mr. Hughes. "It's as I suspected," I said. "He must have known you were coming for him. He's drugged himself to stop his tongue. You see here, these green capillaries? That's a classic sign of someone who's taken an arvwisk." "I'm sorry?" "Arvwisk. It means armour. It's a potion designed to stop you from talking." "So this man is a druid?" No, Mr. Hughes, I said patiently. You wouldn't have captured a druid like this. But the potion was given to him by a druid, and that's good. You'll forgive my ignorance, I hope. Why is that good? It shows this man knows something important enough that a druid would make him this potion. Let's just double-check. Could you open his mouth, please? Mr. Hughes did so, and I peered inside. Yes, I confirmed. It's quite difficult to make out because of all these broken teeth, but can you see his tonsils back there? The same green tinge, you see? Definitely Arvwisk. Can you counteract it? Asked Mr. Hughes anxiously. We need results here. London has been informed. Well, that depends, I said. Do you want him to survive or not? Oh, good Lord, no, he said, chuckling. We would never put him back alive, not in this condition. No, if he does not survive the procedure, then that is very much not an issue. It will save us some time. So much the better, I said. Where will you dispose of him? He has a fishing boat, said Mr. Hughes. Accidents happen. It should be no problem then, I said. I think I can get what we want to know out of him before he dies. I have some things in my bag that should do the trick. I did wonder what they were for, said Mr. Hughes. They're highly effective, don't worry about a thing, I said. Are you happy to assist? It's always useful to have a second pair of hands for these things. Of course, said Mr. Hughes. I must confess I have always found the ways of the Black Druids fascinating. You're not squeamish? Squeamish? Asked Mr. Hughes. No, I'll be fine. Let's get to work then, I said. There's a jar in my bag marked Euthecta. I'll have that one first, please. My Cornish is not very good, admitted Mr. Hughes, as he carefully selected the right jar. What does Euthecta mean? It means terror, I said, taking the jar from him and slowly unscrewing the lid. Chapter 7. Daveth. My legs were burning as I followed Tamara's bike through the winding lanes. I could barely keep up. I hadn't been prepared for the sight of Tamara in her cycling gear. I was self-conscious enough in mine, given that it was all made out of stretchy black fabric and left very little to the imagination. I even had a go at stuffing a pair of socks down the front, but the result made me look like I was a bit too excited at the idea of going on a bike ride. Then Tamara had come downstairs, looking like her kit had been painted onto her, and I only realised after about 20 seconds that I was staring at her, not just staring, but staring with my mouth open. With my mouth open. It couldn't have been more obvious if I'd been one of those cartoon characters who turn into wolves and then their eyes come out on stalks. At the back of the ferryboat inn were several bikes that looked innocent enough until you realised they had no shiny metal on them at all. They were entirely matte black and grey. On a night where the moon was covered, 2 cyclists, dressed all in black, on 2 black bikes, were as good as invisible. Now we ghosted through the lanes, past Glendurgan Garden and Nansidwell Farm, and then north-east up to Trelawney, places I knew like the back of my hand in daylight, but now looming and distorted by the dark. There was so little light I could barely see Tamara's bike in front. Just before we reached Trelawney, Tamara slowed and then pulled in by the side of the road. The whole journey had taken less than 20 minutes. Now that the air wasn't roaring in my ears, I could hear a kind of hot silence, like you get just before it thunders. Tamara picked up her bike, hopped over the ditch, lifted the bike over the fence and then followed it over. I tried to do the same, got my hand caught in the chain and ended up stuck on one side of the fence with my hand and the bike on the other. "What the hell are you doing?" whispered Tamara. "It's dark," I hissed back, as she untangled my hand and helped me over the fence. We were now in a small pasture field, with a deep, dark hedge running along the northern edge. Above the low moan of the wind, we could hear the waves crashing on the rocks and smell the salt in the air. Sticking close to the hedge, we skirted along the field, padding along in a silent jog, awkwardly close to each other so that our hands kept brushing until we reached the stone wall at the far end. Over the stone wall was the coastal path, then a 20-foot-high cliff, then the sea. I was panting heavily by the time we reached the wall. The cycle might have been short, But it had been pretty intense, and while the bike itself was very light, it had double saddlebags on the back which were filled with gear. Tamara beckoned me over. She was peering over the wall with a pair of night vision binoculars, which she offered to me, and pointed at where she had been looking. I squinted into the eyepieces, taking a little while to get used to the strange green twilight world. Then I saw it, the same white pleasure boat that had buzzed us that morning. It was anchored half a mile offshore and was bobbing and rising in the swell, watching the entrance to the river. Not for much longer. Tamara took out the 2 wetsuits and tossed one to me. I held it for a moment, looking at her. I hadn't really thought through how this bit would work. "Turn around," whispered Tamara. I turned and quickly slipped out of the cycling gear, trying not to think about Tamara doing the same. Then, as I was standing there naked in the dark, I found that the wetsuit was inside out, and then, to make matters worse, the zip got caught in the Velcro and I had to take the whole thing off again and sort it out. I turned round to find that Tamara had finished ages ago and was watching me. I couldn't quite work out what the expression on her face was, but I assumed she was looking at me like I was an idiot. That seemed to be her default setting. "You finished," she whispered. "The zip," I said. "Caught on the... Can we go?" "Yep. Sure." Leaving the bikes where they were, we hopped over the wall and crossed the coastal path. A large crack in the rock provided a steep path, and we edged down it, bracing ourselves with our hands against the sides. After this, there was another 20 feet of scrambling among boulders. Tamara, being Tamara, did it nimbly, like a mountain goat. Me, being me, nearly fell 3 times, the 3rd time setting off an avalanche of dirt and pebbles that earned me another dirty look. We'd brought a swimming aid, which I inflated, and flippers, snorkels and masks, which we slipped on. We crept into the cold, black water and began gently paddling out to where the boat lay bobbing offshore. The water was cold, even though the wetsuits and only our heads were above the water. The snorkel in my mouth forced me to breathe in puffs, and the mask was fogging up from the inside, making it very difficult to see anything at all. A strong tide was tugging at us, and a strengthening breeze was blowing in the same direction. We had to swim diagonally to the boat in order to get there. I tried to match my kicks to Tamara's and find the same rhythm. We had to huddle together on the float, and our bodies brushed as we swam. It was the closest we'd ever been to each other. We were halfway to the boat, and the water was getting colder as it got deeper. Deep water gave me the creeps. I could feel it tugging at me, luring me down into the void. Young Tom's tales about sharks were going round my head, and I wondered if Tamara was scared too. No, of course not. Tamara wasn't scared of anything. She gripped my arm. Perhaps she was scared after all. I tried to reassure her. "It's okay," I said, but the snorkel made it come out as more of a gargle. Tamara gave me one of her looks. She jerked her head at the dark silhouette of the boat up ahead. There was somebody on deck. What were they doing? Had they posted a sentry? We lay perfectly still in the water, gently lifting up and down with the swell as we watched. How well we were camouflaged by the waves was impossible to tell. It got even colder now we weren't swimming, and I tried to stop myself shivering. Over the noise of the swell, there was a familiar noise. A zipper. "What is it?" hissed Tamara, removing the snorkel from her mouth. "He's going for a pee," I whispered, and even Tamara had to smile at this. Once he'd finished, he went back down below, and we kicked on, trying to get the blood moving again. The boat had swung round on her anchor, so that the bow was pointing out to sea, and the stern was facing the rocky shoreline. Perfect. We swam to the bow and inspected the anchor, which was secured with a hefty chain, but after the chain ran out it was just rope, which Tamara began to cut through with her knife. Meanwhile, I went to the stern, where 2 powerful outboard motors sat in the water, their fuel lines sitting up invitingly for my knife. I had to haul myself up onto the motor platform, half in and half out of the water, to reach the clear plastic tubes, and the rising swell meant I kept bumping into the twin propellers with my legs. I felt a sting as the blades cut through my wetsuit and sliced a shallow cut across my thigh, then the cold of the invading water. I cut the second fuel line and was about to move back round to the bow when the boat jerked. The anchor rope had snapped before it could be cut. The jerk was enough to throw me off balance, and I brought my legs up to try and level myself out. At the same time, one of the engines, which hadn't been locked in place, swung down, catching my left leg between the hull and the descending exhaust housing, the two coming together with a snap like the jaws of a crocodile, pinning my leg under the boat. Pain. Crushing pain, the bones in my ankle grating against metal and fiberglass. I screamed but disappeared underwater at the same time, so I screamed into the water, my leg up and my torso pointing down. I pulled desperately with my arms and managed to get my head above water briefly, but only just long enough to take a gulp of air before going under again. The boat was moving. I was being dragged with it towards the rocks. I pulled again with my arms, trying to get my head above water. Then a pair of strong hands grabbed the scruff of my wetsuit and hauled me to the surface. "What's happened?" hissed Tamara. "My leg," I gasped. "The engines." Tamara shoved the snorkel back in my mouth and dived under. My head went under too, and a glug of choking seawater went down my snorkel and into my mouth. I could feel Tamara's vice-like hands as she tried to massage my leg free, but the weight of the engines made that impossible. The shore was getting close now. The boat had started off in the middle of a shallow bay, but now it was only half a mile away from the rocks where the waves were crashing. I was clawing at the water in my mouth, and my vision had narrowed to a black tunnel, like I was looking down the wrong end of a telescope. A thought. This is what drowning feels like. My head cleared the surface and I gasped for air. Tamara was heaving with all her might at the engine, trying to do by hand what was normally done by an electric motor, and each heave was a nail being driven into my ankle. I looked over my shoulder and saw the rocks even closer. If I was still under the boat when it hit those rocks, I'd be crushed like a grape. Then, with a click, the engine lifted clear and my leg was suddenly free, the cold of the water a numbing relief. I tried to swim but couldn't, my leg was too sore to move properly. Tamara slid back into the water and quickly slipped behind me, put her arm over my chest and floated me on my back. She gave me the swimming aid to hold as she kicked for shore, cradling me like a lifeguard. We were 50 feet away from the boat when the crew rushed up on deck. The boat was only metres from the rocks by this point, and rising and falling dramatically as the waves grew bigger near the shore. The first thing they did, of course, was try the engines, and there was a frustrated cry as the starter button was pushed, only for the engines to rattle and remain silent. One of them went to the back of the boat and swore as he saw the cut fuel lines. "There's no time," shouted the first man. "Come on, we've got to go." He jumped overboard, and his colleagues soon joined him. Only just in time. A few seconds later, the boat rose high on a wave and, instead of sliding over the top of it, caught in the white water at the top and slammed down onto the waiting rocks. There was a horrible grinding crack as the fiberglass hull smashed and grated into the jagged shore. Then it was picked up again and slammed down again. The boat lasted 3 minutes before the hull made a different noise, like a coconut being cracked open. And this time it stayed on the rocks, because it had been broken, and one of those sharp teeth of slate must have gone all the way through. And that was the end of the patrol boat that was disguised as a pleasure boat. By morning, it would be a wreck. Tamara continued to kick hard as the tide tried to drag us onto the same rocks that were tearing the boat apart. Not far distant, the two men who had abandoned the boat had also realised the danger and were striking out in a front crawl in the opposite direction. This was a mistake. If they'd been true watermen, they'd have realised that you swim at an angle to a tide, not directly against it. Tamara was wiser. She was heading for the nearest safe spot, a patch where the cliffs had collapsed into a loose pile of boulders and shale, and the waves were gentler. When we were in waist-deep water, she stood up and helped me to my feet. My ankle was swollen and hot, but I could just about hobble over the uneven shoreline. We were picking our way round to where we'd left the equipment, when we saw lights up on the cliffs, and powerful torch beams swept down onto the shore and sea, finally focusing on the wrecked pleasure boat, and then searching for the crew who were still struggling in the water. "We can't go back for the bikes," hissed Tamara. She was right. Those torch beams could only belong to enemy agents. How they had come here, whether the men on the boat had managed to send out a distress signal, or whether it was just bad luck, was not relevant now. We were trapped. Chapter 8. Aaliyah. For the first time in ages, I woke up feeling good, with the sunlight really bright through the curtains. I'd kind of expected Gwen to get us to feed the pigs again, but she hadn't, and when I leant over the bunk, Golvan wasn't in the bunk below. I flexed my foot under the sheets. It felt fine, like it had never been stung. Whatever it was that Golvan had done to it, it had worked a treat. Gwen had said something about pressure points releasing the pain, but she was obviously making it up. I'd had enough lies. Someone was going to tell me what was going on. Voices were coming from upstairs, so I got dressed and headed up there. There were 5 people around the table. Gwen, Connie and Golvan I was expecting, but not Tamara, not the bloke who was sitting next to her. "Cornebus Vicken," Tamara said, smiling. "Cornebus Vicken," I replied, then realised I'd said it without even thinking about it. "Thought it was time we reminded you what sailing is," said Tamara. "We?" I asked, looking at the stranger. He was quite fit, actually. Took decent care of himself, good-looking, but there was something off about him, couldn't quite work out what it was. He stood up and shook my hand. "Daveth Olver," he said. "You must be Aaliyah." "That's right," I said. We shook hands like he was trying to impress someone's dad. "Heard a lot about you," he said. "Okay," I said, not really knowing what else to say. "You come from a great family," said Daveth. Connie made this funny snorting noise. "All very well coming in here with fine words now," said Connie. "Now then," said Gwen, "don't you start again, Conwell Foss. He needed our help last night and we were glad to give it. No need for rudeness." Gwen and Connie eyeballed each other, and it was awkward for a moment, and then Connie rolled her eyes and shrugged. "Come and sit down and have some breakfast," said Gwen to me. I sat down next to Golvan, who hadn't seemed to notice anything that had happened. He smiled at me like he was drunk, and I genuinely thought he might be. "Now then, what'll you have?" asked Gwen. "Tamara and Daveth are having bacon and eggs. Golvan's had porridge, and Connie's having a kipper over there. Any of that do it for you?" "I'll just have a cup of coffee," I said. "Hey? What, for breakfast? Nonsense," said Gwen. "You'll be out in the river all day, you need some energy. Here, get some bacon down you." She stuck a big plate of bacon and eggs in front of me. There are 417 calories in one bit of bacon. "You up for some sailing, are you?" said Tamara, with a full mouth. Yeah, sure," I said. "What, got somewhere better to be?" asked Tamara, picking up my vibe. "No," I said, "but, what about the pigs? I mean, if I don't have to do them, great. It's just Daveth's done it for you," said Gwen. "Oh," I said, looking at Daveth. "Thanks." "Least I could do, having been taken in last night," said Daveth. "Bloody kiss-ass," said Connie. I was waiting for Daveth to tell Connie to get stuffed, but he didn't. He just sat there with this weird expression on his face, like he was trying not to throw up. I'd have smacked her by now. "Come on, love, eat up," said Gwen to me, trying to change the topic. I ate a bit of the egg white and tried to make it look like I was enjoying it. Gwen was pleased by that. We finished breakfast, and I managed to sneak my plate away before Gwen inspected it. Then it was all running around, packing bags and making picnics and stuff, before we were walking through the fields again, with those same enormous cows staring at us like we'd gone mad. At least this time I didn't tread in any cow pats. Daveth walked by himself, behind the main group of us, and I walked with Tamara. "Why does everyone hate him so much?" I asked. "Our family owes his family a debt," said Tamara, "and he's here to collect it. Lives with us at the ferry boat and makes sure my dad pays the right amount." "Yeah, okay," I said. "That'd probably do it for me too." I turned round and had another sly look at him. "Still," I said to Tamara, "he's quite fit." Tamara laughed. "No, he's not," she said. "Seriously?" "You really don't see that?" "No." "Not even?" "No," said Tamara. "You two didn't really come by just to give me a sailing lesson," I said, changing the subject. Tamara gave me a funny look, like she was embarrassed. "What's going on?" I asked. "What makes you say that?" asked Tamara. "Look," I said, "I'm not stupid. There's something weird going on down here." "Oh yeah? Like what?" "Like what? How about people keep turning up in the middle of the night? Last night it was you two. A couple of nights ago it was that walking flea bag over there," I said, pointing at where Golvan was ambling along with a big grin on his face, like a toddler. "What is it? You lot all in trouble with the cops or something?" Tamara took a deep breath. "Look," she said, "it's really not my place to tell you this." "Tell me what?" Can't believe Gwen hasn't said anything. Yeah, well, she hasn't, I said, so why don't you, eh? Honestly, said Tamara, you don't want to know. Yeah, I do actually, I said. It's one of those things, once you know, you can't unknow. Look, either we're cousins or we're not, I said. I'd tell you if it was the other way round. Tamara stopped and looked at me, real deep, like she was trying to read my mind. All right, sighed Tamara, but it's complicated. Give me the simple version. We tramped on as Tamara frowned, trying to work out what to say. Okay, she said. Well, it's like this. You said we were in trouble with the cops, and that's not far from the truth, but it's more like the secret police, okay? What, like MI5 or something? Sort of, but actually secret. They control everything in the whole country, and nobody knows they even exist. That sounds like the sort of thing that nutters post on the internet, I pointed out. Yeah, fair enough, she said, but this one's true. Okay, I said, let's say I believe you, and by the way, I really don't, but if I did, what have the secret police got against you? Not just against me, said Tamara, against all of us. What? I laughed. Me too? Well, yeah, said Tamara. Maybe, like I said, you really don't want to get involved in this. Sounds like I am already, I said. Come on, why do the secret police hate you? Or, us, or whatever. It goes back a long way, said Tamara. Back to when the Saxons invaded. You know about that? Sort of, I said. See, Britain used to be full of Britons, said Tamara. Celts, you see, like you get in Wales and Scotland. Then the Saxons invaded and all those Britons got pushed out. Well, you may not know it, but the Cornish are Britons. The people who used to be here before the Saxons, and the Cornish wouldn't accept Saxon rule and fought back. And there's been a secret war going on between the Cornish and the Saxons ever since. And it's still going on now. That's what we were up to last night, Davith and me. We cut the anchor on one of their boats and wrecked it on the rocks. Wow, I said. So, you're a proper badass then? Oh, more like a pain in the arse, Tamara said, laughing. The sun was high overhead now and it was getting hot. So, you smashed their boats, I said. What do they do to you? Bleed us white, said Tamara through gritted teeth. Eh? They tax us into the ground, said Tamara. Everyone in Kerrier who tries to earn an honest living gets taxed into poverty. So, how do people get by? Well, that's where the smuggling comes in. Seriously. Every night, in every fishing village and every little cove, there are boats bringing stuff in. It's the only way we can survive. I was going to ask more, but then we came to Parsons Beach again and followed Gwen and Connie over to a boat with a dark green cover, sitting on a trailer with wheels. Gwen, Connie and Tamara started taking off the cover and pulling on important-looking bits of rope. The boat was all wood and varnished, and the wood had this pattern like fire. On the back it said, Gueva Serpent. Wave Serpent, said Gwen, seeing me looking. Fastest boat on the river. Davith laughed when she said this, as if to say, yeah, right, but soon shut up when he saw everyone giving him evils. I should get back, he said. Thank you for your hospitality last night. I won't forget the service you've done me. Well, couldn't leave you out in the cold, could we? Said Gwen. Perhaps you can repay the favour some day. Pay something else and all, muttered Connie. It was nice to meet you, said Davith, shaking my hand again. He was big into shaking hands. I'll see you again, I'm sure. He nodded to Gwen and Connie, then looked at Tamara. See you back at the... Yeah, Tamara said. Your leg all right? It's fine, said Davith. I've had worse, so... Yeah. He headed off, still limping, but making out like it didn't hurt. The others all went back to getting the boat ready, except Golvan, who was crouching down by a big patch of seaweed and looking at all the little bugs that were hopping about in it. I wandered off, kicking the pebbles on the beach and missing my phone. Then I got that weird feeling that someone was watching me, and I looked up, the hairs on the back of my neck standing up. I'd wandered close to this little church, and there was someone standing in the graveyard, staring at me. It was the ghost. For the second time in 2 days, I saw a ghost, and I didn't say a word. Didn't turn to the others and go, "Can you see this?" or anything. Still don't really know why.
just seemed like something private, I guess. The church was tiny, like a bungalow made out of stone, and the graveyard round it hadn't seen a lawnmower in years. The ghost was standing just inside the little stone wall, waiting for me. When I got close, he beckoned me to follow him and went round the back of the church. I followed the ghost to one of the gravestones. Like all the others, it was covered in weeds and moss, but I could just make out what was written on it. The faded letters said, Kasich Tangi, and underneath that, 1810, 1854. I looked up at the ghost, who nodded seriously, looking deep into my eyes like he was trying to put something in my brain. So, that's you? I asked. He nodded again. I was going to ask another question, but then I heard voices calling out my name, and when I looked back, the ghost was gone. Back round by the entrance of the graveyard, I found Golvan waiting for me. They ready? I asked. He nodded. Down on the beach, Tamara and Gwen were putting the boat in the water, and the sails were flapping and making a right racket. Above all that, Tamara shouted at me to put on a wetsuit, which was hot and smelled funny, and over that a life jacket that looked even more stupid. Right, said Tamara. Come and hold the front of the boat, and I'll explain a few things, okay? I crept into the water, felt even colder than before. The pointy end of the boat is the bow, said Tamara, pointing, and the back end is the stern. That bit sticking into the water at the back is the rudder, and the bit you hold on to steer is the tiller. Any of this ringing a bell? Tiller, rudder, yep, got it, I lied. The big sail is the mainsail, the small sail is the jib, okay? Said Tamara, pointing at the flapping white sails. I control the mainsail and you control the jib, and we do it with these ropes here, which are called sheets. Why don't you just call them ropes? I asked. There are a lot of ropes on a sailing boat, explained Tamara. They have to have different names or it would be confusing. Yeah, it'd be rubbish if it was confusing, I said. Any more of that attitude and I'll push you overboard, said Tamara, sort of joking and sort of not. Now get in, keep your head down, or the boom will smack you in the face. The boom? The wooden bit at the bottom of the mainsail, said Tamara. And if it hits you, it's your own fault for not paying attention. Come on, in you get. I got in the boat and cowered in the bottom of it. Then Tamara turned the boat around and the sails suddenly filled with wind, and before I knew it, she'd hopped in and we were off. The boat started filling with water straight away, and we were slamming into these huge waves and were clearly about to sink. We should turn back, I said, or maybe screamed. Stop messing about down there, called Tamara. Come and sit up here. You're supposed to be helping me. I looked up and saw Tamara was sitting on the other side of the boat, holding the thing that steered it. I don't like this, I said. Rubbish. We've only just started. Now pull yourself together and stop being such a baby, called Tamara. I don't know what to do, I said, crying slightly. That's why it's called a lesson, said Tamara. Come on, step one, sit on the correct side of the boat. You always sit on the opposite side to where the sail is, all right? I just about got to the other side of the boat, and there was a wire that connected the main bit of the boat to the top of the mast, so I held on to that. The main bit of the boat was called the hull. The wire was called a stay. What the... Tamara hadn't even told me those ones. How did I know what they were called? I shifted my weight and the boat levelled out and went faster. That was called moving onto an even keel. Tamara hadn't told me that either. The smaller of the two sails, the triangular one at the front of the boat, the jib was flapping. Right, can you, began Tamara. Got it, I said. I pulled on the foresheet and the jib tightened up. Again, the boat increased in speed. There you go, it's all coming back, said Tamara. We'll make a sailor of you yet. We were in the middle of the river by now, and the wind was getting stronger. The boat started to tip up again. What I need you to do now, started Tamara, but I was already doing it. There was a padded strap strung in the bottom of the boat. The strap was called the kicking strap, and the bottom of the boat was called the bilges. I knew that. Somehow, I knew their names. And I knew what the kicking strap was for as well. I hooked my feet underneath it and shifted my weight out onto the rail, leaning out over the surface of the water to bring the boat back level. Like that, I said. Yeah, said Tamara, frowning. Hey, how do you know how to do that? I don't know, I said. I just do. Okay then, said Tamara. Let's see how you handle this. We're sailing close to the wind, right? But we can't sail straight into the wind, I nodded. We have to put an attack. The information was sitting there in my brain, like I just downloaded it. You couldn't sail straight into the wind. It was like a clock face, where you could sail at 11 o'clock and you could sail at 1 o'clock, but you couldn't sail straight at 12 o'clock. So if that was the direction you needed to head, you had to zigzag. You had to turn the boat through 90 degrees so that the wind hit the other side. That meant the sail would flip over, and I'd have to duck under the boom and go and sit on the other side of the boat. I'd also have to let the jib out and pull it in on the other side. It was called tacking. "Where'd you learn this?" asked Tamara. "Guess you're right," I said. "Must be in the blood." "Come on then, let's see how you do," said Tamara. "Ready about." This was the signal to make ready. "Leo!" Tamara pushed the tiller away from her. The bow of the boat passed through the wind, and the boom came over. I ducked under the boom, unclipping the foresheet as I went, and pulled the sail taut on the other side. It just felt natural, like I'd been doing it my whole life. For the next half an hour, me and Tamara burnt the river up. We went through every point of sail, and with every new thing I knew what to do. I could just do it. "What's that?" said Tamara. I looked ahead to where she was pointing. There was something big floating in the water where the river met the sea. It looked like a tree trunk. "Maybe we should leave it," I said. "Isn't this for the Coast Guard or something?" "This is our turf," said Tamara. "What happens here is our business. Besides, I don't like the look of it. Something's wrong." "That's why we should leave it," I said. "I think it's a boat," said Tamara. She was right. It was a boat. A fishing boat, seen low in the water. "Nobody on board," I said. "I know that boat," said Tamara. "That's Kev's boat." Now we could see that it was charred and smashed, and there was this smell of burnt tyres. The cabin was the only bit that was above the water. "Let your sheet loose," said Tamara. The mainsail started flapping, and the boat slowed down to a crawl. We came near the wreck, and Tamara grabbed onto its rail with her hand. "Well, no point in hanging about," I said. We were really close to the open sea now. "Tie us on," said Tamara. "I need to get a closer look at this." Just then a wave slid underneath us, and as I reached out, I got nothing but air. Too late. I hit the cold water head first. I swallowed a bit of water and came up coughing. That stupid bloody life jacket was round my neck, so I couldn't see anything or even swim. "Hold on," said Tamara, trying to grab me. Then another wave came, and I nearly got squashed between the two boats. Wave Serpent slipped away, and Tamara went back to the tiller to sail it closer. There was a piece of the fishing boat floating next to me, so I grabbed it, trying to prop myself up. But it wasn't a piece of the fishing boat. It had a weird, stiff springiness to it, and it was wrapped in cloth, and as I grabbed a handful, it turned over in the sea. It was a dead man, a floating corpse. His face was grey and screaming, and his misted eyes stared straight into mine. Chapter 9. Rosen. Against a bronze sky we waited in Morland Smith. All day long we'd bided our time. The trap was set. From the outside, our van was a wreck, all flaking paint, rust patches and worn tyres. Perfect cover. We'd parked across the road from the house. Nothing had moved all day, but that didn't worry me. That was just how the pirates would play it, knowing them. From the outside, everything picture postcard and chocolate box Cornish. On the inside, rebellion. The old man had cracked. Of course he'd cracked. It never took much of the rolling black liquid, the euthecta, to break them. Grown men would weep just at the sight of the jar. Kev Holman had lasted longer than most. I gave him that. He must have known what was coming. The same druid who gave him the Arvwisk would have primed him to the methods of the Black Druids too. But he had faced his death with courage. Now we were about to crack a key pirate stronghold. It had been suspected for some time that the Druids had created a safe house somewhere in this region, and the signs were all here. For a start, there was no signal for mobile phones or internet, and whilst publicly this was passed off as a result of the village's remote location, in actual fact it was because the pirates deliberately blocked the signal. They knew the secret council used technology to track them, and blocking mobiles was one way to slow us down. Another clue was the lack of activity from the other side. Generally, I could feel the other side, everywhere in Cornwall, in the same way that I could see the sky. But in Morland Smith there was nothing, just a big void. The Druids wouldn't have bothered unless there was something here worth protecting. We waited and waited as the sun disappeared from the sky and the streets grew empty. Finally, I knocked on the partition and it slid back, revealing the two agents in the front. We were all dressed as electricians in light blue overalls with Cornish Electric written on the back. "Let's go," I said. We approached the house casually, keeping up some chit-chat about what a pain it was to get so late a call-out. The house was like so many in that part of Cornwall, thick slate walls, deep windows, painted white woodwork. "Be careful," I said. "This could be a trap." The first agent, a sturdy man of 30-odd called Harwood, knocked on the door. "Cornish Electric," he called out. "Faulty fuse box?" The second agent, a middle-aged woman called Fernley, peered through the window. "I can't see anyone," she said. "Let's take the door." She took a pouch of lock-picking tools from the pocket of her overalls and knelt by the keyhole. Harwood looked over his shoulder, concerned about somebody seeing, but Fernley knew her job, and the door clicked open within seconds. The three of us slipped inside. Fernley and Harwood drew their tasers, but something was wrong. "There's nobody here," I said. Even as we went room to room, I knew we weren't going to find anything. Nobody had lived in this house for decades. Everything was covered in dust, the furniture was tatty and old, and half the rooms were more or less empty. Fernley and Harwood began to turn things over, but there was little point. I felt sick. The old man had lied to me. The sense of failure washed over me. It was overwhelming. Having swept downstairs, we moved up the creaky wooden staircase to the first floor. The floorboards up here weren't even carpeted, and the 3 bedrooms were entirely empty. What was this place then? Just an empty house? An address that a pirate could give under torture to lead us astray? But that wasn't enough. The pirates wouldn't keep a place like this empty. There was always another motive. The dying sunlight came through the dust-streaked windows in orange bars, making the dust dance as the sun set. I spotted the danger even as Harwood started coughing. I was just in time to call on the other side and project a sphere around myself, but even so I could feel it in the back of my throat and in my eyes. The dust! It was the damned dust! Harwood was collapsing, holding his throat, and Fernley had her palms pushed against her streaming eyes. The pirates had laced the house with a chemical agent, those sneaky, conniving... Concentrating on projecting the sphere around my head, I ran down the stairs and flung open the front door, staggering out into the night before collapsing on the front lawn. My eyes were stinging and my throat felt raw. I sat on the grass looking up at the house. There was a noise behind me and I turned to see half a dozen of the villagers watching from the road. They were pretending to be innocent bystanders, but the smug look on their faces said they knew exactly what was going on. "Get lost," I rasped, the words agony in my throat. "Anyone still here in 10 seconds will be coming with us." The villagers turned to each other, smiled, shrugged, and strolled onwards. One of them actually whistled. I vowed that one day I'd see this whole bloody village razed to the ground. "This is what failure feels like," said a voice in my head. Not my own voice. A cruel, sharp, mocking voice. "What will your father say when he finds out?" asked the voice. I shook my head from side to side. Maybe the dust wasn't just an allergen. Maybe it was hallucinogenic too. A scrabbling sound from inside the house. Fernley crawled out through the open doorway, hauling herself into the safe air. Her whole head was red and blotchy. From the first floor came the noises of Harwood still scrambling around in the bedroom where we'd left him. Then there was the grating sound of a sill being lifted and the bedroom window slid open. Harwood crawled out through the opening and in desperation threw himself out into open space. His body turned once in the air and he landed flat on his back on the lawn with a crack of at least one breaking bone. The 3 of us stayed there for a while, Fernley's breathing slowly returning to normal, Harwood moaning in pain and feeling at his ribs, which had cracked on impact. I picked myself up. "We're leaving," I said, through gritted teeth. Fernley went over to haul Harwood to his feet. He groaned as his fractured ribs grated together, but managed to limp with Fernley's assistance. Both still had bright red faces and watery eyes, and when someone catcalled us as we retreated back to the van, our humiliation was complete. It was a relief when we were back inside the van, although it would be some time before either of the agents' eyesight was good enough to drive. In the back, I put my headset back on and put a call in to the holding centre. "Wolf 1 to HQ," I said. "Come in, HQ." "HQ here," came the voice of the operator. "How goes the hunt, Wolf 1? "I want to make contact with Central Authority." "Say again, Wolf 1, said the operator, who had heard what I said but clearly didn't want to get this one wrong. "You heard me," I said. "Get me the taxman." Chapter 10. Golvan. I knew something was wrong even as I watched from the beach. A different kind of electricity started flowing the moment that the dinghy headed out to the open sea. Up until that point, the picture had been perfect. The sun shining down on the green water, the dinghy flying over the river, the distant figure of Arlia, taking so naturally to sailing as if recognising her birthright. Then it all changed. We could see something at the mouth of the river, and Tamara and Arlia saw it too. The moment they headed out to inspect it, I had a sick feeling in my stomach, and the hair on my arms pricked up. Another move, and the great game was about to be played. By the time the dinghy returned to the shore, I half knew the truth already. Kev Holman, to whom I owed my life, was now a floating corpse. I owed a debt that I couldn't repay. Arlia was pale, shivering, and silent. Gwen wrapped her in a towel and spoke softly to her, but she still didn't say a word. Connie showed her mettle in that moment. She told Tamara to go back to the ferryboat, and eventually Tamara did as she was told, and she told the rest of us to get back to Fenton House as quickly as we could. We'd make an anonymous phone call about the body. You never knew with the police whose side they were on. It was a tense journey back, with Connie leading the way and Gwen walking with both arms around a still shivering Arlia. I walked behind, feeling a crackle of electricity with every step. I had to weigh up my options. Back at the house, Gwen tried to get Arlia talking. "It must have been an awful shock, love," she said, putting a steaming mug of cocoa in front of Arlia and an arm around her shoulders. "But accidents happen, I'm afraid. The sea's a dangerous place. Can't never forget that." Arlia said something, but too softly to hear. "What's that, love?" asked Gwen. "It wasn't an accident," said Arlia bitterly. "Yeah," said Gwen. "Of course it was." "You knew him, didn't you?" asked Arlia. "The dead guy, you knew him." "Yes," said Gwen, "and it's very sad." "But not an accident," said Arlia. "What do you mean, love?" "You're up to something shady down here, aren't you?" said Arlia. "You're pretending it's all picture postcard, but it isn't." "Well, what makes you say that?" "Tamara told me." Gwen and Connie were lost for words for a minute. "She had no right," started Gwen. "At least she told me the truth," said Arlia. "You lot have been lying to me ever since I got here. You're just a bunch of criminals." "How bloody dare you!" butted in Connie, raising a hand like she was about to hit Arlia. Arlia stood up and squared her shoulders. "Yeah? Step up, you see what happens," she shouted. "You come at me, I'll put you in the ground." "You've been asking for this," shouted Connie, and Gwen had to step between them to stop a brawl breaking out. "For God's sake, you two," she shouted, struggling to keep them from each other's throats. I came forward, taking hold of Connie's wrist with one hand and Arlia's with the other. With all of my might, I flooded them both with love and peace, pouring every positive emotion I could think of into their raging souls. "Peace," I said, as loudly as I could. "Peace." The effect was instant. Connie took a deep breath and went limp. She staggered backwards, felt shakily for the armchair behind her and sat down, closing her eyes. Arlia was less calm. She snatched her wrist from my grip and backed away, looking at me with horror in her eyes. I had seen this reaction before. This was not going to end well. I came forward, holding my hands out, trying to calm her down. "How did you do that?" she demanded. "I heard your voice in my head. Inside my head." I tried to put my hand back on her wrist, to try to explain, but she backed away further. "Don't you touch me," she said, pointing at me like I was some sort of maniac. I came forward anyway, wary of Alia's fists and the knowledge that she could cause me quite a bit of damage if she chose to. "Stay there," she shouted. Her voice high and unnatural, full-blown hysteria would follow. I took another step forward, and she swung for me, wildly, with a clenched right fist. I was expecting the punch, though, and I stepped underneath it, and one fluid motion put my hands on the side of her head. "Sleep," I said, and her mind did not need much encouragement. Faced with something that was beyond its ken, Alia's brain shut down, and she collapsed into my arms. Sometimes it's easier to deal directly with the subconscious, and leave the waking brain out of it altogether. We carried Alia over to the sofa and made her comfortable, Gwen smoothing back her hair like she was looking after her own child. I pulled up a chair and settled myself. Doing it this way might save a lot of explaining. We had to be careful or the damage caused could be devastating. I put my hands on her temples again. She had a thin sheen of sweat on her forehead and was breathing deeply, the sleep repairing at least some of the mental damage suffered that day. I did not tell her everything. The history of the pirates and the druids is hundreds of years long, and, besides, I didn't know most of it. I just told her the things she needed to make sense of the situation so far. We could go into detail later. The Cornish have been fighting the Saxons for over 1,000 years, and for the most part, the war has been entirely secret, I told her. On the Cornish side are the pirates, on the Saxon side, the secret council. Pirates aren't criminals, and they never were. Those were lies spread by the secret council to undermine them. The pirates are freedom fighters. Cornwall has 10 territories, known as hundreds. Each 100 is controlled by a different pirate family. The 100 we are in right now is called Kerrier, and the ruling family is the Vingos. Tamara's father is chieftain here. That means that you are a pirate, Alia. Gwen is a pirate too, and so was your father. Once, all 10 families were united against the secret council, but the council infiltrated the families and turned them against each other. If the pirates are ever to expel the secret council once and for all, they have to be united. That was enough. If I overloaded Alia with information at this point, her brain would reject it all and would be back to where we started. This was an amount that I thought Alia could cope with. She might be fairly aggressive, but she was smart. It was an explanation that would make sense to her. Slowly and gently, I brought her up out of her slumber. Her eyes opened, and she looked into mine. "It's true," she said softly, and I nodded. I put my hand on her arm. "It's true," I told her. "I'm sorry I had to put you to sleep to explain it to you." "So, you're what? A wizard? A druid? Since the beginning, we have been the pirates' allies. And you can do, what, magic or something?" "We don't call it that. We are aware of forces that most people don't realise are there. It's like having an extra sense." "And that's how you're doing this? Talking in my head?" "It must be a strange sensation. I'm sorry about that. I should have given you a heads up." I nudged her, and she looked at me strangely. "Heads up," I said again. "Talking in your head. Heads up. It's a joke." "Yeah," said Alia. "I think I need to get some air." She sat up and stretched. Gwen came forward and gave Alia a hug, which Alia did not quite return, and Connie even mumbled an apology of sorts, which Alia sort of accepted. The rest of the afternoon Alia spent in the garden, sitting on the grass and thinking. I wanted to go down and talk to her more, but something told me I needed to leave her alone for a while. Making sense of this was going to take some time. She came in when Gwen put supper on the table. Alia ate very little as usual, and all attempts to get her to talk were met with very brief responses. I started to worry about her again. I thought she'd come to terms with the truth about Kerno, but increasingly it seemed she hadn't. But actually, there were other things going through my mind as well. Aliyah was a puzzle that I hadn't even started to solve. I needed to find out more about her. She went to bed very early, and, after a stressful day, both Gwen and Connie turned in early too. They would have the Pirate Congress the following morning, and both knew that would be a difficult meeting. I was left alone to ponder Aliyah, turning events over and over again like a crossword clue that wouldn't unravel. Sometime after midnight, I resolved on a new approach. I went down the stairs as quietly as I could and padded over to the bathroom. Inside, on the counter below the mirror, I found what I was looking for: Aliyah's hairbrush. Aliyah seemed to brush her hair about once every half an hour, and there were a dozen long black hairs stuck in the bristles of the brush. I took 2 hairs and tied them together at both ends, so that they formed a crown. I padded back upstairs and sat by the picture window, carefully placing the crown on my head. I felt a jolt of electricity, like I just plugged myself into the mains. The other side was beckoning me. I closed my eyes. This could get a bit hairy, I thought. Focus. I needed to focus. Finding a gateway to the past was never easy. For a long time I sat there probing at the edges of time, looking for a way in. I was about to give up when I saw a chink of light in the darkness and followed it, not rushing, but gradually drifting towards it. The chink of light widened and widened until it filled the whole of my vision. To describe what the past looked like was difficult. It was like, what was it like? It was a bit like a multi-layered soap bubble, where every surface is constantly churning, completely chaotic, and perfectly ordered all at the same time. But it was also nothing like a soap bubble, in the same way that a rhino is nothing like a gooseberry. I looked at the billowing chaos in front of me, wondering where to start. What did I know about Aliyah? That she was an orphan, like me. Like me, her parents were killed by the enemy, but whereas I had become a fugitive in my own land, hunted for every day of my life, Aliyah had been sent away. Gwen was kin. She could have gone to Gwen when her parents died, but instead they had sent her to a foster home, to live among the Saxons, hiding in plain sight. Her father, the great Keith Tangi, hero of many a fireside story. I should start with him. I began searching through moments in Aliyah's past, each one appearing as a brief flash of images and sound before being lost back in the vortex of time. The greasy film of the past swirled, and my head began to hurt from all of the concentrating. Doubts began to creep in. Was all this a waste of time? And then a face. A man with dark hair and the same large eyes as Aliyah. The face flitted away, but I followed it, grasping after it like a bar of soap in an endless bathtub. Finally, I managed to hold it steady for long enough to confirm my suspicions. There could be no doubt about it. That had to be Keith Tangi. Now, progress was rapid. Once I'd found my subject, the swirl of images all became relevant to Keith. I saw him as a boy, learning to sail on the river. Keith was an awkward child, gangly, a little clumsy, all fingers and thumbs. He was sitting in a dinghy all by himself, his knees almost up by his chin, glumly holding the tiller in one hand and the mainsheet in the other. On the shore was a man barking orders at him, pointing with one hand and holding a length of rope which was tied to the front of Keith's dinghy in the other. And so Keith went back and forth 10 metres offshore with an expression of misery on his face. Then, without Keith or the figure on the shore noticing it, the wind started to get up. It roughened the glossy smoothness of the river, squalling angrily. A gust filled the little dinghy's sails, and it jumped forward in the water, tugging the end of the safety rope from the hand of the man on shore. The craft accelerated away, and Keith was no longer so glum. As the dinghy sped further offshore, and the man on the beach bellowed, the child, Keith, had an expression of pure joy on his face. The image faded and was replaced by another, Keith as a young man, rowing a gig out into the bay in the dead of night. The awkwardness of his childhood had been replaced with a more muscular and purposeful frame, and Keith rowed well, with a smooth and powerful stroke. The crew matched Keith's strokes, and the gig sliced through the black water with a grace and purpose until it came into a sandy cove at the mouth of the river, where a ketch with dark blue sails lay at anchor. Packages were passed from ketch to gig. There was a brief handshake, and then the gig turned on its heel and headed back upriver. Another image now, not long after the last, perhaps only a year or two later. Keith was fully grown and had the look of someone you did not cross. There was a steeliness to his gaze and a rigidity to his jaw that spoke of an inner strength that would endure. In this image, Keith was standing in the middle of the street in Morland Smith, his feet a shoulder's width apart and his clenched fists down by his side. Facing him, at a distance of 5 metres or so, was a man wearing a crisp pinstriped suit and a red tie with bowler hat. Neither man spoke, neither broke the other's gaze. The man in the bowler hat went to reach inside his jacket pocket, and Keith took a step forward purposefully. The man in the bowler hat reassessed the situation. He glanced up at the windows of the neighbouring houses and saw people watching him. He looked again at Keith and saw the same unbending will. And he backed away, keeping his eyes on Keith the whole time. A black van appeared from around a corner and a door slid open. The man in the bowler hat stepped inside and the van was gone, with Keith watching it go the whole time. Now Keith was holding an infant, only a few weeks old, swaddled in a sheepskin. Next to Keith was a beautiful woman with brown skin and black hair, Alia's mother surely. Together they were presenting their daughter to an assembly of druids, out in the woods, where a sacred circle had been cut many generations before. A quartet of druids came forward and blessed the child, a blessing for each of the 4 elements under the sky. That explained a lot. Alia had been blessed by the druids. That was why she knew how to sail without even realising it. Keith must have performed a service of incredible value to the druids, for them to have done this for his daughter. I realised that Alia hadn't discovered even a fraction of the abilities that the druids had bestowed upon her. No wonder she was special. All of these events both flashed past and lingered. They seemed over in a millisecond and to last for hours. And then came the sadness. Keith, in a graveyard under a heavy grey sky, placing flowers on a grave. Behind him a small child with lustrous black hair, Alia, 4 years old, mourning at the grave of her mother and sick with grief. He should have left. Even amongst the confusion of the past, I knew that much. Keith Tanguy should have packed his bags, taken his daughter, and left Kerno forever. He could have protected her. But he didn't. He was too overwhelmed with anger to do that. Instead, he'd gone wild, renewing his one-man war on the enemy with even greater ferocity, doing whatever it took to find vengeance. It hadn't worked. He'd been seeking peace, and all he'd got for it was more anger. I saw Keith raging through the county in his bloodlust, forgetting everything that was important to him apart from his desire to destroy. And then there was a new image, and this one was more frightening than anything that had gone before. When I saw it, I knew that Keith had been truly desperate, as only someone who had tried all other options would try that. Keith Tanguy had gone to see Azeld.
Chapter 11. Alia. For some reason, if I have to get up really early, I always wake up before my alarm goes off. Doesn't matter what time I set the alarm for, even if I had to get up at 3 in the morning, I would wake up at 2:58. That morning, I'd set the alarm for 5, and I woke up at 4:59. Knew it before I'd even checked the time on my phone. I turned the alarm off and slipped out of bed. The room was pitch black. On the bottom bunk, I couldn't even see Golvan, but I could hear him, snoring away. I used the light on my phone to find the clothes I'd set out. Jeans, sneakers, a jumper, my waterproof jacket. It's what I thought of as my sensible clothes. Golvan was so asleep it was like he was dead. I could have got out of bed banging a drum, and he wouldn't have even woken up, but I still got dressed as quietly as I could. The hallway was quiet. The door to Connie and Gwen's room was open a crack and they were snoring too. I slid the latch up on the door and it stuck for a moment, then opened with a bang that sounded like a gun.
I froze, waiting for them all to wake up, but nobody did. Would the ghost be... I shook my head. What the hell was wrong with me? Horn & Smith was empty. I walked through the placemat streets, trying to remember the way I'd come. Everything here was so different. Everyone spoke differently and dressed differently. They ate different food and they did different things, like they didn't know about the real world, or didn't even care. Every cow's got an udder. What the hell did that mean? We're all different, but we're all the same. Rubbish. I heard a car approaching and stepped to one side to let it pass, but it slowed down and stopped. It was a battered old hatchback, looked about 20 years old. Someone inside leaned over and opened the creaky passenger door. The driver was this woman in her 30s, dressed in dungarees and what looked like a homemade jumper. She didn't even have any makeup on. "Hello," she said. "Need a lift?" I said, "Yeah, I guess so." "Where you off to?" she asked. "Falmouth." "Great, get in." "That's where you're going?" I asked. "Nope," she said, grinning, "but I can do." "What, really?" I said. "You sure?" "Yeah, come on," said the woman. "I'm in no hurry." I got in the car, still feeling like it was a trap. "What's the matter?" asked the woman, as she drove on. "You upset?" "No," I said. Then I realised she was waiting for me to say something else. "It's just, where I come from, people wouldn't do this." "Do what?" "Give a stranger a lift." "Eh? Really?" asked the woman. "Why not?" "I don't know," I said. "Isn't that just what people are like?" "Are they?" said the woman. "But if I do a nice thing for you today, maybe you'll do a nice thing for someone else tomorrow. And sooner or later, someone will do something nice for me." "Yeah," I said. "I guess." "I'm Nessa," said the woman. "Alia." "Good to meet you," said Nessa. "Where is it you're from, then?" "Croydon," I said. "South London." "Oh, yeah," said Nessa. "Yeah, I've been to London." "What do you think?" "Pretty noisy," said Nessa. "Pretty smelly, too. Mind you, all those people live there. Must be something good about it, eh?" "It's where all my friends are," I said. Nessa smiled. "Now, don't you take any notice of me," she said. "I bet there's loads of good things about Croydon. Nobody likes strange things at first, do they? We're all the same, really." "Yeah," I said. "That's where you're off to now, is it?" asked Nessa. "Catching a train from Falmouth?" "That's right." "Enjoyed your time down here?" Yeah? Don't sound too sure. Like you say, nobody likes strange things." "What's the strangest thing, then?" "Dunno." "Come on. I'd like to know. I've been here all my life. Seems the most normal place in the world to me. But it's always good to see yourself from somebody else's point of view, don't you think?" "Suppose." "So?" "The way you all talk's a bit weird." "You mean the accent?" "No, not the accent. More like..." "What?" "You always say what you mean." "Isn't that what talking's for?" asked Nessa, still smiling. "That mean you don't say what you mean?" "Sometimes," I said, shrugging my shoulders. "Why?" "Sometimes there's stuff you have to hide," I said. Nessa nodded and started talking about the weather. I just nodded and stayed quiet. When we got to Falmouth, we had to slow down because a family of tourists was standing in the middle of the road trying to take a photo. "Some Cornish folk don't like tourists," said Nessa. "They call them emmets." "What does that mean?" I asked. "Ants," said Nessa. "I suppose they're not wrong. They do sometimes look like ants, there's so many of them. I don't mind them, though. They're only here for a short while. Like the swallows or something." "Glad we don't have tourists in Croydon," I said. "Get on my nerves." "Well, maybe one day you'll be famous, and then the tourists will all come to see where you grew up," said Nessa. The car pulled up to the train station, and Nessa turned off the engine and looked at me in a way that made me feel weird. "Thanks for the lift," I said. "Can take you back if you like," said Nessa. "Eh?" I said. "Seemed like you might be having second thoughts about leaving." "No, I'm not," I said. "All right, fair enough," said Nessa, still smiling. "You're a nice girl, Aaliyah. Seems like you got a lot on your plate. But have some confidence in yourself. Whatever it is, you can cope with it." Okay, thanks, I said, opening the door with my face going all hot. See you again sometime, said Nessa. She drove away, waving out of the window. I stood there like a lemon, watching her go, then took a deep breath and went inside the station. The next train was in 9 minutes. My rucksack was buzzing. My phone! Finally, some mobile signal. I had hundreds of messages. The real world hadn't forgotten me after all. I started sorting through them, looking for the ones from Kieran. Don't go. Golvan's voice, inside my head. Don't go, Alia. Had he followed me? Where are you? I said, and a bloke at the end of the platform turned round and gave me a funny look. I am sitting on my bunk at Fenton House. Thought you had to touch the other person, I said, pretending to talk into my mobile. I'm using some of the hair you left in your hairbrush to make the connection. You what? It's a druid thing. It's creepy, that's what it is. We don't have much time. The connection is already weakening. Yeah, of course it is. Telepathic hair will do that. Look, I don't want to interrupt your train of thought, said Golvan, but it's really important that you don't go home. Why? I could actually hear him telepathically clearing his throat. Your train of thought, he said. Yeah, I heard you. Because you're at a train station. It's funnier if you don't have to explain it. Really? Oh, okay. Golvan, yes. You said we didn't have much time. Get to the point. Well, look, the point is that you mustn't go home. Yeah, well, you weren't the one who went swimming with a corpse yesterday. I know that must have been a shock, but that shows you what's at stake here. The Secret Council would never risk such a bold move if they weren't really worried about something. All right, so what are they worried about? You? That's what I thought, but I'm not so sure. There's something else. Something to do with your father. What? I looked into your past and I saw your father. My dad's dead. No, he isn't. It took an hour to get back to Morland Smith. There was a bus, but it stopped every 5 minutes, and I reckon I could have walked it quicker. The village was busier now. There were loads of people out walking their dogs and chatting on street corners. Going to the shop for a paper was a big event in a place like Morland Smith. What was I doing back here? First things first, Golvan was talking rubbish. My dad had been dead for 9 years. He died of a heart attack. Mum died of cancer when I was 4, Dad died of a heart attack when I was 6, and I got packed off to live with a foster family in Croydon. Those were facts. And the only reason Golvan had said different was he didn't want me to leave. And the only reason I'd come back to Morland Smith was to punch Golvan in the face for using my dad's death to stop me getting on that train. And anyway, it didn't make any sense. How could Dad be alive? If he was alive, where had he been the past 9 years? What, was he in hiding or something? I wasn't even that cut up about it. Could barely remember Dad. If anything, I was angry that Golvan just assumed that I'd care enough about Dad, my dead dad, to come back. So whatever way you looked at it, Golvan was wrong and I was going to tell him that to his face. I was nearly at Church Road, the long straight road that led to Fenton House. This was the quiet bit of the village, or the even quieter bit anyway. I was rehearsing what I was going to say to Golvan, or thinking maybe I wouldn't say anything to him, I'd just hit him. He wasn't very big. I reckon I could probably knock him out with one punch. Something made me look up. Sitting with her back against the wall was a girl about my age. She looked up at me as I came closer, and when I caught her eye, I suddenly felt sick, like the moment when you realise you've drunk too much. Funny thing was, she just looked really normal. There was nothing weird about her at all, like normal height, normal brown hair, normal looks. But she was looking at me like I was food. "Hello," she said. "Hi," I said. I moved to go round her, but she stood up and got in my way. "I'm Rosen," said the girl. Her accent sounded a bit Cornish, but like she was trying hard to suppress it. "What's your name?"
Aaliyah. What? Just Aaliyah? Asked Rosen. Don't you have a surname? You don't tell strangers your full name, I said. Then how will strangers ever become your friends? Asked Rosen, smiling. She was still standing in my way, blocking me off from Old Church Road. You don't sound like you're from round here, she said. I'm on holiday. It's a lovely place to come for a holiday, isn't it? Said Rosen. Do you live on this road? She asked, pointing at Old Church Road behind her. Just staying there, I said. How many houses are down there? Asked Rosen. I dunno, I said. A few. I started moving around her so I could run past her if I needed to. Just a few more questions, said Rosen, sidestepping to block me off. Can you get out of my way, please? I said. There's no need to be like that, said Rosen, still smiling. Why don't you just tell me your surname? Get out of my way, I said. Somebody told me if I hit her, then I wouldn't win the fight, but I didn't know what else to do. Let's be friends, said Rosen, putting a hand on my arm. I swear, I nearly puked. It felt like that moment on a roller coaster when you lose your stomach, or the moment in a nightmare when you can't wake up. There was something evil about her, proper horror movie, satanic evil. I had this vision of something horrible and dark with glowing eyes coming for me. I snatched my hand away and tried to push past her. She went to touch me again and I flinched out of the way. What the? I said. I now had my back to Old Church Road and I edged towards it. I'm sorry, said Rosen, smiling and coming towards me. I didn't mean to scare you. I just need to know your surname. Back off, I said, raising my fist. I'm sorry if we got off on the wrong foot, said Rosen. I'm sure we can be friends. Just tell me your surname. I'm going to smack that stupid grin right off your stupid face, I said, trying to sound more confident than I was. Calm down, said Rosen. It would be silly to blow this out of proportion. Why don't we start again? Come on, take my hand. Rosen held out her hand, then lunged for me. I fell backwards into the lane, grazing my hands. I scrabbled backwards, terrified, but still not really sure why. But Rosen stopped. She tried to follow me, but she couldn't. Like there was actually a physical barrier there. She tried to come up the lane, but each time she did, she winced like she was in pain. Anyway, I didn't stop to ask. I got up and legged it towards the house. We're going to be friends, Rosen yelled. I promise. I never thought I'd be so pleased to see Fenton House. Never thought it'd actually be a relief to see Golvan. He was waiting there by the gatepost, and when I came up he gave me this big hug, which was a bit awkward, but somehow made me feel better. It's okay. You're safe now, said Golvan, in my head. What just happened? I asked. She's been following me for weeks, said Golvan. Don't worry. She can't come past the boundaries. At least, she can't for now. For now? She's powerful. She'll keep trying. What about Gwen and Connie? They know I'm gone? I told them you'd gone for a walk. We need to tell them about her. They've been called away to a meeting. Tamara arrived just after you left and summoned them. A meeting? What kind of meeting? A meeting of pirates. A congress, they call it. We've known the war was coming for a while, but now it's here. So we're here alone? Golvan nodded. Then he reached up for my pendant, the one my dad gave me. What are you doing? I said. I tried to pull away, but Golvan took out another pendant that he was wearing, and even I could see that mine would fit with his. We need to find out more about this, he said, and we don't have much time.
Chapter 12. Brecker. We passed Bohotha Beach just after 8:30 and laid a course directly for the mouth of the river. The congress began at 9. We'd be there 15 minutes early. My mother's boat was named Anbreas, and she lived up well to her name. Whoever saw that boat knew that judgment was coming for them. Cheston Olver At the helm was a master at work. Andreas was a 20-foot keel boat, her varnished wood and crisp white paintwork sparkling with the morning sunshine, and she sliced through the lazy swell like a shark's fin. "Brecker," called my mother. I left my place at the foresheet and joined her at the stern, bracing myself against the mainstay. There was a strong southwesterly blowing, and we were making well over 7 knots. "We're making good time," I observed. "Never miss an opportunity to look strong," said my mother. "Even with allies?" "Especially with allies." She glanced at me to see that I'd understood. I nodded. If one day I wanted to be a great leader like her, then these were lessons that I needed to learn. "Now then," she continued, "you're an extra pair of eyes and ears in there for me. There are some things I want you to look out for." "Of course." "You understand our position well enough." "This is an opportunity to strengthen our position with Kerrier." "Exactly. They wouldn't have called a congress unless they wanted our help with something. We'll offer short-term support in exchange for long-term advantage, just like what we've done before." "So what am I looking for?" "Keep your eye on the boy, first and foremost. He's still soft, and word has it he's had his head turned by Tristan's girl. He needs to remember who he's working for." "Got it. What else?" "We know what to expect from Tristan, same as usual. But Gwennifer Tanguy will be there. Don't be fooled by her. Might look harmless enough, but she's tough as stone." "Sure." "Brayok will be there. You've not met him before?" "No." "He's powerful. Don't give him any lip. Need to keep him sweet." "What about the miner?" "Ostel Nance. Difficult to know how that one will go down. Miners are odd folk. Think everything that's going on below ground is more important than what's happening above it. Word is they've a bargain with the enemy and all, so don't trust him with nothing." "And the Sparrow?" "We need to find out whatever we can." "Golvan Gwither Alwed." "Exactly. Now look, we're close now. Assume we're being watched from this point onwards. Don't matter that these are our allies. As far as we're concerned, this is enemy territory." A few minutes later, we rounded the headland and began tacking upriver, each tack executed with a snap of the foresail, like we were racing. The river was busy, even that early in the morning, but we were comfortably the best sailors on the water. We brought the boat into the jetty outside the ferry boat inn, on the foresail alone, and there were plenty watching us do it. As I made us fast, I caught my mother's eye, and she gave me a wink. That was the way to make an entrance round these parts. On the steps of the ferry boat, Daveth was waiting. He looked nervous, even more nervous as we walked up the jetty. He stopped a couple of feet short of him. "Mother, Brecker, it's good to see you both," he said, offering his hand. My mother ignored it and stared him down, even there with a dozen people watching. "You better know what you're doing, boy," she said. "This goes wrong, and it's your neck." "It won't go wrong," said Daveth, trying to keep his face blank. "Ain't time for emotion, neither," said my mother, scrutinising him. "Olvers don't crack." "Olvers don't crack," repeated Daveth, nodding. "Brecker?" asked my mother. "I've seen 3 pairs of eyes on us at least," I said. "No threats, though." "Of course there are no threats," began Daveth, and instantly regretted it. "We'll be the judge of that," said my mother stonily. She took one last look around, but eventually relented. "Come on then, let's get on with it," she said, and Daveth led us inside. At the back of the ferry boat was a large room set up for a meeting with a broad oak table in the centre and chairs around the outside. As we came in, the tension rose a notch. I could feel them all weighing us up. Daveth turned and bowed low. "Kerno Bisviken," he said. "Kerno Bisviken," echoed everyone. "By the old pirate code, I call this a place of covenant of truce," said Daveth. "No harm shall come to any who meet here, or my life is forfeit." A murmur of agreement went round the room. Daveth had said the old words properly, even if he was a Sousan. "I named Cheston Olver," he continued, "chieftain of the kingdom of Pau Erida, fast friend and dire enemy." My mother didn't look round at the gathered parties. She stared straight at Tristan, who, for his part, stared straight back. Daveth cleared his throat. "I name Tristan Vingo," he said, "chieftain of the kingdom of Kerria, serpent of the river." My mother stepped forward and offered Tristan her hand over the table. Tristan leaned forward and accepted the handshake, the grip between them a little too long and a little too firm to be friendly. "Thank you for coming," said Tristan gruffly. "I hope it will be worth my while," said my mother. They sat as Daveth introduced the rest of those who were gathered. From the Vingo family, Gwennifer Tangi and Conwenna Foss, as well as Tamara Vingo. From the Druids, Breoc Gwyn, now in his 70s. From the miners, Austell Nance, sitting apart from the others with a look of intense distrust on his face. By custom, it was always the host that spoke first, so Tristan addressed us all. "I know we must be brief here, so I'll get straight to the point," he said. 3 nights ago, our Oberon was interrupted by forces from the Secret Council. Our supplies were killed, and our gig was pursued all the way up the river, a long way past the agreed boundary. All this with no warning, nor with any incident from our side that could be any justification. Then, yesterday morning, the body of one of our civilian allies was found in the river. He had been tortured by a black druid. As far as I see it, it's as good as a declaration of war. That's the long and the short of it. I clenched my jaw, trying not to look shocked. Vingo was right. War was about to break out again. "That's a very serious allegation," said my mother. "What evidence have you got that it was the work of the Secret Council?" "Who else?" asked Tristan. "It weren't the police, I can tell you that." My mother leaned into me. "They're in trouble," she whispered. "What do you think?" "No reason why we should be too," I whispered back. She nodded and turned back to Tristan. "Let's suppose that you're right on this," she said. "What assurances do I have that the actions of the Secret Council were unjustified?" "We've abided by the treaty," said Tristan firmly. "The treaty says no smuggling," said my mother. "You've broken that term many times." "So have you," pointed out Tristan. "But I'm not the one wanting to declare war," said my mother. "You want to wait till they're knocking on your door?" said Tristan. "Ain't we had enough experience of their ways to know their tricks?" "You've got a right to feel aggrieved," said my mother. "You might even have a right to some sort of recompense from the Secret Council, but starting a war? You'll need more than this, Tristan Vingo." Tristan nodded his head bitterly. He could see where this was heading. "How do I know you ain't in league with them?" he demanded. "After all, you wouldn't be the first pirate family to sell their own for a handful of gold." "How do I know this whole thing ain't a fix? Just another way round for you to weasel out of what you owe me," countered my mother, pointing aggressively across the table. Tristan surged to his feet, his fists clenched, and both me and my mother did the same, ready to settle some old scores. "This is no set-up!" shouted Daveth. We all just stared at him. What the hell was he doing? "I don't know what you think you're doing, boy," began my mother. "I was there, I saw it," said Daveth. "Isn't that why you sent me here? To have eyes inside their family?" "I was your eyes that night. I saw the Kestrel die. I saw their boat go past the markers. I have the blisters to prove it." Daveth turned to Tristan. "And my mother would never sell her own kind," he said. "You know that. If the Olvers made deals with the Secret Council, they would have done so many years past. Vingos and Olvers may never be friends again, but you're allies, and always have been. You're the only allies each other has left, I reckon." My mother looked ready to kill him. Tristan likewise. But then Gwennifer Tangi spoke up. "He's right, and you two both know it," she said. "This ain't about settling old scores. If the Secret Council are on the move, we all need to be ready." There was a moment more of tension before everyone took their seats again. "These are isolated incidents," said my mother, settling herself down. "We can't commit our family to a war based on—" "There is nothing isolated about it," said Breoc Gwyn. That got everyone's attention. When a man like Breoc spoke, you listened if you knew what you were about. He was rangy and tough, with dark green eyes and red, shoulder-length hair, tied back in a long ponytail, now streaked with grey. He was a druid, a soothsayer, and he saw things that others did not. "Strange things have been happening for some time now," continued Breoc. "We need to discuss the boy." There was a noticeable shift in atmosphere in the room. "I see how it is," Breoc said, nodding. "You are all here for a congress. But you are unwilling to be honest about the most important thing. Well, I shall be honest for you. Golvan will be one of the most powerful druids this land has ever known. The auguries have indicated a great change in the war coming, and Golvan will play a crucial part in that. We know it, and the enemy know it as well. Yet when the boy comes within your borders, you keep it a secret from each other. You overstepped the mark, druid, growled my mother. There is no mark that I cannot overstep, Cheston Olver, chieftain of Pow Edera, said Breock. Golvan spent several months in your territory, did he not? And all the while you sought to capture him rather than give him shelter. Can you deny any of this? My mother sat with her arms crossed, furious. How did Breock know that? And you didn't tell us, began Tristan, but Breock then turned on him too. And you, Tristan Vingo, Breock thundered, pointing a wizened finger at him, have been keeping the boy in our house, a rook's flight away from where we sit even now, for the past 3 days, and you too sought to keep it a secret. There was an awkward pause. Breock had made us all feel a bit petty. Then another voice broke in. I note that nobody has asked for my opinion, said Ostel Nance. He was a squat, ugly man with a permanent sneer on his face and dirty, broken teeth. The code is very clear, Ostel Nance, said Daveth, whose self-confidence was becoming really annoying. Anyone can speak here. When I need reminding of the rules, Sausen, I will ask, growled Ostel. What have you to say? Tristan asked him. You're here out of courtesy, and because the code demands it, but the miners have no weight in this matter. The pair of you are squabbling over a boy who will reset the old boundaries, said Ostel. Someone who can win back Kerno forever. And you're lying to each other. Probably have lied to each other about everything your entire lives. How is the boy not also a concern of the miners? Or have you forgotten all that we have done for your people, and for this land? Nobody has forgotten anything, said Tristan. The pirate kingdoms and the realm of the miners will be bonded forever. We acknowledge that. But the miners have their own war to fight. We know about the sacrifices you make. You know nothing of the sacrifices we make, said Ostel bitterly. Yet we make them, and make them gladly to protect the world up here. All we ask is that you don't make decisions without us. What do you want? Demanded my mother. Events are moving fast, and we don't have time to waste bickering. Send the boy to us, said Ostel. It's clear neither of you can be trusted with him. We can keep him safe, and we can help decide how best to use him when the time comes. We cannot, started Tristan. Very well, interrupted Breock. Very well, Ostel. We will send him to you. We were all about to object to this, but the druid silenced us with a look. The boy will be safe in the underground realm, I am sure. An easy promise to make here, said Ostel. What guarantee do I have? Breock reached up to the pendant around his neck. It was on a leather thong, which he snapped with one sharp downward tug. Here, said Breock, passing the pendant to the miner. You know what this is? I give it to you as ransom, to be returned to me when the boy is delivered to you. Does that satisfy? That will do, nodded Ostel. But what about the boy right now? Is he safe? Fenton House is protected by charms that I place myself, said Breock. The enemy don't have anyone with enough power to break them down. He is as safe there as anywhere, for the moment. Come, we must discuss terms if we're to make progress today. With the air cleared over Golvan, the atmosphere of mutual suspicion was gone, and both my mother, Tristan, and Ostel were able to talk without fear of losing face in front of the others. After that it was easier going. It took just over an hour, but eventually we had agreed terms for trade and security between the two families and had sketched out which of the other families might be brought into the agreement in time. Just as the discussion was coming to a close, Breock took a deep breath and held onto the table with his hands, his eyes closed tight shut. Everyone stopped to look at him. The knuckles of his hands were white with pressure, and he visibly shook. Breock, said Tristan, what's happening? Are you all right? Breock stayed silent for a few moments longer, then forced his eyelids open to look at us with bloodshot eyes. Someone is breaching the charms, he gasped. At Fenton House. Golvan. It's discovered. Gwennifer Tanguy and Conwenna Foss were on their feet in an instant. "We've got to get back there," said Gwen. "Come on, we're leaving." "Tamara, go with them," ordered Tristan, and Tamara nodded, sprinting from the room to ready her board. "Daveth, you too," said my mother. The meeting broke up in that instant, with hurried orders being given and weapons being handed out, because Fenton House was about to be breached, and those inside could be dead by nightfall. Chapter 13. Arlia. So I told Golvan about the ghost, and the thing was, he didn't even seem all that surprised. He just nodded, like people in Cornwall saw ghosts all the time. We were sitting upstairs at Fenton House. Golvan had made me a cup of tea and had put loads of sugar in it. It was a sign of how stressed out I was that I drank it. And then I just told him about how I'd seen the ghost outside my window, and how it turned up again in the churchyard right next to his own gravestone. Golvan went to the bookcase and got down this big old book called The Chronicles of the Pirate Folk of Cornwall. Golvan could barely lift it, and when he opened the front cover, it smelled funny, like old furniture in the sea. There was a map inside, the hundreds of Cornwall, with Cornwall all divided up. 10 hundreds, each with its own pirate family, said Golvan, putting his hand on my arm. In Kerrier, it has always been the River Dogs. You what? Don't you know what your own name means? Said Golvan. Tanguy means fire dog. Tamara is a Vingo, that means stone dog. There are Kegwins around these parts as well. Kegwin means white dog. You're all related. They call you the River Dogs, because you've always ruled the Helford River. Now, let's find Kasek Tanguy. He turned over the pages carefully. They were as big as pizza boxes, and each one was covered in really small writing, and loads more maps and drawings of old ships. He found the bit he wanted, and pointed with his finger. I read it out loud. And so it came to pass that the River Dogs were the last in the fight. After the surrender of the Olvers, they were offered terms from London, but they refused, vowing to fight to the last man. The fight was led by 3 cousins, newly come of age in Kerrier, and filled with a zeal that revived the kingdom's flagging fortunes. They were the White Dog, the Stone Dog, and the Fire Dog. Jago Kegwin, Kennel Vingo, and Kasek Tanguy. There he is, said Golvan. So what did he do? I asked. It's describing the end of the Civil War, over 150 years ago. Kerrier was the last of the hundreds to fall, and Kasek Tanguy was one of the last ones fighting. Okay, but what does he want now? That I don't know. But you must be important to him. Perhaps it's your pendant. We had the 2 pendants side by side on the table. You could see that they would fit together. Why don't we try it? I said. We don't know enough about them yet. I want to know more first. How do we find out more? We have to retrace your father's footsteps. 10 years ago, he visited Azeld. We must do the same. Who's Azeld? She is a soothsayer, a kind of druid who can see the future and the past. And she'll help us find him? Possibly. Possibly. Azeld is dangerous. Your father disappeared after he visited her. But he's alive? I think so. You think so? You have to understand, what I can see is inexact. I'll have to go to the other side myself if I'm to find out more. But when I looked into your past, I didn't see your father's death. That suggests he is alive. Somewhere. I let out this big sigh and felt a bit dizzy. Dad was alive. I couldn't believe it. I had this feeling inside me, like when you're really hungry and you have your first bite of food, and then your stomach does a loop-the-loop. So many things I thought were made up were real, and so many things I thought were true were turning out to be rubbish. All this time I've been walking around thinking I was an orphan, but I wasn't. There were 2 loud knocks at the door. Bang, bang, like gunshots. Golvan suddenly looked sick. He pointed to the window, and we crept up to it and peeked around the edge of the curtain. There was a man in a stripy suit and bowler hat waiting by the door. He looked really old-fashioned. He had an umbrella hooked over his arm, even though it wasn't raining, and he was wearing a pair of those black leather gloves that stranglers wear in the movies. I looked a bit too long. The man tilted his head up and he looked me right in the eye and smiled. He was handsome, like a film star, with these grey eyes and really white teeth. He pointed at the door and mouthed, "Open the door, please." Golvan was down on the carpet. "What's wrong?" I asked. Golvan crept forward and touched my hand. "That's the taxman," he said. "He's come for me." "The taxman? Who the hell is the taxman?" "He's the highest servant of the secret council. A remorseless killer." "I thought they couldn't come here. Isn't there a force field or a magic or something?" "The Black Druid. She's managed to get him through the defences." "Go," I said. "I'll stall him." "No time," said Golvan. "I have to hide." "He won't get you, I promise," I said. Golvan went over to the bookcase and started pulling books out. As he pulled out the third book, there was a click and the bookcase swung open like a door. Behind it was a small hiding place, just big enough for a person. Golvan slipped into it and pulled the bookcase shut. Another knock at the door. I thought about ignoring it, but that'd just make it look like I was hiding something. I could get rid of him. I knew it. With my heart thumping, I went downstairs and opened the door. The taxman was a big guy. He had broad shoulders and he was tall and his looks were too perfect. As the door opened, he smiled at me again, like the way a crocodile smiles. "Good morning," he said. His voice was all smooth, like he was a TV presenter or a politician. "I'm the taxman. I don't believe I've had the pleasure of making your acquaintance." He held out his hand. "I'm Aliatangi," I said, shaking his hand. I hadn't meant to tell him my real name or shake his hand, but something made me do it. "Tangi," he said. "Well, this is truly a pleasure. You are perhaps the daughter of Keith Tangi." He still hadn't let go of my hand. "That's right," I said. I couldn't look away from his face. "Do you take after your father?" he asked. "You tell me," I said. The taxman laughed. "There is somebody I'm looking for, and I believe he may be here, in this very house. A scruffy boy. Doesn't speak much." He leant in. "Tell me, is he here?" He squeezed my hand harder. I didn't want to tell him the truth, but the more he squeezed and the more he stared at me, the more difficult it was to lie. I was going to tell him the truth. I knew I was. I could feel it coming and I couldn't stop it. Then I remembered something from self-defense class. It might work if I was quick. I grabbed the taxman's wrist with my left hand and used both hands together to twist it as hard as I could. He shouted out in pain and let go of my hand. I slammed the door in his face. But the taxman was like lightning. He stuck his foot in the door and it bounced back, knocking me down. The taxman stepped through the doorway, rubbing his wrist with his hand. "That was a stupid thing to do," he said, looking down at me. "You don't scare me," I said. The taxman laughed again, a really nasty one. "Yes," he said, taking a black wallet out of his inside pocket. "I think you need some medicine." He opened the wallet and held it up. Inside there was a scalpel, a syringe, several glass containers filled with oily liquids and some pills, each one in its own little pouch. "You some sort of druggie?" I said. "Something like that," said the taxman, taking a bright blue pill out of his wallet. "Won't take it," I said. "Can't make me." "Yes, I can," said the taxman. He came towards me and I tried to get away, but he grabbed my ear and twisted until I screamed, and as soon as I opened my mouth, he stuffed the pill in. It was smooth, like it was made out of glass. I tried to spit it out, but it melted as soon as it touched my tongue. The taxman held my mouth shut with his other hand and pinched my nose, and I couldn't help swallowing whatever it was. The next moment, I was flopping about, all over the floor, like I had no bones in my legs, and my brain felt like it was made out of candy floss. "You just stay there," said the taxman. I tried to grab his ankle, but he stepped out of the way and into Gwen and Connie's bedroom. There were bangs and crashes as he overturned their furniture. Then he came back into the hallway, stepped over me again, and went into my room. Gave that a good going over too. Next was the bathroom, which he smashed up just for the fun of it. Then the cupboard under the stairs. "No luck so far," he said, coming back into the hallway. He walked upstairs, humming, like he was out for a stroll. I tried to follow him, but my body wouldn't do what I wanted it to. I started to crawl up the stairs, hearing more bangs and crashes. When I got there, it was like there'd been a riot. Everything turned upside down and smashed to pieces. The taxman was slashing at the sofa with his scalpel, with a demented grin on his face. When he saw me watching, he stopped, all out of breath, and mopped his forehead with his hanky. Then he looked at the bookshelves. "I'm getting warmer," he said, walking over to them. He started grabbing handfuls of books from the first bookshelf and tossing them over his shoulder, all the loose pages fluttering like they were wounded birds. When the shelves were empty, he pulled the whole bookcase down with a crash. Now he started pulling out books from the middle bookcase, the one where Golvan was hiding. When he pulled at the last book on the top shelf, it only slid out halfway and clicked. "Warmer," he said. He pulled out more books and soon found the second trigger. "Warmer still," he said. Didn't take him long to find the last one. "Boiling hot," he said, pulling it out. The bookcase swung out, revealing the hiding place behind. Something was thrown and it hit the taxman in the face. Golvan shot out like a cat, holding another piece of slate just like the one he'd thrown. The taxman blocked his exit by the stairs, so Golvan put the sofa between them. The slate had sliced the taxman's face open just below his eye, but the cut didn't seem to faze him. He just held up his scalpel and smiled. "What spirit," he said. "I shall enjoy this." "I'll take even more pleasure knocking your teeth down your throat," said Tamara. She had just appeared at the top of the stairs, and she was holding what looked like a spear, but without the pointed bit at the end. "Run along, little girl," said the taxman, dismissing her with a wave of his hand. "I ain't little, and neither am I a girl," said Tamara. She took 2 steps forward, putting herself in front of me. "Very well," said the taxman, turning his back on Golvan. "You first." "When will you get to me?" said Daveth, appearing beside Tamara. He had a dangerous-looking wooden club in his hands. Beside him were Connie and Gwen, and they both looked like they would happily tear the taxman up with nothing but their teeth. "Any more?" asked the taxman. "My blade is going to be busy." But there was one more after all. What looked like a crusty old hippie appeared, with long red hair, holding a weapon that looked like an antique. It had a wooden handle and a big lump of rock at the end. The hippie pointed it straight at the taxman and walked slowly towards him, chanting in some foreign language. And then I realised he was speaking Cornish, and even weirder, I realised that I understood it. "And I call upon thee, Andraste, goddess of the moon, and I call upon thee, Labraid, king of the underworld, and I call upon thee, Nito, lord of the battles, and I call upon thee, Nemain, the great huntress of the sky." As he came forward, the taxman retreated, tilting his head on one side, like he was in pain. "You will all suffer for this," he hissed. By now, the taxman was holding his head in his hands, and he started moaning like there was something inside his skull that was trying to get out. Finally, he couldn't bear it any more. He picked up an armchair and, screaming at the top of his lungs, smashed it through the round window at the end of the room. With one final growl at all of us, he jumped through the smashed window, and we heard a thump and a grunt as he landed on top of the chair down in the garden. Golvan scurried over to me and cradled my head, and swear down, I started feeling better as soon as he touched me, like I'd slept off the worst hangover in the world. He was talking in my head too, but it wasn't words, it was just soothing noises, like you might say to a baby to calm him down after a tantrum. At the same time, I was getting really hot, like I was in a sauna, and sweat started running down my face, which was a bit gross, but it was like every drop of sweat was a little bit of the taxman's poison leaving my body. When the last of it was got out of me, Golvan got up, completely exhausted from the effort of making me better. I grabbed his arm and walked him over to the slashed up sofa, and he just collapsed and went straight to sleep.
Chapter 14. Rosen. The taxman stood impatiently as a medic applied a gauze to the cut on his face. 7 in total, he said. The sparrow and the tangy girl, the 2 old women, the 2 teens, and a druid. He paused, wincing as the dressing pulled at his flesh. The druid is the only one we need to worry about. Describe him, I said. The time to strike was now. Thin, old, long red hair. He had some kind of weapon that was channeling the other side, a mace of some sort. Brioc, I said. It has to be. These are his charms too. Send me in again, said the taxman. I want those kills. Not by yourself. I've faced worse odds. We will only have one more go at this, I told him. We need to send everyone we've got. The charms must be destroyed on the other side. We had cordoned off the area around Old Church Lane and spread a story about a gas leak, giving us time to make the final assault on Fenton House. Whether any of the residents of Morland Smith bought that story was another thing, but I was beyond caring by that point. I found a quiet spot inside one of the vans, somewhere that I could concentrate, and reached out to feel for the other side. I'd been to the other side before, but only ever in the company of my dad. With him, I had nothing to fear. By myself, it was a different story. There were plenty of things that would destroy me, just for idle pleasure. What did other people see when they closed their eyes? Just darkness. That was a strange concept. For as long as I could remember, closing my eyes didn't mean rest. It meant turning off one sense, only to turn on another. With my eyes closed, I reached out with that sense, feeling for where the other side rubbed up against this reality. When I did feel it, it was through a kind of electric tension, a sense of possibility humming in the air around me. I concentrated on that feeling. As I got closer, the pressure around me increased, as though I was swimming deeper and deeper. It got so bad that I thought my whole body would cave in, my ribs would be crushed, my skull would implode. Then, nothing. Then, the feeling of rain on my skin, and the sound of raised voices, and doors slamming and dogs barking. When I opened my eyes, I was on the other side. The other side does not obey the laws of space and time. There is no physics on the other side. It isn't a place at all. It doesn't even physically exist by any human concept of the word. But the mortals that visit there need something familiar to cling to, or it would all be too confusing, and so the other side changes to reflect those who visit, turning itself into a 3-dimensional shape that makes sense to a human mind. It was a city, both unlike any city that you have ever seen, but also exactly like every city you've ever seen, all combined into one. A tiny portion of it would be mine, somewhere, a fragment that reflected my experiences. A larger portion would be my dad's. Brioc, too, would have affected this place, and the Sparrow Boy.
The buildings were hundreds of different styles. The street I was in was dark and brooding, like the back alley in a slum, the walls made of crumbling brickwork and the cobbles under my feet slimy and dank. But as I walked out into the open, I found myself in a wide, elegant boulevard, like the streets of Paris. They were populated, too, by every different type of person that you could imagine, of every different age and colour, dressed in clothes from every country in the world, modern and ancient. Each was a disguise. Nothing appeared as it really was on the other side. The majority of these humanoid figures weren't even humans. They were something else, clothed in the shape of a human only because I couldn't understand anything else. Everything here was a projection, a world made of unexpressed ideas, not physical realities. I caught sight of myself in the window of a bakery. Over here I was male, a Latino man in my mid-30s with stubble on my chin and slicked back dark hair. I was wearing a double-breasted suit from the 1950s with an open shirt and white sneakers. I looked pretty cool. Nobody would ever call me cool in my real body, but over on the other side, I could be whoever or whatever I wanted to be. I had to concentrate. I knew from previous visits that if I didn't concentrate, I would just walk these streets aimlessly until my physical body back in the other reality got exhausted and I couldn't sustain my presence here any longer. I was still walking down the wide boulevard, with its elegant trees planted every 10 metres and its grand, tasteful buildings. The people who passed me paid me no attention. They were all here on tasks of their own which needed equal concentration. I tried to anchor my thoughts in Cornwall, in the feel of smooth slate pebbles under your toes, and the taste of salt water, and the smell of wild flowers growing in a stone wall. I thought about my dad, and how his chubby, pink fingers hooked into the handle of a pint pot brimming with ale, and how those same fingers picked out delicate tunes on his harp. As I concentrated on these images, the architecture around me changed. The grandness of the boulevard was replaced by smaller, cosier streets, the buildings painted pastel colours, and every shop front cheery and welcoming, selling fudge and pasties and buckets and spades. It made me laugh. Cornwall was not really like that, or at least most of it wasn't. But in someone's imagination it was, and that's why it appeared this way here. The challenge now was to find the charms. They could be anywhere and in any form. Whoever had placed them would have made them hard to find. Yet they would have also left clues, so that they could find the charms themselves if need be. I just needed to think. I just needed to... "I can help you," said a voice. I turned around. There was a figure in black standing behind me, dressed in a long cloak and a top hat, tilted down so that I couldn't see the face underneath. "I don't need any help," I said. "That's not what I think," said the figure. "I have been watching you." "I can do this by myself," I said. "Can you, though? Can you, actually?" said the figure. "You wouldn't want to disappoint your father again, would you? Failure is such an ugly word." "I am not a failure," I said through gritted teeth. "We shall see," said the figure. As someone else walked past, the figure dissolved into the crowd, and I was by myself once more. I stood there a while, trying to control my breathing. Dad had warned me about this. Things on the other side would try to exploit you if they detected a weakness. Whatever that figure in black was, it had seen me and had smelled prey. I couldn't let myself be that uncertain again. The strong always prevailed. The strong always prevailed. For Brayok to have created those charms, he would have had to create a link between our reality and the other side. When that happened, it could be a two-way process. Things could escape. What had escaped when Breock made his charms? Something chimed in my head. An old story my dad had told me, the Owl Man of Mornan Smith. A local legend that a creature, half man and half owl, haunted the churchyard. What if the Owl Man was real? What if it slipped from the other side into our reality? He haunted the church. Fenton House was down Old Church Lane. That could be it. If I found the Owl Man's church, maybe I could find the charms. I walked on through the strange parody of Cornwall that the other side presented, complete with the smell of Cornish pasties wafting through the air and the screech of seagulls overhead. As I walked, I concentrated on the Owl Man. Everything I knew about him, the glowing eyes, the taste for human flesh, the tatty feathered wings. The streets grew darker and more foreboding. I knew I must be on the right path. The shops now were not so bright, they had less in their windows, and the people who passed them did so hurriedly, like they were expecting it to rain at any moment. The street opened up into a square with a church in its centre, identical to the one in Mornan Smith, a church surrounded by a graveyard. The square was quiet, the sky above a ceiling of thin white clouds. From somewhere, up in the church spire, I thought I heard, very faintly, the hoot of an owl. A stone wall surrounded the graveyard, with an ancient lich gate at its centre. As I approached the lich gate, I could feel the hairs on my arms rise, and the fillings in my teeth started to tingle. They weren't real hairs, they weren't real fillings, but I could feel them all the same. The moment my foot touched the grass of the graveyard, everything outside of the wall dimmed and faded away, until the church and the graves were the only thing left. It was entirely, profoundly quiet. Then, from the other side of the church, there was a sound, music. It was the sound of a flute, or maybe a tin whistle being played, a jaunty pirate tune. I walked round the church, following the music. I had a taste in my mouth, a coppery taste, like there was about to be a thunderstorm. The far side of the church was dominated by a grey slate tomb, with creeping fingers of ivy entangling it on four sides. The tomb was decorated with engravings of terrifying owls, swooping down on stone mice in the stone undergrowth. Sitting on the ground, with his back propped against the tomb, was an old man with a shining bald head and long white beard. Despite his age, he seemed spry and dexterous, and when he looked up at me, there was a twinkle of mischief in his eye. He didn't stop playing straight away, but continued watching me until he had finished the phrase he was on. "Hello," said the old man. "I thought I might see you here." "The Sparrow," I said. "It's about time we met." "Out of curiosity, how did you find me?" asked the old man. "The Owl Man." The old man nodded. "Yes," he said, "I thought that might happen. We should have captured him and put him back. Too big a clue." "They in there?" I asked, nodding at the tomb. "The charms?" he said. "Yes, they're in there. I don't suppose you're just going to give them to me." "I don't suppose I am," he said. "Right," I said, flexing my shoulders, preparing myself for a fight. "Before we start, one question," he said. "Go on." "Why do this?" he asked. "I might ask you the same question." "I fight for what's right," said the old man. "So do I countered. He nodded again, sadly. "Do you believe what they say about us?" he asked. "That we will kill each other? That we will be lovers?" "Perhaps not in this form," I said, looking down at my suit and sneakers. "Indeed," laughed the old man. I flexed my shoulders again, feeling strong. "Are you ready?" I asked. The old man got to his feet and put the tin whistle on the lid of the tomb. He was wearing flip-flops, a pair of old shorts and a loose vest. He slipped the flip-flops off his feet and stretched, not taking his eyes off me. I felt the power surging through me and tingling at the tips of my fingers. The coppery taste in my mouth was so strong now, I actually spat out a gobbet of blood onto the grass. "Golvan Gwither Alwed," said the old man. "Let's find out," I said. Chapter 15. Golvan. I came back to reality with a start, like I'd stuck my fingers in the socket. The house was dark and tense. I was still on the sofa, curled up under a soft woolen blanket. They had tidied up around me as best they could, but the room was still devastated after the taxman's assault. In the corners of the room they had piled the broken crockery, splintered furniture, and clumps of stuffing, and the floor had been swept. Still, it no longer looked like a home. My back was damp with sweat, and my body ached. "No need to worry," came a voice out of the darkness. "You're safe and sound, lad." Gwen was sitting in one of the few remaining chairs, looking through the shattered picture window out into the darkness. On her lap she had a frying pan, still itching to break the taxman's skull. I went over to her and put my hand on her shoulder. "We must leave," I said. "Now." "We will," said Gwen, patting my hand. "Soon as it's light." "No," I insisted. "Right now. The charms are destroyed. They are coming." Gwen didn't argue. "I'll wake Connie," she said. Downstairs, bags had already been packed. Out in the courtyard, Daveth was on guard, his thick wooden cudgel in his hands. Breock, who had been meditating on the stairs, stood up, his wise old face a mask of fear. "The charms," he began. I nodded. Meanwhile, Gwen had roused Connie, Tamara and Aaliyah, who came yawning out into the hallway, pulling on jackets and sliding their feet into their shoes. Daveth was beckoned in from the courtyard. "You must go," said Breock. "We will keep them at bay." "What's going on?" asked Aaliyah. "The house is no longer safe," said Breock. "Go now." There was no time for anything more. Everyone was stuffing things in rucksacks and saying hasty goodbyes. Gwen enveloped Aaliyah in a hug and kissed her forehead. "Till I see you again," she said. Breock approached me and gave me the stone-headed mace. I tried to refuse, but he pressed it into my hands, and I knew why. The moment I touched the weapon, its power coursed down my arm. Breock smiled, then turned and headed out into the courtyard, pulling a long knife out from under his robes. Gwen and Connie followed him, Gwen still with a frying pan in her hand. Connie went into her bedroom and came out with 2 brass knuckle-dusters, one on either fist. "Go," said Connie, "and go fast, no looking back." She looked at Aaliyah and gave her a nod. It was only a small gesture, but it was the first time she had shown any kind of respect for her. "I go at the front, you at the back," Tamara said to Daveth. "Let's go," he said. We hauled the backpacks over our shoulders, and Tamara led us out of the back door and into the garden. It was an hour before sunrise, and a cold mist was rising up from the damp grass under our feet. At the bottom of the garden, we slipped through the gate and into the cow pasture. The familiar smell of cowpats mingled with the salt tang of seaweed. Then the luscious scent of the cold brown stream greeted us. The pasture was dark, and the cows were lying down, as though they could sense trouble coming. Electricity again, sharp, jagged electricity, like every blade of grass was charged up. The other side could feel something big happening, and it seeped through. Did the others feel it too? We didn't talk. Tamara was keeping up a fearsome pace at the front, almost jogging, and it was all that I could do to keep up. "Do we have to go so fast?" panted Aaliyah. "We have to go faster," said Tamara, redoubling her pace. Aaliyah groaned at this, but did not complain again. I already had a stitch, and jogged, clutching my side. The first scream came when we were at the bottom of the cowfield. The noise startled the cows, who set up a fearful lowing, and several got to their feet and trundled vaguely down the hill. "Don't stop," said Daveth. "But," started Aaliyah. "They can handle themselves," said Daveth. "Keep moving." We scampered on, hearing no more noises from Fenton House. Down we went, alongside the stream and through the pastures, past the little abandoned church with its overgrown graveyard, and then down onto Parsons Beach once more. There were 3 craft on the beach. Wave Serpent, a smaller, sleeker dinghy that must have belonged to Davith, which bore the name An Avon Matern, or the River King, and then Tamara's Board. Tamara's Board had been carried halfway up the beach and flung down. The sails of the 2 dinghies had been dropped, and the boats themselves had scraped up the beach, but nothing more. "We'll take the Serpent," said Tamara, running over to ready its sails. "River King's faster," said Davith, pointing at his dinghy. "Too small," said Tamara. "No time to argue. Come on." "Take both," suggested Davith. "No," insisted Tamara. "We can't split up." Davith looked as though he was about to argue, but I put my hand on his arm, sending a subconscious message to Davith's brain. "You agree." "Fair enough, good plan," said Davith, the expression on his face seemingly confused about what his mouth had just said. We hauled up the sails on Wave Serpent and threw the bags into the forward compartments. Alea took off her shoes, waded into the shallows, and swung her legs over the side of the dinghy. I followed suit, trying to keep away from the boom which was swinging to and fro as the sail flapped. I dug out a life jacket and gave it to Alea, then slipped one on myself. Tamara hopped into the dinghy and slid towards the back, the stern. I looked at Alea, expecting her to be frightened, but she had a determined look on her face. I put my hand on hers. "We'll really have to push the boat out now," I said. "Eh?" "It was a joke. There's an expression. Seriously, right now." "Sometimes I make jokes when I'm nervous," I admitted. "Do you know how to sail?" she asked. "I know how to swim, more or less." Davith shoved off, pointing us upriver before jumping in himself. The interior of the dinghy was snug, but we just about fitted. There was still a stiff breeze blowing on the river, and Wave Serpent leapt forward as Tamara and Davith pulled on various bits of rope until the sails were full-bellied and quivering. 200 metres from the shore, Davith looked back longingly at the abandoned River King, and then gave a cry. "They're on the beach!" 3 or 4 figures had emerged on the shoreline, dressed in black and casting about as to how to pursue us. "We should have scuppered River King," said Tamara grimly. "They're going to follow us in it," confirmed Alea. In the inky grey of the early morning light, we could just see the figures making the abandoned dinghy ready. Inside a minute, the dinghy was afloat, with 2 of the figures inside. Wave Serpent had a 400-metre head start, and now the race was on. "We'll be caught," said Davith. "I told you we should have taken River King." "She may be faster," said Tamara through gritted teeth, "but she's not being sailed by me. Haul in that jib, we can point higher." Davith did as he was told. Then he hooked his feet under a black padded strap that was slung in the belly of the boat and used this leverage to lean far over the side, so that he was sitting on the rail and the rest of his body was over the water itself. "We can do that too," Alea said to me. "We'll go faster if we're flatter. Do what I do." I didn't think my thin frame would make much difference, but it was good to feel like I was helping, so I copied Davith and Alea and leaned out over the side. The river ran almost exactly from west to east, and the wind was blowing hard from the southwest. I knew that meant we had to zigzag to get upriver, and our enemies behind had to do this too. But they only had 2 in their boat, and we had 4. They were lighter and faster. It became clear that all of Tamara's skill couldn't make up for that fact. "We can't let them follow us any further," she said. "If they see where we're going, we're stuffed." "We can board them," said Davith. "Let them catch up." Tamara looked at Davith, like she could find the answer in his face, then nodded. Gradually, our boat started to slow down. I couldn't work out what she was doing, but I did notice our sails starting to flap, and I could see the other boat getting closer, much quicker. "Alea, Golvan, you 2 stay out of the way," Tamara said. "In a second, I'm going to turn around, and the boom will come over. You need to duck and then sit down in the belly of the boat, okay? Leave this to Davith and me." "We can fight," said Alea. "No," commanded Tamara. "You're what they're after. There's no point doing any of this if you're not safe. Do as you're told." Alea stuck out her bottom lip and looked suddenly at Tamara. I could see there was no way she was going to do as she was told. River King was starting to catch up quickly now. "Have they got guns?" asked Alea. "Why don't they shoot?" "They don't carry them," said Davith. "Too noisy, too easily traceable. This is a secret war." River King was only 50 metres behind now, but below us in terms of wind direction. I figured this was exactly where Tamara wanted them. They couldn't reach us yet, but Tamara could attack them whenever she wanted. If I closed my eyes, I could still see the river, could feel the energy crackling on its surface, could taste the electricity on the surface of my teeth. "Get ready," said Tamara. She had drawn her knife and Daveth had his cudgel in his hand. The gap closed further, 40 metres now, 35, 30. We readied ourselves, waiting for the boom to come over. When River King was 10 metres below us, Tamara quietly said, 3, 2, 1, and swung us down 90 degrees in the water, straight on top of our pursuers. There was a cry of alarm from the smaller dinghy and a desperate manoeuvre to avoid the collision, but it was too little, too late. The nose of Wave Runner hit River King perfectly between the two agents. Chaos. The two boats wedged together, and River King began to capsize, its mast smashing down on the deck of Wave Serpent with a crash. The two men crewing River King were both catapulted into Wave Serpent. Suddenly, there were 6 people in the dinghy. I'd been thrown forward by the impact, and then wedged in the small space in front of the mast. Alia was half in and half out of the water, clinging onto one of the wire stays that kept up the mast as she scrabbled to get a foothold. Daveth was locked in a wrestling match with one of the agents, who had been flung down right on top of him. Tamara was on her feet, her knife in the air, as she and the other agent crew fought nose to nose. The tangled dinghies spun around, and Wave Serpent went through the eye of the wind again. The boom flew straight across the boat, hitting both Tamara and the man she faced square in the ribs, flinging them into the churning green river. The jolt of the boom had caused Alia to lose her grip, and she slid into the river too. As the two dinghies continued to circle, Alia's bobbing, flailing form was swept away. In a moment she was behind River King, and out of sight. I scrambled over to the other boat. The nose of Wave Serpent slid out from underneath the boom of the other dinghy, and suddenly River King was free again, its sails flapping violently. I was now stranded on the wrong boat, helplessly watching the struggles of my friends. Alia was trying to swim to the rail of River King. I took the loose end of the mainsheet and threw it in her direction. The wet rope sank into the river, so I threw it again. This time her fingers grasped the knotted end. I began to drag her towards the dinghy. A black figure emerged from the water, the other agent. He grabbed hold of Alia's life jacket and tried to push her under the surface, but the life jacket kept bringing her back up. I leapt. I only needed one touch, the briefest of touches. My right hand made contact with the agent's head, and I channeled all of my fear and anger down through him, flooding him with the bleakness of the universe. It was like he'd been impaled. He screamed, his eyes rolled in his head, and his body went stiff. He let go of Alia and began to drift away, lying on his back and staring up at the brightening morning sky. I managed to grab hold of Alia. She had swallowed quite a lot of water and was coughing and spluttering. We made it to the side of the dinghy and used the mainsheet to pull ourselves aboard, before collapsing into the boat, gasping for air. Daveth kicked his way free of the man pinning him down. The knife flashed up, but in the next second Daveth brought his cudgel down, and when it came up again, it was reddened and slick. For a moment, it seemed as if he was going to bring the cudgel down again, but he saw me watching him, and he became more himself. He looked at the body at his feet, then at the cudgel in his hands. He grabbed the life jacket from the hold, slotted it over the head of the man he had struck, and then tipped the body overboard. "Help," said Tamara. She was clinging onto the side of the dinghy, her face pale. Daveth dropped his cudgel and hauled her back in, Tamara screaming as her damaged ribs grated on the rail of the dinghy. We were sinking, through a large hole in the hull. Daveth lashed the two boats alongside each other, and we scrambled into the larger boat. "That's a bloody shame," said Daveth ruefully, as he watched River King start to go under. "Damn good boat, that." "Won't it look weird?" asked Alia. "2 bodies and a sunk boat." "There'll be a patrol boat along any moment now," gasped Tamara, between gritted teeth. "They won't leave anything suspicious behind. We need to get out of here." "I'll helm," said Daveth. "Alia, you take the foresail, okay? Golvan, make Tamara as comfortable as possible. She's the only one who knows where we're going." Daveth pointed the dinghy once more upstream, and the sails filled. I cradled Tamara's head as we watched River King go under and settle on the bottom, the tip of the mast sticking out of the water. One of the bodies had washed up on the river bank. The other was still in the river. In the bilges of Wave Serpent, the cudgel rolled around, and as the water in the bilges lapped over it, the cudgel became clean, and the water turned red. Part 2. Kerrier. Chapter 16. Daveth. I was propped between the highest branch and the trunk of the tree, scanning the horizon and ignoring the water that gathered on the leaves and then fell onto me. I watched the drop point, hardly daring to blink. The drop point was a stone stile at the lower end of a slate wall that bisected a sweeping green field of cow pasture. In the hour I'd been watching, there had been only a solitary dog walker on the path. Otherwise, everything had been quiet. It was 3 days since we'd made our escape up the river, sailing another half an hour upstream, branching left and right up the narrowing tributaries of the Helford. We were all soaked and shivering when we finally beached the dinghy in the muddy shingle of the river bank. The water was shallow and silk-coloured, and the banks of the river were overcrowded with trees, their lowest branches dipping into the water. Tamara had gone ashore, her feet leaving deep indents in the mud. We'd dragged the dinghy up the slippery shore and hidden it among the low foliage of the trees, in a nook shaped perfectly to hide it. From the nook, a thin path wound up through the woodland, a dark tunnel with the trees closing overhead. The path had led to a low slate building, hidden among the trees, its windows clouded over with generations of dirt, its roof thick with moss. The padlock on the door was so rusty it seemed like there couldn't be any metal left in it at all, but Tamara had turned over a slimy stone nestling in the undergrowth and produced a heavy iron key, which had slid into the padlock and opened it with a surprisingly clean click, and the door swung open soundlessly on its hinges. Above the door, a flaky, faded sign just about spelt out the word Asalo, the safe. The safe was clean and dry inside, but there were just 2 rooms. A tiny galley kitchen with a single hob fed from a gas bottle on the floor, and a deep stone cupboard that would keep food cold. Then a bedroom next door, with cot beds folded neatly in the corner. There was an outhouse toilet, hidden even deeper in the undergrowth, down a treacherously slippery path, which nobody looked forward to using. The days since hadn't been easy. Once the relief of escape had worn off, spending days, maybe weeks, in our new home was not exactly appealing. The first night, Tamara accused me of snoring, then rolled over and started snoring herself. Then Alia had burnt the supper on the second evening, and there had been a brief argument during which Alia had stormed off, and we all had to go and find her. I knew we had to get out of there soon, or we'd all kill each other. The drop point was quiet. I came down from my perch and walked towards the stile, like a dumb tourist who hadn't looked at the weather forecast before setting out for a stroll. I was wearing an old waxed jacket that had been hanging up in the safe. It was still a little waterproof, but it had no hood, so I hunkered down inside the high collar and sank my hands deep into the pockets. Approaching from the other direction was a middle-aged woman in a wind cheater, soaked to the skin and looking miserable. She was dabbing at her running nose with a sodden hanky and squelching unhappily along the increasingly muddy path. She was exactly what I was pretending to be, a dumb tourist. And yet, the enemy's servants came in all shapes and sizes. Was she a little too convincing? Glancing up, I saw that the woman was doing the same, checking me out from under lowered eyelids. The closer I got to the drop point, the more I became convinced that our cover had been blown. I could just walk away. Or I could pretend the drop point was not there and just keep walking. I stole another glance at her. She really did look miserable, but underneath that damp wind cheater, she was fiddling with something bulky. I clenched my fists, ready for a fight. We were going to reach the stile at the same time, a dozen footsteps away now. A small dog stuck its head out of the top of the woman's wind cheater. I nearly laughed out loud. The woman pushed the dog back into her jacket, climbed over the stile, and hurried on her way. I crouched down and pretended to do up my shoelaces, slipping my hand between the slate step and the stile. Underneath the step was a small opening in which nestled a package, which I replaced with a similar package from my own pocket. I crossed the stile and started circling back towards the river. The next day, I was waiting by the side of the road. The weather had improved, and now I basked in glorious sunshine. I tilted my face to the sky and enjoyed the warmth on my closed eyelids. The message had been simple enough. Meet me in Falmouth. Confidential. Family only. Your sister. I hadn't told the others. There was other stuff I could tell them about the progress in the war, now officially declared. The Ulvers and Vingos had united, and the old barriers were being erected with the help of the Druids, but the land was still rife with the enemy, and there had been casualties on both sides. We should stay in hiding for now, certainly the outsider and the sparrow boy. Of Gwen, Connie, and Breock, nobody had heard a single word. It was assumed they'd been taken by the enemy. Alia had kept quiet when I told her about this. She was getting tougher. I wasn't sure if that was a good sign or not. I spun them a story about scouting the borders of the territory to cover my mission to Falmouth. Tamara had tried to come too, but I managed to persuade her that Alia and Golvan needed someone to guard them. She had not been happy. The chug of an old engine made me turn. A small lorry was approaching, right on time. The lorry slowed and pulled to a stop. The back was covered with a thick blue tarpaulin, under which were crates of new potatoes ready for the market in Falmouth. A thin gap had been left between the crates, and I squeezed through it. There was just enough room for a body, if you lay on your side on the hard steel deck. We set off. It was a good job that Falmouth was close by. Every time the lorry went over a pothole, I jarred my elbows, hips and knees as I tried to protect my head. Then I heard a siren. It was nothing to do with this lorry, surely. I waited for it to overtake, but the siren only got closer, and now the lorry was slowing down and pulling over, and the siren was so close it was deafening. Through gaps in the tarpaulin, I could see flashing blue lights. The siren was turned off, but the light continued to flash. 2 car doors were opened and 2 pairs of boots approached. A tap on the driver's window. "Hello, officer. How can I help you?" "Don't you hello, officer me, nithing." "Oh, so you're that kind of policeman?" "Yeah, we're that kind. What have you got under your tarpaulin?" "Go and have a look if you like." The boots approached. I got ready to bolt, though I wouldn't get far. The tarpaulin was hauled back. The rear crates were exposed, but my hiding place remained under cover. Just. "Looks legit," said one of the policemen. "Yeah, all right," sighed the other. "Can't believe they've got us doing this rubbish. Got better things to do than pulling over random potato trucks." The boots walked back round to the driver's door. "You can go," said one of the policemen resentfully, "but you just watch it." "I will, officer, I will," said the driver cheerfully. A moment later, he gunned the engine and pulled away again. A minute or two later, the lorry pulled off the main road and the sound of traffic died down. The driver came round and hauled off the tarpaulin, flooding the lorry bed with bright sunshine. I got to my feet. The lorry had parked in a cobbled courtyard that serviced deliveries for 6 small shops. People were coming and going, unloading barrows of produce and chatting happily. "All our people," said the driver. "Don't worry about it." "You sure?" I asked. The driver rolled his eyes and tutted. "Good job you're the chief's son," he said. "Here, I'm supposed to give you this." He threw me a small rucksack. Inside was a guy's mask, a traditional Cornish mask worn for dancing, this one covered in green leaves to represent the Green Man. "You've got an hour," said the driver. He strode off, carrying a crate of potatoes, shaking his head and muttering, "Bloody Sousen," under his breath. I slipped the mask on and felt a little more secure. The other item in the bag was a crude map of Falmouth, with a red line showing the route between the courtyard and a pub where the meeting would take place. The White Cross. Blending in was easy. The pavements were full of people, many in masks and disguises, many already having a drink, all singing and dancing and enjoying the day. There was a troop of jesters, weaving in and out of the slow-moving cars. 2 French ladies in enormous powdered wigs, a large group of schoolchildren dressed as ducklings. It was the Falmouth Carnival, and it was perfect cover. In the centre of town, the cars were being turned away, so the crowds spilled from the pavement into the road. Up ahead was a slow column of themed carnival floats, some grinning mermaids sitting in an underwater garden, a moonscape with tinfoil astronauts moving in exaggerated slow motion, a Wild West scene with inflatable cacti, and a cowboy shootout with popping cap guns. As the floats moved along, they each blasted out their own music, so that the sounds combined into a thick soup of noise. Along the banks of the onlookers, more people in costume moved with buckets for change, their jangling adding to the general chaos. I moved among the crowd, noting the movement of everybody, suspecting anybody. Falmouth felt safe. It was our territory. But that was precisely why I was so on edge. Just like the enemy, to make the safest of places the most dangerous. There, up ahead, was the White Cross, its sign of the Cornish flag swaying gently in the breeze. The pub was old and dark, and it smelled of dust, beer, and the brass polish they used on the taps. It being carnival day, the pub was doing a roaring trade. It was 3 deep at the bar, and the staff could barely pour the pints quick enough. I skirted the bar and went round the back, where a small doorway led to some stairs. A drunk was leaning on the wall by the stairs, half asleep. As I approached, I saw that it was one of Mum's people. "Private function," he slurred. I lifted the guy's mask. "Colonel Bisvicken," I said softly. "Colonel Bisvicken," said the man, moving aside. At the top of the stairs was a closed door marked Function Room. I knocked 3 times, waited, knocked twice, waited, and finally knocked a single time. The door was opened, and I stepped inside. The room was dark, hot, and oppressive. At a small table, sipping a glass of lemonade, was Brecker. She looked up at me and then at her watch, nodding. "Perfectly on time," she observed. "Perhaps you do take after our mother after all." She indicated the seat opposite her. "Take a seat. You want a drink?" I shook my head. "What's so important?" I asked. "I didn't come all this way to drink lemonade." "Well, a couple of days in the wilderness hasn't done your manners much good, has it?" said Brecker, laughing. "OK, Albroda, we'll get straight down to business, shall we? There are concerns back in the kingdom," she said. "Lots of rumours flying around." "Like what?" I asked. "About the Sparrow Boy, mostly," said Brecker. "Lots of wild talk about his abilities, what he can and can't do. Some say he can get in your head, make you do stuff." "He's got some telepathic ability," I agreed. "But he's just a kid, he's still learning." "All the same," said Brecker. "Someone like that is very valuable in the right hands." "He's not in anyone's hands," I said. "Nobody controls him." "Oh, don't they?" said Brecker. "Well, you try telling that to the folk back in Powedera. Way they see it, the Vingos have got a serious asset there, and there's some who are a bit uncomfortable about that." "The Vingos are our allies," I reminded her. "Even if they did control the Sparrow Boy, which they don't, it could only be a good thing for us. The enemy have recruited a black druid from the north, a powerful one too. Golvan's the only thing we've got keeping her at bay." "You keep saying we," observed Brecker. "There's no we in this arrangement." "There are allies," I began. "For now," said Brecker. "They haven't always been." "We've made vows," I said. "Oaths." "Calm down," said Brecker, rolling her eyes. "We aren't breaking any oaths." "But you've got to look at the long game, Albroda. This little skirmish with the enemy won't last forever. Sooner or later there'll be terms, and then it'll be back to how it was. And what then? What about the debt they owe us? You think they're just going to forget all that?" "This isn't a skirmish," I said. "The enemy are disappearing people again. You heard what happened to Gwentangi." "Yeah, I heard," said Brecker, casually. "Surprised it hasn't happened before. That woman spent her whole life getting on people's nerves." "The point, Albroda," interrupted Brecker, "is that the Vingos owe us a lot of money, and with the war going on and you camping out in some cave somewhere, the payments have dried up." "It's a war," I said. "What are they supposed to pay you with? Getting a shipment in's all but impossible." "Well, now we're getting to the point," said Brecker. "Because they do have something that's worth quite a bit, don't they?" You mean... Oh, God, this is boring. Do I have to spell it out? You want them to give you the boy? The boy, sniffed Brecker. And the girl too. What? I said. Aaliyah? You want them to give you a member of their own family? She's important, though, isn't she? Said Brecker. Must be. It was all quiet before she arrived, and now suddenly all hell's let loose. That's just a coincidence, I said. And look whose daughter she is, continued Brecker. You telling me that there isn't some of Keith Tanguy's way in his daughter? She's a civilian, I said. Why are you lying for them? Demanded Brecker. Have you forgotten where your loyalty lies? You better start acting like an Oliver damn quick, or you'll find out what it's like to be on the outside of the family. I'm already on the outside of the family, I said. Oh, boo-hoo, mocked Brecker. You're lucky to have anything from us. You know what they did with half-breeds back in the good old days? They left them by the side of the road for the foxes to eat. Maybe we should have done that with you. The room felt even hotter. I took a deep breath. Are we done here? I asked. We're done when you grow up and fulfill your side of the bargain, said Brecker. The Sparrow Boy and the Tanguy girl. That's our price. We'll forgive the debt, the whole debt, if we can have those two. What do you want me to do? I said. Knock them out and deliver them in a sack. If the family needed you to do it, yeah, said Brecker. If the family needed it, I'd expect you to serve them up in a pasty. The family comes first. You remember that. She took another sip of her lemonade. But as it is, she continued, there's no need for dramatics. We'll contact you again once we've made the arrangements. A time, date and location. Just bring them where we tell you, and we'll take care of the rest. What about Tamara? We'll take care of the rest, repeated Brecker firmly. Listen, you want to be a proper part of this family, and I mean a proper part, not just some errand boy, then you get this done. I bit my lip and stared at the ceiling. You'd have to promise they wouldn't get hurt, I said eventually. None of them, not Tamara either. Bloody hell, said Brecker, shaking her head. You really have gone soft. I mean it, I said. They trust me. I won't put them in harm's way. How you've got that nerve, started Brecker. Well, the deal's off, I said, and you won't see me again. Brecker looked at me in disgust. Oh, fine, she said, rolling her eyes. Cross my heart and hope to die. They won't be harmed. Now you just get it done. I stood up. Colonel Bisvicken, I said softly. Yeah, said Brecker. Go on, you run along now. I left the room without looking back, my head swimming. It was a relief to get outside and breathe fresh air again. I pulled the mask back down over my face and wandered slowly back to the rendezvous point, the colour and noise of the carnival now faded and mute. I stumbled along, head down, being jostled by the passing crowd and not caring. The conversation with Brecker went round and round in my head. More than once I clashed shoulders with a party girl and got sworn at, but I didn't care. But then, a warning bell was ringing in my head. Danger was close. I looked up and across to the other side of the street. Both pavements were crowded and the colourful floats were still passing between them, but there was a clear gap, just for a few seconds. There was a figure standing very still on the pavement. The figure was dressed in a black chalk-striped suit with a crisp white shirt and a red tie. He was wearing a black bowler hat, and he was looking directly at me. The taxman smiled, slowly lifted his hand, and waved. I thought I was going to be sick. I plunged into the crowd, frantically fighting against the tide of people. I slid between two clowns in nightmarish makeup, and then shouldered aside a middle-aged man dressed as a nun who swore loudly. I was ducking my head and trying to keep out of sight. I couldn't see the taxman's face, but I could see the bowler hat steadily keeping up across the other side of the street. A group of lads had painted themselves bright blue and were coming towards me with their arms linked. An alleyway to my left, I ducked down it and broke into a jog. The alleyway serviced the back doors of a couple of restaurants and a dingy-looking bar. It was scattered with litter and greasy wheelie bins. I tugged the bins into the middle of the alley, hoping to slow down whoever followed. Or what if I was walking into their net? The other end of the alleyway connected a loop of the Carnival route and was thick with revellers. A couple of them did not quite look right. They were looking my way, waiting for me. I lurched left, through an open doorway that was draped with a beaded curtain, and into a great steamy waft of fried food, the kitchen of a Chinese restaurant. 3 men, working furiously at huge pans of rice and noodles, looked up in astonishment, then began to yell that I couldn't be in there. I pushed through the restaurant, swiftly walking between the tables of people having an early lunch, and then out of the front door and back into the Carnival route. I looped back on myself and pushed into another restaurant, this one a cheap Italian pizza place. I strode through the restaurant and then into the kitchen at the back, where a pizza chef and a waiter were having an argument and pointing at each other. They stopped as they saw me, and then began to protest as I darted between them and to the fire exit at the back. Another back street, another panicked search for options, another back door, this time leading to a florist's that was heavy with exotic scents, and where the cashier screamed when I emerged from behind her to walk through the shop. When I went back onto the street, someone shouted, "There!" and faces turned towards me. There was a newsagent's next door, and I ducked inside, searching straight away for the back door, but there wasn't one. At the back of the shop was a staircase going up, and a protesting newsagent who tried to grab me. I couldn't go back. I jogged up the stairs, finding a dozing grandmother in an armchair and a child in front of a television set on the first floor, and then 2 bedrooms on the second floor. Where now? The first bedroom looked out over the street, but the second bedroom opened out onto the rooftops. They were all terraced houses here, old-fashioned terraces with slanting slate roofs, separated by low walls. It was the only option. I climbed out of the window and gingerly stepped onto the shiny grey slate. I half walked, half crawled along, using my hands to distribute weight more evenly. I climbed carefully over the first of the dividing walls, and, just as I did, heard a noise from behind. I quickly ducked down on the other side of the wall and out of sight. A voice said, "You could have come this way, Harry." "And go where?" said another voice. "I don't know," said the first. "Over the roofs, maybe?" "You've got a very active imagination, that's what you've got," said the second. "Come on, let's keep looking." Their voices receded, and I let out the breath I'd been holding. The window was only 5 metres from my hiding place. I pulled the mask off my face, feeling the cool air on my damp forehead and cheeks. I put the mask down on the tiles, and then realised my mistake. A split second too late, the mask slid off the slates and rattled down into the gutter. A voice said, "Hang on, what was that?" I froze, eyes wide. The other voice said, "I didn't hear anything." I gritted my teeth, waiting for the worst. There was a creak of a floorboard as 2 men peered out of the bedroom window again. The first voice said, "What's that?" I braced myself. This could be it. "He's here!" And I was up and running, feet scrabbling on the slick grey tiles. There was a shout and the clatter of footsteps, but I didn't look back. I made it to the next low wall and vaulted over, landing on my feet, but then immediately losing my balance and sprawling on my face. Even as my chin bounced painfully off the roof, I was clambering to my feet again, my right foot pushing off a section of drainpipe which gave way with a crack and tumbled down into the street below. A crash from behind told me the enemy were close. I risked a look and saw 2 men in carnival costumes just yards behind, each with a taser in hand. I was up and down again, a tile breaking under my foot and my fingers scraping painfully as I sought to find a grip. I took the broken tile and whirled round, skimming it at one of my pursuers. The tile shattered against the man's raised arm, and he howled in pain, losing his balance in the process and disappearing over the edge of the roof in the blink of an eye. The other man didn't even pause. He just came on again, the taser buzzing in his hand. Another low wall. This one leapt more gracefully, so that I kept my balance and continued running, nimbly skipping from tile to tile. I vaulted another wall and cried out as I slipped and landed on my chest. In a moment, my pursuer was on top of me, panting from the chase. The taser was raised, ready to deliver a paralysing charge. "Now you're for it," said the man, the sweat rolling down his face. I kicked out low, straight into the man's groin with all of my strength. The man crumpled into a heap with a gasp, looking up in horror as I plucked the taser from his hand and unclipped the radio from his belt. I jammed the crackling taser into the man's shoulder. The device leapt in my hand as it delivered its shock, and the man stiffened and passed out. The radio crackled. Steve, where's he heading?" "He's gone down a drainpipe," I said. "At street level now, heading south." "Copy that," said the radio. "Get down here." I climbed up over the eaves of the roof and slid down on the other side. Now I was on the carnival route again and knew what to do. Soon enough, I saw the float that was themed around the Wild West at the end of the street coming my way. Part of the display were 3 enormous inflatable cacti, a soft landing. 2 floors up, and if I fell, That could be it. I waited for the float to approach. It seemed incredibly slow. Below, the carnival continued, unaware of the life or death pursuit happening on the rooftops overhead. As a child, I'd often jumped off cliffs into the sea. There was no cliff too steep, no drop too extreme, no sea too rough. Where was that bravery now? Nearly there, nearly there. I glanced down at the street. It was a long way down. I imagined what my body would look like sprawled on the street in a pool of blood, then tried to stop myself thinking about it, and only thought about it even more. I waited until the float was directly below. I took a deep breath. I jumped. That familiar feeling in my stomach, the moment of wild panic, I flailed my arms, realising I'd misread the speed of the float. I missed the first cactus, just the tips of 2 fingers and the edge of 1 foot grazing it, before hitting the second cactus hard and trying to grip it with all of my strength. I held on just, but the cactus folded in half and then came away from where it was strapped to the float, and I was tossed into the crowd, smacking the concrete with the flat of my chest. There was a chaos of voices, and hands reaching to pull me up, and someone calling for an ambulance, and others shouting about the cactus, which had toppled over. In the confusion, I scrambled up and slipped away from the carnival down a quiet side road. My leg was agony, elbow not much better, and shoulder fractured. It hurt like hell. I tried to walk without limping, but the blood from my knee was sticking to my jeans. It wouldn't be long before the enemy widened their search, and sooner or later they'd be back on my trail. I had to put distance between myself and the carnival. As the noise of the carnival grew quieter behind, I tried to remember what Denzel had taught me. Deep breaths, ignore the pain, rationalise the problem. What was the quickest way out of here? I knew what to do. I changed tack and headed north, towards the harbour, towards the sound of seagulls and the hard acid tang of fish guts wafting on the air. Here the river fowl met the sea in a wide estuary filled with deep blue water and every kind of vessel imaginable. What I needed wasn't a pleasure boat, though. It was the fishing boats I made for. There were 3 fishing boats huddled together, with only the outward boat occupied. A middle-aged fisherman in yellow oilskin trousers, sitting out in the sunshine, mending his nets. On the back of the boat was its name, Angela, and next to it was painted a small Cornish flag. As I approached, the fisherman looked me up and down. "Conobus Vicken," I said. "Conobus Vicken," said the fisherman. "I want you to take me reef fishing," I said, hoping I'd said it right. "What kind of fish you after?" responded the fisherman. "Bluefins," I said. The fisherman's eyebrows raised a fraction. "Better come on board quick," he said, in hushed tones, dropping his net and keying the engine to life. I climbed over the other 2 boats to reach Angela, and cast off from our mooring. "Get out of sight," said the fisherman, beckoning me forward. The boat was too small to have any space below deck, but by crouching down inside the wheelhouse, I could just about stay hidden. "Head south," I said. "I'll radio an escort once we're in clear water." "No problem," said the fisherman. We chugged gently out of the harbour, the slow rise and fall of the swell a comfort after the crowded streets of Falmouth. The fishing boat smelt of fish and motor oil and had half an inch of water swilling the bottom of it, but I didn't care. The sun was beating down now, and wafts of fresh sea air came in over the rail. I risked a quick peek through the wheelhouse window, but what I saw there felt like a spear of ice in my guts. Guarding the mouth of the harbour was a castle, Pendennis Castle, a handsome grey-gold keep behind angled curtain walls high on the headland. It was popular with tourists and wedding parties, none of whom were aware of the castle's history and the blood that had been spilled there. On this day, Carnival Day, in the glorious sunshine, the castle was filled with tourists swarming over its battlements. But there was one figure standing stock still, up there on the ramparts. Even at that distance I recognised who it was. He was wearing a black suit, and clearly had a bowler hat on his head. He was staring right at us. I ducked down again. The tacksman couldn't possibly see this far, couldn't possibly see into the wheelhouse of this tiny boat. Surely. The boat chugged on, and I tucked in my feet, still feeling the stare of my enemy. Just past the bulk of the fishermen, Pendennis Castle was being left behind on the headland, and the tacksman still stood upon the walls, staring out to sea. Chapter 17. Rosen. I sat at my desk with the half-written letter in front of me. We'd always written letters, my dad and me, It was one of our things. I could have sent him a text, but letters were more personal. They took longer. They meant more. Except this one wouldn't come. I looked at what I'd written so far. Dear Dad, just a quick note to let you know how I'm getting along. The past few days have been hectic, as you can imagine. I feel really lucky to have had so many opportunities recently, and I know that I'm a better druid as a result. There have been some challenging things, of course. And that was as far as I'd got. I didn't want to lie, but the truth wasn't really an option either. And now the voice returned. The voice of a dark stranger on the other side. You're wasting your time, said the voice. Despite everything, you're still not ready to accept the truth. Leave your weakness behind and open your eyes to the truth. I screwed up my eyes and clamped my jaw shut, forcing the voice out of my head. But the moment I relaxed, the voice returned, now flavoured with a sour note of sarcasm. It'll take more than that, said the voice. The longer you hold out, the worse it'll be when you finally give in. Accept my gifts. You could be so much more. There will be a price, I said, out loud, although nobody was there. You think I'm an idiot? Of course there will be a price, said the voice. In this world, in every world, there's always a price. But for the gifts I can give you, the price is worth paying. And how much of me will be left after I've paid this price? I asked. Will there be anything left at all? The voice laughed then. Once you've let me in, you won't care. Go away, I said, my hands shaking. We'll make a wonderful team, said the voice. Go away. Now my voice was shaking too. It's only a matter of time. Go away, I shouted. There was a sudden silence. The voice didn't return. I opened my eyes and everything was normal. I was still in reality. I was still sitting at my desk. Then I looked down at where my pen protruded from my arm. I'd buried the tip of it 1/2 centimetre into my flesh. The tissue was swollen and red around the puncture site. A thin trickle of ink and blood traced its way down onto the desk and pooled on the writing paper. I slowly pulled the pen out of my arm, gasping as there was a sudden rush of pain. On the desk there was a box of tissues. I pressed a wad of them to the wound to stem the flow. At the pressure from the tissues there was another groundswell of pain, but I didn't stop pressing down. I pressed harder. The pain was overwhelming. It reached every part of my body, blocking out every thought. I felt something start to stir once more, the thing that was haunting me, looking for a way back in, so I pressed down, feeling the pain sing once again, and the thing receded, beaten back by the reality of the wound. I smiled, with tears of pain in my eyes. Half an hour later, I was down in the holding cells again. The corridors were no less bleak than when I'd first visited them, but they were now so familiar that they felt like home. Halfway along was a smooth, brushed aluminium door, which slid open soundlessly. Inside was a narrow corridor with floor-to-ceiling windows on either side. The windows were tinted so that the light they let in was a strange green colour, giving the corridor room a slightly eerie intensity. The windows were two-way mirrors for the observation of the inmates on either side, and at each window was sitting an agent, typing notes into electronic tablets that they rested on their laps. At the far end of the observation chamber stood Mr. Hughes, looking a bit worried. "Good evening," I said. "How are our guests today?" "Much the same," said the first agent. Mr. Hughes cleared his throat. "You know that I trust in your abilities completely," he said. "But things have taken a troubling turn. The cover-up operation after last night was extensive, and they are asking questions in London. We need results to show it was all worth it." "She'll break," I said. "She's a tough old bird, but she'll break. They all do." Through the window to my right, Conwenna Foss sat strapped to a chair, her head resting on her chest. Foss had some marks of physical torture on her, but not many. The agent said it was like she was carved from stone. In the other cell, Gwennifer Tangy was also strapped to a chair. However, whilst Foss was silent and brooding, Tangy chatted away endlessly, mindlessly. "And what about this one?" I asked. "Any change?" "Much worse," said the agent. "She completely lost it since your last session with her. Been jabbering like that all day." "In this state, she is worth nothing to us," Mr. Hughes pointed out. They were right. Tangy had gone. The potion that I'd used on her the previous day had been a gamble, and it hadn't paid off. But perhaps there was a way to use this. "I have an idea," I said. I opened the lock to Foss's cell. She glared at me like she'd been expecting me the whole time. She was old but tough, like she'd been weathered by life. "Hello," I said. "How are you doing?" Foss dredged up some mucus from the back of her throat and spat it at me. "There's no need to be like that," I said. "Good manners cost nothing. That's what my father always says." "Your father is a turd," said Foss. I said, smiling. "That's some mouth you've got on you." "You heard me, child," said Foss. "I know about you two, up there in Perranporth, making the land stink with your treachery. He's a turd and you're his turd child, and that's all." I could have this woman beaten to death with one word. One word. "Let me in," said the voice. "Then you'll burn the flesh from her bones with a glance of your eye. Wouldn't that be fun?" I gave the bandaged wound on my arm a sharp squeeze. The sudden surge of pain helped force the voice from my head. "What happened to your arm, child?" asked Foss. "Have a little accident, did you?" "It's fine. Just a scratch." "It's a big scratch that leaves you bleeding like that," said Foss. The blood had soaked through the antiseptic pad and the bandage that held it in place. "You want to be careful," said Foss. "Something like that could get infected." "Really, I'm fine," I said, which is more than I can say for Gwen. Foss's head snapped up and she growled in defiance. "Gwen's tough," said Foss, shaking her head. "You don't know the half of it." "I think you're the one who is misinformed," I said. "Shut it," said Foss. "Filth like you wouldn't understand." "You don't believe me," I said. "I suppose that's reasonable enough. You need some proof." The mirror became translucent, so that the other cell became visible, and there was Gwennifer Tangy, rocking back and forth in her chair, her face twisted with emotion. At the same moment, the sound from the other cell was broadcast through the speakers, so that Tangy's incoherent blabbering echoed around Foss's cell. "And the grand old Duke of York came in, didn't he, my dear? And oh my goodness, do you know what happened next? The mess in the kitchen was appalling, and I was saying to my great-aunt Nellie, who was there, or at least it looked like her, and have you seen she has done with her hair? Don't you think she looks frightful, like a cat that's been pulled through a hedge? But it made me sad, so sad, my dear, the look in her eyes like a big pizza pie. That's amore, and I couldn't stop crying, just crying about my father, such a lovely man." And as she jabbered, there were tears rolling down her cheeks. Foss, for the first time in the hours and hours of her interrogation and torture, looked as though her heart was breaking. Sympathy was for the weak, and there was no room for weakness. "Stop it," Foss said, softly. "Whatever you've done to her, whatever you're doing to her, stop it, please." "Why don't we talk about," I began. "Please," insisted Foss. "You aren't a bad person. I can see that. Despite everything you've done to me, everything you've done to us, I don't believe you're a bad person. You're just a child." "Don't be so naive," I said. "Deep down in there's a bit of you that knows this is wrong," said Foss. "You know nothing about me," I said. My heart was beating fast and I felt dizzy. What was happening to me? "It isn't too late, you know," said Foss. "You can still turn back." I was painfully aware that I was being watched by Mr. Hughes on the other side of the mirror. I turned and stalked out of the cell, slamming the heavy door shut behind. Out in the corridor, I leant against the wall, taking deep breaths. I missed Dad. He would have known the right thing to say. "Such weakness," said the voice. "What a waste. Such natural talent squandered." I squeezed the wound on my arm tightly as I could, and the blood seeped through the bandage and then leaked through my fingers, dripping onto the floor. The pain was so intense that I sobbed and sank to the ground with the muscles of my wrist in spasm. Even after I'd let go, my arm throbbed intensely, in time with my heartbeat. Then, as the pain receded, the voice returned. "You're tired, alone, and facing defeat," said the voice. "Let me help you." I sniffed a couple of times and wiped the tears away from my eyes. "What do I have to do?" I asked. There were 3 bodies on the gurneys in the mortuary, each covered with a white plastic sheet and identified by a toe tag. The room smelled of chemicals and death. The first body was a middle-aged man, covered from the neck down with blue tattoos. The man's throat had been cut very cleanly and precisely, a livid, purple scalpel wound. The next body was a young woman in her mid-20s, with no mark on her body to suggest how she had died. The likely cause was poison, and she had probably died without even realising what had killed her. The third body was the one I needed. As a child, I'd learned the names of all the druids in Cornwall, and no name had been mentioned more often than that of Breoc ab Astal, admired even by the black druids. Now Breoc lay on a stainless steel gurney, his wise old face still, and his mouth turned down, like he'd smelled something bad. The agent said he'd fought on with fury when all hope was lost. Killing 2 agents with his bare hands and nearly killing a third, he'd been determined to die in that courtyard, and he'd got his wish. In the corner of the mortuary was a tray of surgical instruments, which I wheeled over to the body. I didn't have a clue how to use them, but a rough idea of human biology and a strong stomach would get the job done. A scalpel, a saw, some clamps. How hard could it be? My work was sloppy, but determination overcame the odd mistake. I was a little more careful the further in I got. My prize had to be taken in one piece. It took just over 20 minutes. Once I'd finished, I washed the blood off my hands and wrists at the sink and put the sheet back over the corpse, covering the wreckage that I'd created. I put Breoc's heart in a heavy glass jar with a screw-on lid and slid the jar into my bag, where it clinked against several other jars already in there. The prison wing was empty. I took the lift up to the ground floor, where a security guard acknowledged me with a nod. I used my pass to open one of the exterior doors and slipped out into the inky blackness of the night. The landscape out here was full of ley lines, and I followed them to a point where 3 intersected and the other powers were strongest, a bare patch under an old tree. I gouged at the soil with a stick until I'd made a small hole. I carefully slid the heart from the jar and out into the hole. Then I took out another jar with a bright green liquid sloshing inside, which I poured over the heart, trying not to breathe in the curling fumes that twisted into the air. A third jar was filled with tiny bleached white bones, each no longer than a pin, which I sprinkled over the top of my offering. I took out a box of matches, lit one, and dropped it into the hole. There was a breathtaking whoosh, and a column of green fire shot into the air, igniting the overhanging branches of the tree and knocking me flat onto my back. I felt no impact at all, though. I felt as though I was floating in a clear, black, deep lake. With a deliberate motion, I turned away from the surface and dived deep down, leaving all warmth behind me. Once again, I felt the pressure building, like my ears were going to pop, and then nothing. I returned to the other side. Everything had changed. When I had been there before, it had always been dominated by grand old architecture, like Paris and Rome and London, all rolled into one. But now there was a different influence, something that had not been there before, or had only been hiding in the shadows until now. I was walking through a city of darkness and creeping menace. Every street seemed haunted, every building loomed, the doorways like mouths gaping. Where there had been hustle and bustle previously, now the pavements were empty. Distant forms of other people hurried away quickly. More than once I turned a corner, only for those in the windows to pull their shutters across when they saw me coming. I walked for a little while, fascinated and appalled in equal measure by the terrible changes that had been brought about. The city seemed scared. "Do you like what I've done with the place?" I looked up. I was standing in front of the entrance to an underground railway station. The iron gates were decorated with elaborate curling scrollwork, as were the handrails on the steps leading down to the tunnels below. "Why are you afraid? This is why you're here. I took a deep breath of what? None of this was real. It was all an illusion. There were no steps. But when I put my hand on the rail, I could feel the cold iron, and as I walked down the steps there was a thick sulphurous smell, and as the lights blinked on and off I could hear them buzzing. The sounds of the surface receded, and when I looked back I couldn't see the entrance any more, just stairs leading forever upwards. I reached the platform. It was deserted and pooled in darkness. Here and there were puddles of rusty water and fragments of twirling litter, propelled by warm, sooty draughts of air. I could hear the distant passage of trains on other lines. The platform had 3 benches. On the 3rd bench sat the figure in black, his cloak gathered about him, and his top hat tipped down over his face. He did not look up as I approached. "Who are you?" I asked. "My true name would be beyond you." "Try me." The figure in black shook his head and sighed. Then he looked up at me, and for the first time I saw a portion of his face. It swirled and changed, slithered and crawled, a sickening mess of things and shapes that made no sense, before finally settling on something that looked more human. "My name is..." Then a noise that sounded like the end of the universe, grating, grunting, shrieking, singing and wailing all in one. It lasted a fraction of a second, but in that fraction I saw a glimpse of the universe as it truly was, the whirling insanity of it all. I staggered backwards, retching. "Told you so." I stood with my hands on my knees, trying to pull myself together. Eventually I managed to stand up, although I still had the sting of vomit in my throat. "Why are you doing this?" I gasped. He sighed. "You cannot understand my name. You cannot understand my purpose. Do you want my help or not?" "Yes," I said. "Right." A roar in the tunnel. A train emerged, travelling at an impossible speed, and then ground to a halt. It pulled a long, grey carriage, battered and scratched with age. There were dozens of doors along its length, but only one of them slid open. The figure in black got to his feet and walked to the carriage. He turned back and opened his arms, beckoning me to step on board. I boarded the carriage, which was as flea-bitten and filthy as everything else, and the figure in black followed me. I didn't dare look at his face again. "Call me the Serpent," he said, as the carriage doors closed.
Chapter 18. Tamara. Blessed by the Druids. They got that right. I'd never seen anything like it. It took me years to get decent with the bowstaff. Night after night of practice, blisters on top of blisters, bruises on top of bruises. Alea hadn't even picked up a bowstaff before I started training her. Now I had hardly anything left to teach her. That morning, the 3rd morning after Davith had left for Falmouth, we sparred for over an hour. On the first day, I'd gone easy on her. Didn't want to hurt her after all. But now I was going both barrels. The sweat was in my eyes, my hair was plastered to my forehead, my knuckles were bleeding. It was great. Even better, Alea was exactly the same, and she wasn't complaining. In fact, apart from the first morning, when she realised she hadn't brought any makeup with her, and she'd left her mobile behind too, and she'd nearly fallen down the toilet, she'd been all right. Alea leant on her staff, panting. "Can we take a break?" she asked. "That's how they get you," I said. "When you're tired and your concentration goes, that's when something slips through your guard. Everything goes black. Then it's just a question of if you wake up or not. And if you do, you probably wish you hadn't." Alea sighed. "You could have just said no," she said. "Where's the fun in that?" I said, lunging forward, swinging my staff at her shins. She blocked the attack, trapped my staff, pivoted round and aimed a reverse blow with her elbow. I danced away and flexed my knees to attack again. Alea came forward, crabwise, ready to lunge but also to sway back from any counter. She feinted left, swung right, and then, when I blocked the move, hit me in the chest with an open palm, throwing me backwards to land on my back with a thud. She planted her foot on my chest and pointed her staff at my throat. "Do you yield?" she snarled. "That was proper good," I said, laughing even though I was in quite a lot of pain.
She laughed too then, and relaxed a bit, so I grabbed her ankle and pulled hard so that she came tumbling down next to me. "You conniving cow!" she shouted, as I used my weight to pin her down and give her a Chinese burn. It was a beautiful morning. The sun had wiped away the early mist, and a gentle breeze was tugging little white clouds across the sky. After we'd finished mucking about, we both lay there for a bit, side by side. "Tamara?" asked Aaliyah. "Yeah." "You know Golvan?" "I know Golvan." "Why doesn't he talk?" "You really don't know?" "If I knew, I wouldn't be asking." "Well, I don't know for sure. You should ask him. It's all rumours." "What's the rumour?" "Ask him. Not my secret to tell." "Bloody hell. All right, I will. Well, what about Davith?" "What about him?" "You still not worried?" asked Aaliyah. "Course not," I lied. "Sure he's fine." "Been 3 days now," said Aaliyah. "Shouldn't we, I don't know, tell someone?" "Nobody knows we're here," I reminded her. "Who are we going to tell?" "I suppose." "He's a big boy," I said. "He'll be okay." Aaliyah clearly wanted to ask me something else. I could hear her trying to work it out in her head. "You know Davith?" she asked eventually. "Yeah," I said slowly. "Do you and him... I mean, have you... what? You know what?" "Never mind," she said. I could still hear her turning it over. Instead, she tried something else. "But what about that thing they called him?" she asked. "Sausen?" "Yeah. It means Saxon." "What does that..." "Davith's father was English." "So what?" "That's who we're fighting against." "Eh? No, it isn't." "Yeah, it is." "But most English people don't even know this is happening." "That's not the way we see it." "So Davith gets bullied because his dad was English?" "Basically." "That's racist." "No, it isn't. Don't be daft." "All right, well, what about me then?" "My mum wasn't Cornish, was she?" "But she wasn't English. That's the point." "You lot are odd." "It's not you lot, remember? It's us. You're one of us." Doesn't feel that way sometimes. A sound. Something out of place. Made me pause. "Someone's coming," I whispered. "Get down." We dived into the undergrowth and waited, hardly breathing. From over the brow of the hill we could just make out a figure getting closer. We both had our staves ready, the tiredness dropping away as the adrenaline started pumping. Whoever was approaching had a nasty surprise coming to them. Then, down the path came Davith. He was walking cautiously, eyeing the bushes and trees for a trap. He looked tired and stressed, and maybe like he'd lost a bit of weight. But even so, he still looked... I realised I was smiling. Ali was about to step out, but I signalled her to wait. I cut my hands over my mouth and made a low cooing sound, like a nesting pigeon. Davith stopped when he heard the sound, then cupped his own hands and repeated it. The signal for all clear. I'm not being followed. We broke cover and stepped out into the path. It felt like a moment for a hug, but all three of us just stood there. "We were worried," said Aaliyah. "I'm all right," said Davith. "Where the hell have you been?" I said. "Yeah," said Davith. "I ran into a spot of trouble." "What kind of trouble?" "Come on," said Davith, indicating the safe. "We need to sit down and talk about this." Inside, we found Golvan, looking shaken. We sat down in a circle and joined hands, something we'd all got used to ever since we'd started to play Happy Families out here. "What's up with you?" asked Aaliyah, seeing Golvan even paler than usual. "Something has happened on the other side," said Golvan. "There is a new power rising." "Is that good news or bad news?" asked Davith. "Bad," said Golvan. "Very, very bad." "Things on this side aren't looking much better," said Davith. "The enemy were waiting for me in Falmouth. They must have a source." "In your family?" I asked. "Or yours," he said. A pause. I thought about smacking him in the face, but we had bigger issues to deal with. "You sure you weren't followed back here?" I asked. "As sure as I can be. That's why it took me so long," he said. "But either way, I don't think we can stay here." "Wait, what?" I said. Davith's face had gone a funny colour, like he was feeling sick or something. "If somebody's talking, then we can't assume this place is still a secret," he said, not looking me in the eye. "Nobody in your family knows where we are," I said. A few in yours do, he pointed out. The traitor isn't from my family, I said. How do you know? They're not, I said, and he didn't look at me in the eye this time. Either way, said Golvan. Where would we go? Is there another safe house we can move to? We could go to Power Edera, said Davith, his voice strangely high. We're not going to Power Edera, I said. We're staying here. We're safe here. We don't know that, he said. Feel free to ask my opinion any time you like, said Aaliyah. We stopped arguing a second and looked at her. She was sitting there calmly, but she had a determined look on her face. If you're about to say, began Davith, but Aaliyah cut him off. Yeah, I am, she said, and I don't care if you've told me no 100 times. I want to see Izeld. Look, I said, I know you've had a lot to take in recently, but trust us on this one. You don't want to see Izeld. Yeah, I do actually, said Aaliyah. My dad saw her before he disappeared. I want to know what she told him. But, started Davith. There's no such thing as a coincidence, said Aaliyah. Golvan? Right? Right, conceded Golvan. So all this, the Black Druid and the ghost and the stuff with my dad, it's all happening for a reason, yeah? So let's find out why. Sitting here and hiding won't solve anything. Izeld is dangerous, I said. For all we know, it was her who killed your dad. My dad's not dead, said Aaliyah. Might not be, said Davith. He's alive, said Aaliyah firmly. Golvan saw him. He's alive, and I'm going to find him. You lot can come too if you like, or you can stay here, but I'm going. We set off from the safe as soon as it started to get dark. We travelled light, taking not much more than dried food and a few practical items like torches and boxes of matches, but we made sure to take weapons, and Golvan had the stone mace. Where we were going, we were expecting trouble. Izeld lived in the abandoned asylum at the tip of the Lizard. Growing up, I'd always thought she was a myth, just a story that the older kids told you around a campfire to stop you being cheeky. Supposedly, if you said her name 3 times at midnight, while burning dried seaweed and chopping the head off a live eel, Izeld would appear in your fire and drag you off to live with her in the asylum, with the rest of her victims. I didn't believe it, but I didn't do it either. We headed south, avoiding roads. We had to assume everywhere was being watched now. It was a clear night, and there was just enough starlight and moonlight to find our way. For the first hour or so, the journey was uneventful. Fields and little patches of woodland, scaling dry stone walls and shooing nosy cattle. We scurried across empty roads, giving a wide berth to any houses we came across. After a while, there were no more houses, and not even any roads. We'd entered the open, rugged heathland of Goonhilly Downs. It was lovely in the daylight, but by night it was a right pain in the arse to walk over. There was nothing like heather to catch your foot and send you flying. It was a decent walk. Down into little valleys and up gentle hills, through patches of low, tough trees and over broad expanses that were open to the stars. I reckon that was probably the longest walk Aaliyah had ever been on in her life. But fair play, she wasn't complaining. Might have groaned and huffed and puffed a bit, but not actual complaining, so that was progress. Then we could smell the sea. We'd reached a high point, and the sea was right there in front of us, a mile down the hill. The moon had gone down, and the early light of the dawn was creeping over the horizon, turning the expanse of water a dull grey orange. But in between us and the sea was a patch of dense forest, and in between the forest and the sea was an old, crumbling building. Once a big, posh country house, but now a shell of a place with grass growing through the walls and a collapsed roof, with the beams jutting into the air like a broken ribcage. The old asylum. At the sight of it, Aaliyah straightened up. That it? She said. That's it, I told her. Come on then, said Aaliyah. Wait, I said. I've heard stories about this place. People go in here and they don't come out. My dad went in there, said Aaliyah. And she just marched off. There was one bit of me that was proud of her, even if the other bit of me was pegging it after her, trying to get her to slow down. The old asylum didn't get any nicer to look at when you got closer to it. The windows were like empty eye sockets, and the gaping doors yawning wide. From here, there were wings heading east and west. The place was absolutely massive. The trees of the wooded area had grown into the grounds of the estate, like nature was taking back what it had once owned. A high wall surrounded the house to stop the inmates from escaping, but the wall was now crumbling, with huge holes in places and some sections missing. Directly ahead were the double doors of the main entrance. One was still on its hinges, but the other was hanging, revealing dark hallways beyond. Thank God, Aaliyah paused there and let us all catch up. Davith pushed gingerly at the door, and it immediately fell to the floor with a clattering boom, which echoed down the forbidding corridors. Well, there goes the element of surprise, I said. She's an oracle, pointed out Davith. If she's any good, she already knows we're coming. But now Alea was taking charge again. It's this way, she said, walking ahead. How do you know? I asked. I can feel it, said Alea. She looked at Golvan, and he nodded approvingly. Come on, said Alea, taking the torch from Davith. It's this way. Inside the main doors was a cavernous hall, with corridors leading in 6 different directions, and a grand, rickety, curving staircase leading up to the first floor. As Alea went up the staircase, it creaked and shook. Davith tried to follow up the first couple of steps, but the whole staircase wobbled. Don't, warned Alea. Wait till I'm at the top. It won't take both of us. Davith retreated back to the ground floor, and Alea continued her slow climb, the staircase protesting loudly. A third of the way up, the step gave way entirely, and Alea's foot plunged through. Alea! I shouted. I went to go up after her, but the staircase swayed as soon as I put my weight on it. Just come down, I said, retreating. We'll find another way up. No, I'm all right, said Alea, getting back to her feet. Just wait, I can get to the top. She went on, 1 step at a time. It's better at the top, she said. Just be careful with the first few steps. And then the staircase collapsed. The banisters came away from the stairs with a dry snap, and then the whole structure swung right like it was suspended by strings. Alea sprinted up the remains of the staircase, leaving 2 or 3 at a time. 6 steps from the top, the staircase swung back the other way. Alea threw her staff and torch ahead of her, and then made a last leap for the first floor landing. And even as she did so, the structure collapsed with a rending crack. Her torso landed safely, but her legs were left dangling over the edge, her fingers scrabbling for something to hold on to. Gradually, agonizingly, she hauled herself up. Alea, called Davith, you okay? Alea peeked over the edge, though she had nearly fallen down. I'm okay, she panted. We need to get you down from there, said Davith. Is there anything up there you can use to lower yourself down with? Alea shook her head. No, she said. I'm in the right place, I know it. There must be another staircase somewhere. You guys, get up here. Okay, you just stay there, said Davith. No, interrupted Alea. It's down this way. You catch me up. Alea, I began. But Alea held up a hand to silence me. I'm not a baby, said Alea. I'll be all right. Just get up here. Alea picked up her torch and staff, dusted herself off, and set off down the corridor to her left. Before we could say anything else, she had pushed her way through a set of double doors and left us behind.
Chapter 19. Alea. Suddenly it was very quiet, and I was all by myself. If you'd asked me right then why I'd gone off without the others, I don't think I'd have known. I had that kind of crazy confidence thing going on that you get after a couple of drinks, but I hadn't touched a drop. I just felt like I could do it, like it was time for me to do a bit of leading for a change. And driving me forward was one word. Dad. The asylum must have looked nice at one point. It had dark wood on the walls and thick carpet on the floor, but now it was damp and smelly. The only light was through the holes in the ceiling, so there were loads of dark corners and corridors you couldn't see the end of. Somehow, I knew where to go. It was like I was being pulled by gravity. At the end of the corridor was a door that was different from the rest. The others were half open or missing completely, but this door was closed, and I just knew there was something behind it. I put my hand on the door handle. It was warm. I thought about waiting for the others, but then a scratchy voice called out. "Come in," said the voice from the other side of the door. "Don't stand there all day, girl. Come in, come in." I twisted the handle, pushed the door open, and stepped inside. It was hot in there. That damp hot you get in water parks. And it smelled like a dustbin lorry. There were huge piles of boxes everywhere with things written on them like bulbs or corks or shoes. And some had split and spilt rubbish onto the floor. Not everything was stored in boxes either. There was a pile of scrap metal in one corner and a mountain of old newspapers in the other. "Admiring my collection?" said the creaky old voice. "I know the whereabouts of every last button, so keep your fingers to yourself, girl. If I find something missing, I'll skin you like a rabbit." "I won't touch anything," I said. "I promise." "That's what they all say," said the voice. Stinking plunderers, a lot of them. Mark my words, girl. If you take something of mine, I will take something of yours, and it will be something you will miss. I promise, I repeated. Yes, well, we shall see how much your promises are worth, said the voice. Round the maze of boxes, the room opened out with a kind of platform at the other end, like a throne room. And it had a throne too, a kind of great big seat made out of junk. And the throne had someone sitting in it. She was a woman, pretty much. She was pale, with a pinched, mean-looking face and little black twinkly eyes. Her hair was a big clump of matted black dreadlocks, and her dress was made of patchwork. She was made out of junk, just like the room was. Are you Ezeld? I asked. I am, she said, smiling with 3 brown teeth. My, aren't you a pretty one? Are you married? No, I said, I'm only 15. 15, cried Ezeld. I have known plenty of maiden married twice by the age of 15. You should marry. It teaches a girl something about life. Shall I find you a husband? I'm fine, thanks, I said. Are you sure? Asked Ezeld. I could find you a nice, cruel husband. Either he would kill you or you would kill him. Might be the making of you. No, you're all right, I said. Suit yourself, said Ezeld. Well, what do you want, Alia Tangi? I blinked. The room suddenly seemed hotter. You know my name, I said. I know lots of things, she said, raising her eyebrows. So you know what I want already? Maybe, said Ezeld. But I want something from you first. Okay, I said. I didn't like the sound of this. Pass me one of those boxes of chocolates, said Ezeld, pointing with a hand that looked like a claw to a pile of pink, heart-shaped cardboard chocolate boxes. I fetched one of the damp, soggy boxes and held it out at arm's length. Open it, said Ezeld, licking her lips. I took the top off the box, and it nearly disintegrated in my hand. The chocolates inside were mouldy and hairy, like little dead rats. They've gone off, I said, trying not to be sick. Nonsense, girl, said Ezeld. Nothing wrong with these. Come on, bring them closer. I edged closer to her, but she beckoned me on again, until I was close enough to smell her. I tried to hold my breath. Ezeld grinned as she reached forward and picked one of the mouldy chocolates between 2 withered fingers. She ate it, gobbled it even, and moaned with pleasure. Then, before I could stop her, she reached up and stroked my hair. I swore and flinched away. What beautiful hair you have, said Ezeld. Undo it. Let me feel its quality. You serious? I said. Do you want something from me or not? Asked Ezeld. Shaking my head, I did as I was told. Ezeld moved her gross, pale hands through my hair, and I tried to pretend it didn't bother me. Finally, she took the box of chocolates off me and waved me away. I have found something you have that I want, said Ezeld. Yeah? What's that? I asked. I want your hair, said Ezeld. You got to be joking, I said. I'm not giving you my hair. No, said Ezeld. Well, good luck finding your father. Finding him, I said. You mean he really is alive? Maybe he is, and maybe he isn't, said Ezeld. I guess you'll never find out now. I stared hard at her, and she smiled at me sweetly, like she was some old biddy who just wanted me to help her cross the road. My hair? Why would she want... It was just such a weird... Her hair grows back, I told myself. Just a haircut. That's all it was. You answer my first question free, I said. Get that right, then we'll talk. How forceful you are, said Ezeld. Very well. What is your first question? Who is my mother? I asked. Your mother was from Sri Lanka, said Azelde, smiling like I'd asked her something really easy. She was sent across the seas by her family to earn her fortune. She came to Cornwall following the tourists and got a job as a barmaid in Falmouth. That's where she met your father. The romance surprised everyone. It even surprised the other powers, who had quite a different plan for Keith Tanguy's future, let me tell you. And then she died when you were a little girl. My mum. I could remember my mum. I could remember her smell. I could remember what a hug felt like. My mum. What about my dad? I said. I wasn't going to cry in front of her. I think that is quite enough free gifts, said Azelde. If you want more, you know what I want from you. Just a haircut. It was just a haircut. How about this? I said. Answer all of my questions and then you can take all of my hair at once. You can cut it yourself. Azelde tilted her head on one side. You give me your word? On your father's life? She asked. That means he's alive, I said. On your father's life, she repeated. Yeah, I said. You have my promise, my word, whatever. Ask away, she said. This was it. I was finally going to find out the truth. I had to pick my questions carefully. My dad came to see you, I said. 10 years ago. Why? Azelde raised one eyebrow and shrugged. He wanted to end the war, she said. Why? I asked. Why did he want to end the war? Asked Azelde, like I was being thick. I mean, why did he want to end the war then? Why not before? I said. It became personal, said Azelde. How do you mean? Your mother, of course. Felt like the room was spinning. What? I said, what do you mean? You know how your mother died, said Azelde. She looked at me with those horrible, beady little black eyes. No. It was cancer, I said. My mum died of cancer. It was poison, said Azelde. She was a casualty of war. You're saying, I went, hang on, what are you saying? Your mother was not some innocent victim. She was a soldier, fighting alongside your father. You're saying the secret council killed my mum. They murdered her. Of course, said Azelde, like everyone knew that. She was his one weakness. Well, one of his two weaknesses, including you. And that's why my dad came to you, I said, still piecing it together in my head. He thought you might be next. He was willing to do anything to finish the war once and for all, to keep you safe. Isn't that nice? But why come to you? What did you know that could end the war? He was looking for something. Oh my God, for what? I said through gritted teeth. Why don't you just tell me instead of making me ask more questions? Azelde pursed her lips. It's more fun this way, she said. I could have picked up one of those boxes and smashed it over her head. What was he looking for? I said, slowly, breathing through my nose. A map. What kind of map? A treasure map. Treasure, like buried treasure, like gold pieces and that. Something much more valuable. The lost treasure of Kesek Tanguy. Kesek Tanguy? I'm related to him. I've seen this, I started. Seen what? Asked Azelde. Something told me I shouldn't tell her the truth. Seen his grave, I said. He was the last pirate king. Snorted Azelde. That's what he called himself, maybe. What's so special about his treasure? At the end of the Great Pirate War, there was only the river dogs left, said Azelde. In a last act of defiance, they stole a great treasure ship bound for London. On board were many items sacred to the 10 families. Some were weapons, some were great truth diviners, some navigational tools with power beyond the mortal realm. With them, the secret council could rule Cornwall forevermore. Without them, they could never really be victorious. And your ancestor stole them. What happened to the treasure? I asked. Why, child, he hid it, of course, said Azelde. All around Cornwall, in places the treasure would never be found. And he made a map, I said. Not just any map. A bard map. What's one of them? A bard map is written in the blood of the one who is making the map. It takes their life, and it can only be read by a direct descendant. That's, I started to say, but what went at the end of that sentence? Gross? Weird? Mental? It was all of them, but no more so than a dozen other things that had happened so far. All right, a bard map, a magic map, written in blood. Great. And that's what my dad wanted, I asked. He wanted the bard map to find the treasure, to end the war. There you have it, she said. And? And what did you tell him? I said, grinding my teeth. I told him 2 pieces of information, said Iseld, sighing like it was all getting boring now. First, that the bard map was in the possession of the miners. Second, that the ghost of Kasek Tangi would show him the way. What? Yes, said Iseld. Did you really think I didn't know? The ghost of a bard map haunts forever the place where the map is hidden. I told your father to follow the ghost. If you want to find the map, and your father, you should do the same. I don't know how long I just stood there, taking it all in. Had that been what the ghost wanted the whole time? To show me where to go? If I just told Golvan sooner. How did he pay you? I asked, eventually. Who? My dad. You always want something in return. What did he give you? The same thing you're going to give me, said Iseld. She reached up to the thick, matted hair that framed her face and pulled at it. It came away in her hand, leaving a white, bald head like an egg underneath. The same thing everyone gives me, she said. More hair. Why do you want it? I asked. I only need a little more, she said. Just a little more. Then I can be free. How? Never you mind how, snapped Iseld. Have you further questions, my pretty? I paused, my head swimming with all the new information. There were other things I needed to know, other things that I could ask, but I couldn't think of a single thing. Then come and sit by me, said Iseld, and pass me those scissors. I thought about running. Iseld couldn't even move. A dozen steps, and I could be back out the door. But I knew it would come back to haunt me somehow. Iseld wasn't the sort of person you wanted as your enemy. A haircut. It was just a haircut. I passed Iseld the scissors and knelt down. Chapter 20. Golvan. Alea picked herself up from the landing and ventured down the corridor, leaving us behind. The air flexed around her. An event had happened, a choice had been made, and the other side had noticed. We need to find another way up, said Daveth, clicking on his torch and heading down the parallel corridor on the ground floor, with Tamara and I close behind. Away from the great holes in the roof, the old building was almost pitch black and a real labyrinth, full of twists and turns, only made worse by the darkness and a series of odd noises, clangs and crashes that echoed from the far corners. The moment we pushed through the doors, a sickening sensation hit me, like I'd stood up too fast. The asylum was shifting, like it was alive. Something was wrong. The other side was so strong here that I could taste it in my throat, like rust and lightning. It was warping the reality around us. The corridors stretched out for impossible distances, the ceilings closing in. We headed down one corridor, but after several minutes walking, we found we hadn't made any ground at all, like we were on a treadmill. Then we were met with a sharp corner, and when we followed it, we found ourselves walking back the way we had come. The further we went into the old building, the more it felt like something, or somebody, was trying to keep us downstairs. Iseld. It could only be Iseld. What's going on? Shouted Daveth, as he wrenched open a door that led us back into a corridor we'd already been down. "I don't understand," said Tamara. "We need to retrace our steps." I caught up with them and reached out and took their hands. "It's her," I said. "She saw us coming and she laid a trap." "We've got to get up there," shouted Tamara, looking about her wildly. "Calm down," shouted Davith. "Everyone just needs to calm down." "Peace," I said, sending a subconscious message to them both. The power of Azeld was twisting our perceptions, and I gritted my teeth as I tried to ward off her malign influence. "This is another of her little tricks," I told them. "Stick close by me." I focused on the stone mace, using it to project a shield around us. I led them forward, following the trail of power through the corridors, feeling it growing stronger with every step. I stopped, and Davith and Tamara automatically grabbed my wrists. "Azeld isn't the only one here," I told them. "There's something else here too. Get ready to fight. They're coming." As if on signal, there was a blood-curdling scream from somewhere nearby. Then, in answer, a dozen more cries. The howls of the insane. Azeld was sending them to kill us. Here they come. A pitter-patter of bare feet, another scream, and the first of the inmates galloped round a corner, a man dressed only in a ragged pair of trousers with an iron poker in his raised hand. Tamara was closest. The man swung and she swayed out of reach and jabbed her staff into his stomach, before bringing the other end crashing against his skull. The man dropped to the floor and lay still. Now the rest came, a raging torrent, determined to rip us apart. In a heartbeat, all three of us were fighting desperately, Tamara dancing and reeling, her staff striking out and the bodies falling away, Davith beating them down with great blows of his cudgel, like a man chopping down trees. The mace hummed in my hand, and when I swung it, my opponents bounced away without the mace even touching them. Guiltily, I found myself enjoying it. I felt strong. The noise was extraordinary. Growls and whines, crunches and thuds, oaths and screams. Another came, determined to beat out my brain with a table leg. I swung with an uppercut blow, and the man bounced away as though he'd hit a trampoline. Something blotted out what little light there was. A lumbering beast stared down at me, 6.5 feet tall and built like a bear. In his fist he held a length of heavy iron chain, and he swung it like a whip. Davith threw himself at the monster, colliding with the bigger man and wrestling him to the floor. Twice the monster tried to lumber to his feet, and twice Davith chopped him down at the knee and onto his back. But it was hopeless. The bigger man was too strong to keep down forever. He grabbed Davith by the throat and squeezed, so that Davith's eyes bulged from his face. Slowly the monster got back on top, pinning Davith down. I lunged forward and pressed both of my palms to the monster's temples. In a flash, I saw the awful history of the man's life, the terrible anguish that had landed him in the asylum, and the twisted evil that had warped him into this animal. It was pitiful. I could have done anything to him, but this terrible fiend deserved sympathy, not violence. I filled my thoughts with joy. I thought of the beauty of Cornwall, and of every kind person I'd ever met, and of meals I'd enjoyed and laughs I'd shared. With all of my might, I flooded these thoughts down through my palms and into the big man's brain. The choking grip on Davith's throat lessened immediately. A curious noise came from the big man's throat, and he sat back on his haunches and howled at the ceiling, a terrible, sad howl. He rolled over and sat with his back against the wall, his head in his hands, sobbing uncontrollably. And like that, it was over. The inmates were strewn around us like flotsam, stranded after a high tide. Tamara had a gash on her forehead, and a slick of red blood coloured her cheek and neck. Meanwhile, Davith had managed to get to his knees, coughing and spluttering, while massaging his bruised windpipe. I tried to regather my thoughts. In all of the chaos of the fight, I'd lost my internal compass. But with a couple of deep breaths, the hub of the other powers on the first floor started to ring in my head again. Aliyah was up there. We needed to get to her now. I set off at a jog, trusting that Davith and Tamara would keep up. If there were any more inmates, then Davith and Tamara would have to deal with them. I couldn't afford to slow down again. With every passing second, the risk to Aliyah increased. If someone as powerful as Azeld got hold of her, it would be a disaster. The power of Azeld still tried to interfere, her tendrils creeping into my mind, but my determination to find Aaliyah surged through me and down through the mace. The bubble of protection that it projected expanded, and the tendrils withdrew. We turned a corner and found a staircase. I pounded up the stairs, ignoring the creaks and groans of the structure. At the top, the pain in my head became almost unbearable, like an invisible hand had reached into my skull and was squeezing my brain. And then it all stopped. One moment it was there and the next it was gone, as though somebody had blown out a candle. "What happened?" asked Eveth. "I can't hear her in my head any more." She'd gone. Azeld had gone. But where? A movement at the end of the corridor made us all look up. Another inmate standing in the shadows, watching us. Daveth squared up, ready to fight, and then stopped and squinted at the figure at the end of the corridor. "Aaliyah," he said. It was Aaliyah. She stepped forward. Her scratched scalp was almost entirely bald, except for a few tufts and wisps of hair. She was pale, her lips quivering. I ran and caught her just as she was about to collapse, and we sank to the floor together. As I touched her, I saw her memories, and understood finally what had happened. I made a bargain," said Aaliyah softly. "I had to go through with it. I wanted to run, but I couldn't." "She has a great deal of power," I said. "She was in your mind from the moment you entered this place. She controlled us all." "She took my hair," said Aaliyah. "Her grip was so strong, and the scissors cut me, but I couldn't stop her. And then she did something with the hair. She laughed and the whole room bent, and she disappeared. The door slammed behind me, and I was back out here again." Tamara knelt down, clearly shocked. "Why did she want your hair?" she asked. "I've let her escape," said Aaliyah. "And one day I'm going to see her again. I can feel it." Tamara put a hand on her arm. "You okay?" she asked. "I just feel so stupid," she told Tamara. "She tricked me. I thought I was the clever one, asking her all those questions." "Did she answer them at least?" asked Tamara. "Yeah," said Aaliyah, slowly getting to her feet. "But I don't know if you're going to like her answers." And so Aaliyah explained everything that had happened in the Oracle's throne room, all of the questions she had asked and all of the answers she had been given. When it came to the part about Kasek Tangi stealing the treasure ship, Tamara and Daveth were amazed. "That's true?" asked Tamara. "I used to get told that when I was a little girl, but I was just thought it was a fairy story." I reached out, and they connected hands. "It's clear what we must do," I told them. "If the Bard map still exists, it is more important than anything else. Those treasures that Kasek Tangi hid could transform this war. They could unite the 10 families once more. They could defeat the Secret Council and force them from Kurno forever." "Azeld said the miners have it." Aaliyah nodded. "Any more detail?" asked Daveth. "There are a lot of mines and a lot of miners." "She said the ghost would show us," said Aaliyah. "Then we have to find the ghost," said Tamara. "Return to the river and find the ghost. He'll show us the way." "Wait," said Daveth. "Let's not jump into anything here. We should talk to your father and my mother. With something this big, we can't get it wrong." "We can't go back to the ferry boat," said Tamara. "There are too many eyes watching it." "Then we can go to Powedra," suggested Daveth. "My family can keep us all safe until we know what to do next." "We do know," I said. "Tamara is right. We must find the ghost and let him lead us. That's what he's been trying to do all along." "Okay," said Daveth slowly, an odd expression on his face. "Well, I can arrange a pick-up point." "Yeah, that's it. My father's men. They can take us back where we want to go." "Wait a minute. How?" asked Tamara. Daveth blushed and scratched the back of his head a little awkwardly. "We have a secret harbour on the Lizard," he said. "Not far from here. A boat will be waiting." "The Olvers have a secret harbour in Keria," said Tamara, her eyes flashing. "For how long?" "Always have, I think," said Daveth, a little sheepishly. "I knew the Olvers couldn't be trusted," cried Tamara, looking with appalled eyes at Daveth. Yeah, well, look, you can be angry at us after all this is over, said Daveth. Right now, it's kind of useful, isn't it? So can we just get moving, please? Oh, you'd like that, wouldn't you? Said Tamara. So we can all just conveniently forget what you cunning bastards have been up to all this time. While they argued, I picked up on something else. Another danger. Fast approaching. The Black Druid, I said. She's tracked us here. We have to leave now. There was no arguing. We hauled Alia to her feet and set off back down the staircase and through the corridors. Now that Ezeld was gone, there was nothing frightening about the old asylum. It was cold, dark and damp, but it once more obeyed the laws of physics. The thing to fear was now on the outside, and getting closer all the time. We burst back into the open air, but found everything was murky. There was an ink-dark cloud on the horizon, tinged with a sickly green, and was blotting out the sun. I knew what I had to do. Which way's your boat? I said to Daveth, grabbing his wrist. To the northeast, he replied. Lead them, I said. I can't come with you. What? Said Daveth. Why? It's me that the Black Druid is tracking, I said. If I stay with you, they'll take us. I can buy you some time. Lead them, Daveth. Trust me. You're going, said Alia. I nodded. You can't, she insisted. I'm scared, Golvan. I need you. I can't do this by myself. I rested my hands on her shoulders and smiled. You can do this, I said. There's nothing you can't do. You will do things nobody ever dared dream of. You are the fire dog, Alia Tangi, and they're afraid of you. But, no buts. Believe in yourself. Alia didn't reply. She just gave me a hug. I reached up and undid the pendant around my neck, passing it to her. You'll need this, I told her. I don't know when or why, but you will. When the time comes, you'll know. Alia tied my pendant around her neck, where it chimed against her own. I wanted to ask you something, she said. I wanted to ask you why you don't speak. We will see each other again, I told her. I'll tell you some other time. Tamara gave me a nod and patted me on the shoulder. She knew what I was going to do. Let's go, said Daveth, looking back one last time before he set off across the headland at a light jog. Tamara followed him, and then Alia, the tears rolling down her cheeks as she looked over her shoulder at me. I went in the opposite direction, southeast along the coastal path, half striding and half running. The enemy was close but not yet in sight. When the Black Druid came over the horizon, my friends would be gone. It was mid-morning now, though the ever-growing black cloud that was coming from the north made it seem like dusk. Out at sea there were white horses on the crests of the waves and patches of shining swell where the sunshine could still get through. There was a fork in the path, one way leading to the town of Lizard, and the other going down to Lizard Point. The storm cloud was close now, the herald of the Black Druid. They were closing in. I headed south, towards Lizard Point, to make my last stand.
Chapter 21. Rosen. I watched myself from a small distance. Rosen was standing at the open window of her room. That was how she'd woken up, standing there, staring out over the rolling fields, power flowing through her. She felt like she could eat the world. There were no boundaries now. This world and the other side melted into one. She could see where the sharp, golden energy of the other powers leaked through, and how it flowed towards her, as though it sought a home. We have work to do. We have work to do, she said, nodding. As she left the room, she looked in the mirror and saw the features writhe on her face and then settle. She put her face close to the mirror and hissed like a cat. The mirror shattered. She went downstairs
every step fizzing. Mr. Hughes was in the lobby, wittering on to a pair of his useless agents. He looked up as Rosen approached. "Miss Dew," he said, that same stupid grin on his face, "I'm afraid I have had some disturbing reports regarding the mortuary and one of the bodies we had stored there." He trailed off as she stared him down. She contemplated biting off one of his ears. "Do not speak to me until spoken to," said Rosen, "or face consequences." "I beg your pardon," he said, taking a step back. She took a step forward. "Assemble my team." "Assemble my team." "But it's broad daylight." "I don't care." "I don't care." "London were very clear that—" "Another word and I will consume your soul." Who was talking now? Him? Her? Me? Mr. Hughes looked at the void in Rosen's eyes, nodded, and scuttled away. It was later. How much later? Just later. They were driving a convoy of black vans, top speed through the lanes, other cars skidding into ditches. Someone was talking, one of the agents. "It's just, I need to brief them, otherwise we could be walking into a trap." Rosen looked at the agent. He had a name, but who cared? He was still talking, his tongue flapping in his face. He looked like a monkey, just a monkey in a suit, a monkey that thought it mattered somehow. Rosen was looking at the back of her hand. There was an object in the vein, an object, a thing the size of a coin. It slithered and writhed. Rosen watched it move. The lane opened up. They were on a cliff, overlooking the poisoned sea. An artist had a kind of studio up here, making metal sculptures. The sculptures were there, staring at Rosen like a frozen army. How had Rosen known to come here? What was she here for? I wanted to reach out and haul myself back down, to be in control again, but I could only watch. The artist was a woman with curly brown hair and purple overalls. She was sitting outside her smithy, with a vacant expression on her face. In her open palms, like a gift to the gods, was a dagger, black as the night. Daggers are metal, but this metal didn't shine. It absorbed. It wasn't painted black. It was black. It lay across her palms. Rosen picked it up and smiled, passing it through the air. I understood. The serpent had reached out to this artist and possessed her, had made her craft this weapon, to be wielded by his weapon. Rosen. Me. The artist's palms were burnt and blistered where the dagger had lain. Rosen got back into the car, and the convoy drove away. The artist was still standing there, like one of her sculptures, her eyes grey and dead. The convoy drove onwards, southwards. Rosen was sniffing the air, taking in the scent of the Sparrow Boy as it drifted over the fields. "It's this way." Rosen's mouth moved. Words came out. Who was deciding that? She could sense him now. The Sparrow Boy was like a full moon on a dark night. She could see him with her eyes closed, could smell him from miles away, could taste his power on the tip of her tongue. The agents in the back seats were exchanging uneasy glances. By their nature, they followed orders without question, but they were seeing things beyond their ability to understand. They flinched when Rosen talked. A black-green cloud reared above the car, a cobra pointing south. Rosen raced it, the urge to destroy kicking inside. They reached the lizard. The black cloud had broken, and the rain came down pitilessly. Rosen gave orders, sending agents to block off all escape routes. The Sparrow Boy was close now. She reached the brow of the hill and saw him, waiting for her by the cliffs. She stopped a moment and looked at him quizzically. Then she understood his sacrifice and grabbed the nearest agent. "He's buying them time. All of you go. I will deal with him." The agent did not dare argue. She was alone as she walked down to the cliffs. Well, not alone. Rosen was never alone these days. The lighthouse was bright white, a single tooth in a broken mouth. Tourists scurried, unthinking. They would blame it on the weather. Later, when they tried to sleep, when they tried to explain why, they would say the black cloud and the rain made them turn and run, not a nameless dread that turned their guts to water. They were afraid to look at the sky. The battlefield was clear, the cliffs and the shining sea behind him, a rising field in front. Rosen came down on him like death, like a falcon, like the poisoned blade, like the end of hope. Her black dagger was in her hand, and she held it with a straight arm, heavy and light, hot and cold, redemption and damnation. The Sparrow Boy, at last, under her knife. It was a well-chosen name. He was scruffy and loose, lost in his own clothing. He stood, wind whipping through thin hair, both hands holding a mace with a stone at its tip. Rosen knew that it had belonged to Breock, whose blood was still under her nails. The old druid, passing power to the young. Deep breath, howling wind, slicing rain. The Sparrow Boy projected his voice into Rosen's head. That was impressive. What has he done to you? How many voices were in her head now? She projected her voice back into his, for good measure. We both grow in power. You've made a terrible bargain. I think you're jealous. Hissing, spitting black rain from the furious clouds above. You aren't the serpent's first victim, and you won't be the last. You'll soon understand. Very well, said the Sparrow Boy, calmly. Let's settle this. He held up the mace. The black dagger felt hot in her hand, raindrops boiling on the blade. He's given you so much, said the boy. What have you given him? Rosen lunged, pointing the tip of the dagger at the Sparrow Boy's throat. She was still 24 paces away from him, but the dagger fired a bolt of energy from its tip, black, boiling energy, pure hatred. The Sparrow Boy swept his mace, and the energy bolt was deflected up, piercing the cloud, a ripple of green lightning. A pause. Both now understood how this battle would be fought. Rosen came forward, slicing the air with her dagger, and every slice sent another scything bolt of black energy at her opponent. The Sparrow Boy nimbly sidestepped some and deflected others, fighting with a grace that his physical appearance did not suggest he possessed. But he was stepping backwards. Every deflection sucked away a piece more. The Sparrow Boy began to grunt as he brought the mace to bear. His cheeks grew red, his breath grew ragged. The snapping point had to come. The dagger was burning Rosen, but she ignored the pain in her palm. Then the Sparrow Boy switched from defence to attack, catching Rosen off guard. He brought the mace round in an arcing right hook. Rosen just had time to clench her jaw and close her eyes. A car crash. A wrecking ball. The clenched fist of a god, punching her full in the face. She flew through the air and landed in a crumpled heap like a rag doll. I was still then for a long time. When I rolled over onto my back and opened my eyes, my first thought was, I'm not dead. My second, I'm me. The confusing fog of the last 24 hours had lifted. I could understand the universe again. The serpent was gone. Directly above me, where before there'd been dense black cloud, an opening appeared, letting through a shaft of sunlight and blue sky beyond. The warmth of the sun on my face made me smile. Now I can see you again, said the sparrow boy. He was standing over me, looking down with concern at the damage he'd caused. I looked at his face properly now, and it was full of kindness. I don't understand, I said. He's retreated, said the sparrow boy, for now. I feel different, I said. Don't move yet, warned the sparrow boy. I've done you some harm. I felt a great surge of warmth and affection towards the boy whom I'd so recently been trying to kill. Perhaps what they said about us was true. Failure, said a distant voice. You have failed. No, I began. Failure is for the weak. But what will your father say? With a noise like an oncoming steam train, the serpent poured back in. The gap in the cloud disappeared, and we were plunged back into the murky, spectral half-light. Rosen smiled. The sparrow boy was too slow, and she kicked him in the face. He collapsed, jelly-boned, the stone mace thrown clear. Rosen looked for the dagger. It had landed point first in the ground a few steps away. She took it up once again and fired another bolt of energy, this time at the mace, which was lying in the grass. There was a great clang, and the mace disappeared off the edge of the cliff, swallowed by the waves. The rain hammering, an orchestra reaching its crescendo. No rush now. The boy crawling towards the cliffs. Why? He couldn't fly away. He reached the edge and looked down. Slowly he got to his feet, smeared in mud and despair. The boy grinned. Something of a cliffhanger, he said. Rosen shook her head. You might want to give your last words a little more thought. A rumble of thunder, the dagger sizzling in her screaming hand. The sparrow boy pulled himself up straight and set his jaw. Conobus Vicen, he said. With both hands, Rosen thrust the dagger, and it screeched, energy black as tar and fizzing, hitting the sparrow boy in the chest, blasting him backwards. His mouth uttered an appalling, animal cry of pain. His body hung in the air, and then he was gone, plummeting down into the storm-tossed swell. Rosen felt the moment that the boy's life was extinguished, a candle being snuffed out, and she smiled. Chapter 22. Davith. I'd always been different. Didn't matter whose son I was. Didn't matter what I did. That same word always came back. Sousen. I pretended I didn't care, but the truth was, each time I heard that word, it bit a little deeper. Dad was just another Emmett, in Cornwall, drunk probably, a one-night stand on the last day of his holiday, and then back up the A303 the next day. There were plenty who would have slung a half-English infant into an orphanage and forgotten about it. Fair play to Mum, at least she didn't do that. But she didn't stop them teasing me either. Never stood up for me. Never comforted me when I cried. Man up. That's all she'd say. Conversation stopped when I walked in a room, and sniggers followed me when I left. I lost count of the times I scrubbed graffiti off my bedroom door, lost count of the times things of mine went missing. And every time our English enemy took one of our shipments, every time the English beat a member of the family, things got worse for me. Now I can make all that go away. I'd finally be accepted. I led Aliyah and Tamara up the coastal path, cudgel ready, waiting to be ambushed. To the southwest, a storm was brewing, a huge black cloud hanging over the Lizard, an ink smudge against the sky, casting a half-green light that made everything seem ill. 2 miles to go until the rendezvous point. They'd be waiting for us. I pounded on, heartbeat racing, the girls just behind. The first agent nearly took my head off. He'd been waiting behind a rocky outcrop, and he swung his baton like an axe. I ducked just in time, and the baton skimmed the back of my head. Aliyah took advantage and caught the agent with a swinging uppercut of her staff, connecting with a crack. He collapsed onto his face. Aliyah and Tamara hopped over him and carried on running. Another agent, this one standing in the middle of the path and aiming a taser, nowhere to go. As he pulled the trigger, I spun, and the hooks caught harmlessly in the thick canvas of my rucksack. When I came back round, the taser was jerked out of the agent's hands. He was so surprised that he didn't do anything, and I batted him out of the way with my cudgel before he had time to react. Aliyah and Tamara had problems with their own. 6 agents were strung out behind them and closing the gap. Tamara let herself be caught by the closest agent, used his weight against him, and threw him back into the pursuing pack. What would she do to me when she found out I betrayed her? Maybe she'd thank me. Maybe she'd see it was the right thing to do. Maybe she'd hug me, and then the hug would turn into a kiss, and then it was like in. Another agent, built like a bear, waiting for me to come at him. He rolled his shoulders, wanting a brawl, and smiled like he'd already won. I brought the cudgel back over my shoulder once, twice, and let go, whipping my arm round. The cudgel flew like a spear and smacked the agent square between the eyes, the cudgel spinning up into the air and the agent falling backwards like a felled tree. I caught the cudgel out of the air and skirted the fallen agent without breaking stride. I really wanted to look over my shoulder to see if Tamara had been watching, but I stopped myself. It looked cooler if you acted like it wasn't a big deal. The junction down to the secret harbour was ahead. On the right was a long bank of razor-sharp gorse, but there was a gap, only 3 or 4 feet high and shaped like a tunnel, the sort of thing you might lose your dog in. On a boulder by the side of the path was scratched an anvil, just like the one that stood at the centre of the Olver coat of arms. This was it. I paused at the entrance, made sure that Aliyah and Tamara were following, then ducked inside. You couldn't run here. The tunnel was only just wide enough for one person, and even then you had to bend almost double to stop the thorns taking out your eyes. It was cramped and dark, and I was sliced on my head and arms after 10 paces. Aliyah and Tamara were swearing as the thorns snagged on their clothes, and behind them I could hear the agents. There was a voice in my ear from the middle of the gorse. "Keep going, Sowson. We'll take care of this scum." The tunnel was lined with little alcoves, invisible to anyone coming down to the harbour, and each had one of Mum's people waiting in it, steel glinting in their hands. I kept going, hoping they wouldn't ambush Aliyah and Tamara by mistake. But then we were all through and round the corner, the path now leading downwards in a zigzag to sea level. No more than 10 seconds after we'd turned the corner, we heard a single raised voice, swiftly cut off, and then silence. The agents behind wouldn't be an issue now. The path went down and down, cutting back on itself 7 or 8 times. Soon we could hear the sea, and then a dim light showed where the tunnel ended. We emerged onto a rocky outcrop, no bigger than a snooker table, surrounded by cliffs on 3 sides. In the centre was a patch of water the size of a large swimming pool. It was a natural harbour, not unlike Blind Cove, and in it sat the Star of Cornwall, ready to shove off. She was a 30-foot schooner, painted royal green and kept spick and span by a proud owner, the sort of boat that Emmets might hire for the day for a cruise. It had a comfortable seating area behind its 2 masts for sipping wine and eating sandwiches as the paid-for crew ferried you around. Its Emmet-friendly name was painted in yellow letters on the stern, and the schooner even came with some ready-made Emmets, 3 of them, sitting on cushions on the deck, waiting for their voyage to begin. They weren't really, of course. They worked for my mum, and I could tell that they thought this thing was a real laugh. Ben Tringrouse was waiting at the bottom of the gangplank. "We need to go now," he urged. "Get below." We stepped cautiously up the narrow gangplank and then down into the cabin. Like many schooners this size, the cabin was just big enough to house 2 bunks and a tiny galley kitchen. The smell of bacon and eggs wafted up from a small frying pan on the stove. Tending the pan was another of Mum's people, a slight, clever man named Santo. He saw me and shook his head. "Not for you, Sowson," he said. "Not now. Get in there and keep quiet." Santo pointed with his spatula to an open hatch that accessed a locker in the boat's bilges. "You've got to be joking," I began. "Not joking," said Santo. "Nowhere else to go unless you want to go up the mast." I climbed down into the locker and shifted up as much as I could to allow room for Tamara and Alia, neither of whom looked thrilled. Tamara was jammed right up against me, and Alia was opposite, her legs intertwined with ours. As soon as we were in, Santo slotted a bar in place above our heads, from which were suspended white and green fenders and a selection of oilskins. Even if someone did open this locker, they would have to dig through all that stuff on top before seeing the secret cargo beneath. Santo didn't mess about. Without saying a word, he closed the hatch and plunged us into darkness. A moment later, we heard the engine gun into life and felt the boat reverse, manoeuvring out of its tight-fitting berth. I was uncomfortably aware I was sweating. It was hot down there, and even though the smell of the fenders and oilskins was pretty strong, I could still smell my own stink. It had been days since I'd washed properly. Tamara could probably smell me too. Maybe she'd think it was the fenders. Maybe she could smell the betrayal too. The boat was out on the open water now. Its motion had changed from gentle rocking to a rhythmic heaving. The swell out here was pretty big because of the storm clouds overhead, and Star of Cornwall found it tough going. Then the engines were cut, and the hull stopped vibrating. Everything felt suddenly calm. A sound of unfurling canvas and ropes being pulled through winches confirmed it. We were under sail. I didn't have long. The sail from the Lizard back to Powedera would only be an hour or 2 in this strength of wind. I felt sick. I knew what would happen either way. If I went ahead and delivered the girls to my family, then Alia would never find the treasure, or her father, and Tamara would never speak to me again. But if I didn't, then I'd be cast out of the Olvers forever. A pirate without a family, in exile. With the engine off, we could now whisper to each other, and I nudged Tamara, squinting in the dark to see her outline. "Hey," I whispered. "There's something I need to tell you. Something I need to tell you both." "Is now really the best time?" asked Tamara sarcastically. "It has to be now." "Couldn't you at least wait until I'm not here?" said Alia. What did she think I was going to say? "This boat isn't taking us back to the Helford River," I confessed. "What?" hissed Tamara. "Why not?" "They're taking us back to Powedera," I whispered, aware of the sudden shift in atmosphere. "We can't go there," insisted Alia. "We have to find Keswick-Tangi again. We have to get back to the river." "My family don't think it's safe in Kerrier," I said, "and you're too valuable to lose to the enemy. They want to keep you somewhere with better security." "They want to keep me?" said Alia. "What, like I'm a dog or something?" "What's wrong with Vingo security?" said Tamara, at more or less the same time. There was a thump on the hatch from above, a warning from Santo to be quiet. "You know how they are," I whispered. "They want to be the ones in charge." "How do you know all of this?" demanded Tamara. And why was this boat waiting for us?" "It's just—" "Hang on," she whispered. I could feel her putting the pieces together. "The thing is—" "Oh, I see," she said. "That's what you were doing when you disappeared. That's why you were so shady about it. You promised to deliver us to them, didn't you? I'm not delivering anything, I began. I was trying to look at the bigger picture. Don't give me that, said Tamara. Brecker told you to bring us to Port Holland, and you tricked us into getting into this bloody boat. It's not like we had many other options, I pointed out. You can dress this up all you like, muttered Tamara. You've betrayed us. You made us think you cared about us. Her voice was wavering. Just to exploit us. I do care about you, I said. I mean, both of you. And Golvan too. I really do. Yeah, said Tamara, bitterly. You've got a funny way of showing it. I'm sorry, I said quietly. Oh, grow up, said Tamara. You think I'm just going to say, there, that makes it all right again? Like we're all pals? Another loud rap on the hatch from above. But I'm telling you now, I whispered. There's still time. In case you haven't noticed, we're stuck in here, hissed Tamara. Your little crisis of conscience doesn't make one bit of difference to that. Well, let's put our heads together and work out how to get out of here, I suggested. Oh, now you want to work as a team, do you? Said Tamara. You sell us like cattle, and now you want us to trust you? I'll never trust you again. I shouldn't have expected any different. I'd known that Tamara would be angry, but I'd also kind of thought she'd forgive me. I sat there, trapped. There was the sound of another boat's motor, and then a police siren. We'd been caught. Tamara and Aliyah heard the siren too, and knew what it meant. There was no reason for a police boat to pull over a pleasure boat like this, unless they were looking for something or someone. It's me, isn't it? Said Aliyah. They're after me. Just stay calm, I said. Everyone just stay calm and stay quiet. You don't get to give us orders, began Tamara. But then we heard the police boat come alongside, and even Tamara realised she had to shut up. A voice blared over a loudspeaker. Lower your sails. We're coming on board. The Star of Cornwall slowed as it was pointed up into the wind, and the sails were left to flap. The police boat killed its engines, and there was a thump of rope being thrown between the two vessels. Then voices. Is there a problem, officer? Asked Ben. Not a great day for a pleasure cruise, is it? Said someone else, presumably the police officer. They've paid their money, said Ben. Once they've paid, some people want to get out, whatever the weather. That right, said the officer. Well, there's been a lot of suspicious activity in this part of the county this morning. Oh, what kind of suspicious activity? Asked Ben. You know exactly what kind, said the officer. Now, officer, said Ben. Not in front of the customers. We don't want them complaining and causing a scene, do we? They can complain all they want, said the officer. We don't care about complaints any more. Oh, said Ben. Yeah, oh, said the officer. So move aside, nithing. We're searching this vessel. The boat tilted to one side as several people came aboard. Then there was the sound of footsteps on the deck. One of the tourists said, in an unconvincingly posh voice, I say, officer, is this strictly necessary? I was told to sit down and shut up. Everyone on board had to prove their identity, and there was a clatter as the policemen started their search. In the locker, we huddled together, waiting. I had my cudgel ready, but I knew we couldn't fight our way out. The policemen would taser us before we could fight back, like shooting fish in a barrel. More footsteps, these ones close by, as one of the officers climbed down into the cabin. The lockers, open them up, said the policeman. Which ones, officer? Said Santo. Which ones? Asked the policeman. All of them. How's that? All right, sir. No need to get like that, said Santo. And then the locker was opened, and light came in between the cracks of the fenders and oilskins. This locker's a mess, said the policeman. Just fenders and oilskins, said Santo. There was a pause, a long pause. Turn it out, said the policeman, eventually. Oh, come on, said Santo. It'll take ages getting everything out of there. Turn it out, said the policeman, firmly. And there was a click and then a buzz as he unholstered his taser. This was it. The next thing we'd see would be the inside of one of the enemy's interrogation cells. A bang. We were flung against each other, and I instinctively clung on to Tamara. The policeman hit his head sharply against the underside of the hatch and swore. We're under attack, shouted someone. Pirates! Pirates! Several voices raised at once, a thunder of footsteps, the police boat's engine gunning into life, less smoothly than before, the boat moving away. Tamara was still lying on top of me. She cleared her throat and moved away, possibly blushing, although it was hard to tell. I scrambled up. I had to see what had happened. I sneaked my head out of the locker. The police boat was moving away, 100 metres away now. There was a plume of black smoke rising from its stern, and it was lolling in the choppy sea. Another 200 metres ahead was a racing skiff, skidding across the water. It must have been doing 20 knots. The skiff executed a perfect jibe and jinked around the headland and out of view, and it was at least 2 minutes before the police boat managed to follow it. Whatever explosive it had hurled into the police boat, it had really done the trick. Santo was watching the pursuit as well, and he chuckled under his breath, shaking his head in admiration. "Who was the helmsman?" I asked. "Weren't no man," said Santo. "That was your sister." "Figures," I said. Helming the skiff herself and sneaking in to attack the police was just her style. "Now then," said Santo, remembering his business. "Get back down below." "Wait," I said. "The girl, Alia, she's feeling sick. Can we bring her out on deck?" "No, you bloody well can't," said Santo. "Get below and stay below." "If she throws up down there, it'll make the boat smell for weeks," I insisted. "Just 5 minutes of fresh air is all she needs." "She'll just have to keep it down," said Santo. But then there was a clatter from the locker and Alia emerged. To be fair, she really didn't look that well. Tamara appeared next to her, trying to look concerned. "She just needs to keep her eyes on the horizon for a while," Tamara said to Santo. "If she stays in the cockpit, nobody will see her." "Let them come up for a while," said Ben to Santo. "No boats on the horizon. 5 minutes won't hurt." I tried not to smile. Ben was never too bright. We climbed out of the locker and helped Alia up into the cockpit, hunkering down to keep out of sight. Ben was steering, and Santo now came up on the deck too, collecting the plates from the bacon and eggs. Up in front of the mainmast, the 3 emmets sat back and sipped cups of tea. Tamara and I exchanged glances. We knew what we had to do. I'd smuggled my cudgel up on deck underneath my jumper. Tamara gestured at Ben, mouthing, "yours," and then at Santo, mouthing, "mine." I nodded. "Keep your eyes on the horizon," Ben was saying to Alia. "It's a bit rough today, but you'll soon get used to it." I mouthed 1, 2, 3 to Tamara, and then we struck. Tamara punched Santo, and he tumbled to the deck. I brought my cudgel up under Ben's chin. He staggered backwards, fixing me with a baffled stare, before his legs collapsed. I grabbed the wheel from the stunned helmsman, and just in time too, as the 3 emmets had spotted what was going on and were halfway back towards the cockpit already. With a heave of the wheel, I put in a lightning tack, and the boom came swinging over viciously. It struck all 3 of the attackers just under their ribs, and they were hurled several metres into the air, up over the rail, and then down into the sea with a splash. The boat was ours. We looked at each other and grinned, hardly believing it had worked so well. Alia sat up from where she had been lying prone in the cockpit. It had all happened so fast that she had barely had time to stop her little play act. The Star of Cornwall had a tender. A small rowing boat, used for going ashore, lashed down on the deck behind the foremast. Tamara ran forward and quickly untied it. "Come and take the wheel," I said to Alia. Then I joined Tamara forward, helping her to haul the tender up over the side. We lowered it into the water and then kept it close by, so that the 3 emmets could climb aboard, which they did, swearing at me for being a traitor. We passed down Ben and Santo, and then some oars. "Make for land, and when we're safe, we'll see that someone comes and picks you up," I said. "You're a bloody disgrace," said one of them. "Your mother will have your guts for garters." "Just wait until we get back on land," said another. "Your life won't be worth a grain of sand." "Daveth? Daveth?" mumbled Ben, his eyes unfocused and spinning. What are you doing, boy?" "I'm sorry, Ben," I said. "One day you'll see." "Go to hell," yelled one of them, and then there were 6 more curses as they struck out for the shore. I turned away, my heart pounding at the risk I'd taken, but elated that I put my friends first. "Right," I said, turning to Tamara. "Let's turn this boat around." Tamara lunged forward, striking me in the chest with both palms open. I was thrown backwards. The rail met the back of my legs and flipped me upside down, and I hit the water face first. My mouth was open and it filled with the cold, salty sea, and another rush went up my nose, making me cough and splutter, which made me swallow more water. I stayed deep, choking on the water and still paralysed from Tamara's blow. Eventually, I struck for the surface, clawing my way back to the air and gasping like a landed fish. Up above, standing on the deck of Star of Cornwall, was Tamara. "Go home, Davith," she said. "You'll never be trusted in Kerrier again." She went and took the wheel from Aliyah and turned the boat through the wind. The sails filled with a creak, and the boat was away, cresting over the waves and leaving me behind. Chapter 23. Aliyah. If I closed my eyes, I could still see Izelde's grinning face, could hear the rusty scissors snipping away, could feel the wisps of hair brushing my face as they fell. Her stench was still in my nostrils. Her words were still bouncing round my head. I tried to think about something else. Being bald sucked, that was for sure. It was really bloody cold for a start, with that wind blowing, and the hat was too itchy. And if that wasn't bad enough, there were loads of shiny metal bits on the boat, and I kept seeing my reflection. You see bald supermodels sometimes, and they can still look hot. But I'd been away for 2 days, hadn't had a wash in ages, and wasn't wearing any makeup, so I didn't look much like a bald supermodel. It wouldn't bother Tamara being bald. She'd probably go bald and just rock it, like she wouldn't care at all. In fact, I couldn't imagine anything bothering her. You could tell her the world was ending, and she'd be like, "Yeah, okay, well, let's get on with it then." I wanted to be like that. I wanted to have what she had. Okay, so I had a bit of a girl crush, I guess. It's not like I fancied her or anything. At least, I didn't think I did. "What are you thinking about?" asked Tamara. She was standing with her feet braced against the tilt of the boat, her eyes fixed on the horizon. "Davith," I lied, or at least half lied. "I've been thinking about him too." "He'll be fine," said Tamara. "No way he can swim that far," I said. "The others will pick him up," said Tamara. "They might hate him, but they won't let him drown. They'll haul him back to Powhydra, and his mum will make him wish they'd let him sink." "He risked his life for us," I said. "It wasn't about us," said Tamara. "All that stuff, all the heroics, all the feelings he pretended to have. It was all an act to impress his bloody mother. He didn't care about me at all." "You?" "Us," said Tamara. "He didn't care about us." "But we'd still be down in that locker if it hadn't been for him," I said. "We wouldn't have been on this boat at all if it hadn't been for him," pointed out Tamara. Well, I guess she had a point. We were quite close to the land by now. We'd left that big black cloud behind, so it was quite sunny again, but if I looked over my shoulder, I could still see the cloud back down by the lizard. It might have just been my imagination, but it looked like it was coming after us. I missed Golvan. How weird was that? I never thought I'd miss that little weirdo, but I suppose I got used to him after a while. Plus, I'd met the Black Druid. I knew what she could do. "We can't sail up the Helford," Tamara said. "Why not?" I asked, waking from my daydream. "They'll be watching the mouth of the river," replied Tamara. "Intercept us before we even get there, likely as not. We'll beach her further south, do the last bit on foot." It was half an hour before we reached the shore, and I had to admit, Cornwall from this angle was pretty nice. Those grey cliffs weren't actually grey. They were green and purple and yellow, with these bright streaks everywhere like it was graffiti or something. And then on top of the cliffs was loads of green fields and hedges and forests. Then there were the beaches with ice cream yellow sand and water that colour like you see on postcards, which just makes you want to go swimming. At the same time, monsters lived here. Psychos in pinstripe suits, waving scalpels. Girls with darkness in their eyes. Batty old witches and lunatic asylums. Iselde's scratchy voice echoed in my head again now. Just before she'd disappeared, she'd whispered something in my ear. Something I'd been trying to forget. See you soon. I clenched my jaw and shut it out, concentrating hard on the beautiful stuff around me. We were heading for one of the beaches, and I made up this little fantasy that we were just coming here for a picnic or something. It looked safe. There were all these dinghies pulled up on the sand, and there were sunbathers and dog walkers everywhere, and children paddling. That was better. Porthallow Cove, said Tamara. We've got to assume the enemy has agents everywhere. Keep your wits about you. The water got shallow quickly, so we had to drop anchor out in the bay. Another thing I discovered I could do without knowing it. Then we had to inflate a little rubber dinghy, seeing as we'd cast off the rest of the crew in the other one. We filled 2 bags with whatever we could find on the boat that looked useful, and Tamara rowed us ashore, but I tried not to stare at her biceps. From the beach, we went by the main road at first, but then we branched off onto one of the footpaths and went through the fields. It was all about not being spotted now. The way Tamara had me wound up, I thought everyone we saw was out to get us. It was hard work. My legs hadn't recovered from all that walking from the night before. Now they were aching as we plodded on. There must be some people here you can trust, I asked, looking at another snug farmhouse while we were passing. The people in there would be nice to us, wouldn't they? We can trust them all, said Tamara. These are our own people, yours and mine. They would follow us to death. But, I said, it would only take one bad one, said Tamara. 1 in 100, 1 in 1,000. One whose head has been turned by the enemy's promises, and we'd be finished. We're all that's left, Aaliyah, just you and me. This whole war rests on you and me now. We can't afford any more mistakes. So no pressure then, I said. Pressure is good, said Tamara. It's only when we're put under pressure that we discover who we really are. I knew you'd say something like that, I said. Don't you ever get scared? Tamara laughed. You're kidding, she said. I'm terrified. All the time. It's not a question of not being scared. It's how you react to it. I should be writing these down, I said. Make a set of inspirational coasters. Oh, hush up, said Tamara, laughing again and giving me a dead arm, which I then had to pretend didn't hurt. I found I could tell which direction we were walking from where the sun was. We were heading west. I just knew. I'd probably always known, but in Croydon you never had a reason to wonder what your bearing was. Now it was like I could see the map in my head, and it made sense. We had to get round Gillian Creek, so we were heading west. Still, it didn't matter what direction we went. That black cloud wasn't too far behind. It was a bright sunny day by this point, but that cloud was constantly on the horizon, like it had decided to rain on us and wasn't going to take no for an answer. We were getting closer to the sea again. You could taste it in the air. I started to think maybe that was another new thing that I could do, taste the sea, but then I quietly called myself an idiot in my head for thinking I was some sort of superhero. Next thing you know, I'd convinced myself I could fly. We were soon back at the Helford River, and it felt like home. A few days down here had been long enough to wake up that feeling in me, and I was grinning like an idiot at all the people on dinghies and rowboats and windsurfers, all pottering about, completely unaware of all the carnage going on around them. For them, Cornwall was still all sandcastles and ice creams. But then, I guess it was easy to just see the beauty of it, especially at this time of day, when the sun was going down and everything went golden, like it was an advert for butter. And from this distance, all those people, the ones walking their dogs and sunbathing and having barbecues down the beach, just looked like extras in the advert. It was all too perfect, too beautiful. Can't cross until it gets dark, said Tamara. Might as well chill out here. We found a hidden spot under one of the old trees where we couldn't be ambushed and watched the river grow quieter as the light faded. All those people going home to safe little houses, to normal lives that weren't filled with ghosts and druids and pirates and everything else. Nobody was asking them to be the chosen one. Tamara was rummaging in her bag and brought out a bottle of water, some biscuits and a bag of peanuts. I was gasping by this point, so I swigged the water down, but when Tamara passed me the peanuts, I paused. There are 6 calories in every peanut. Did you bring any rice cakes? I asked. Food is fuel, said Tamara. Seriously. Either eat something or I'll leave you here. Even as I started eating them, my stomach was cheering and my brain was saying they tasted better than anything I'd had in my entire life. The annoying bit of me, the bit of me that I hate, was calculating the calories I just swallowed. I needed to think about something else. Tell me some history, I said to Tamara. Huh? Said Tamara, her mouth full of biscuit. Quick, I said. Tell me about the river, about our family, anything. Oh, right, said Tamara. Okay, well, before it was my dad in charge down here, it was my granddad, Alan Vingo, the old goat they called him, on account of him being so stubborn. One time, he had a bet with my great-aunt Owen that he could sail the river blindfold. I made myself listen. I let my hands shovel peanuts into my mouth, not thinking about anything apart from Tamara's stories. It was a weird way to have a meal, but at least at the end of it I didn't feel hungry, and that stupid voice in my head had stopped. Evening came, and the tide went out so far that the river halved in width. We moved down to a little pebble beach and found a rack of ancient windsurfing boards that hadn't been used for ages and wouldn't be missed. Got the biggest board we could find and heaved it down to the water. Right, said Tamara, getting out a bin liner she'd brought from the boat. Clothes in here. It must have been a family trait. At least Tamara didn't get completely naked. She kept her underwear on. But still, she took her clothes off like it was nothing. And then I had to tell myself to stop staring, at the same time as telling myself that I really needed to start doing press-ups. Tamara waited for me to undress too. I didn't really have any choice, so I just got on with it, pretending we were 2 girlfriends out shopping together instead of standing nearly naked on a Cornish beach where anyone could see. I stuffed my clothes into the bin liner, and Tamara tied it shut. And we pushed the board out onto the river and got on, kneeling so we could paddle with our arms. The water was dark and cold. I tried not to think about my dream with the slimy thing brushing by my leg. Plus, there was still enough chop to splash us, so we were both soaked by the time we reached the other side. We dragged the board up the shingle and left it lying there as we tore open the bin liner and changed back into the dry clothes, shivering. It felt weird being back on the beach. It was the 4th time I'd been here in a week, and each time something more bizarre was happening. Being back there also made me think about Gwen and Connie. I had to bite my lip, try not to get all worked up, but I couldn't help it. First them, then Golvan, then Davith, and that was just me and Tamara. Everyone seemed ready to die because they believed in me. But what if they were wrong? The ghost was standing in the graveyard. As we came up the beach, I saw him, standing there, waiting for me, and a bit of me thought, what's he been doing since I last saw him? What do ghosts do when they aren't doing ghost stuff? But maybe it doesn't work like that. He's there, I said, pointing. Who is? Asked Tamara. The ghost, Kasek, I said. He's in the graveyard. Okay, said Tamara, just like I knew she would. There's a ghost over there that I can't see, and now we're going to follow him. Yeah, no problem. I'd looked away for a second, and when I looked back, the ghost wasn't in the graveyard. He was standing on the path back up to Fenton House. Think he's taking us back to the house, I said. Thought he might, said Tamara. Keep your eye out. Davith said Fenton House is filled with agents these days. The ghost nodded as he saw us coming up to him, and turned to lead us up through the fields, me following the ghost and Tamara following me. We went pretty slowly. It felt like we were going to get jumped every step of the way. This had been the safest place on earth not long ago. Now it felt like enemy territory. We saw the first sentry as we entered the field with cows in. He was patrolling the line of the stone wall and carried one of those batons you see riot police with, and a taser as well. Tamara was right. The house would be full of them. We crouched behind a hedge, watching the sentry and coming up with a quick plan. 5 minutes later, I stepped out from the hedge and walked up the path like it wasn't a big deal. I thought I was going to faint, I was so nervous, but I trusted Tamara. The sentry spotted me and came up to me like a bulldog. Oi you, he barked. This is private land. Oh, I'm really sorry, I said. I'm lost, could you help me? Turn around and go back the way you came, said the sentry. Isn't this a footpath? I asked. Not any more, said the sentry. He unclipped his radio, ready to call for backup. But as he held the radio up, a hand came out of the shadows and grabbed it. He turned, a confused look on his face, and got clattered by Tamara's staff, falling flat on his face. We dragged his body over to the ditch, tied up his hands and feet, and nicked his baton and taser. My heart was hammering away, but I was also really keyed up. I got a real buzz out of that. The next field was the one that rose up to the garden wall of the house. We hid behind the stone wall and took in the bad news. The house was swarming with agents, at least 3 on patrol and loads more inside. Same trick won't work again, said Tamara. Not with all of them. Hang on, I said, looking up at the ghost. Looks like Kasech's got a plan. The ghost was over to our right, beckoning for us to follow along the line of the wall, up the hill. Keeping low, I scurried after him. Where are you going? Hissed Tamara. We've got to trust him, I hissed back. At the top of the wall was an old tree, growing at the crossroads between 4 fields. We climbed over the cross-section of walls and headed north, going round the side of Fenton House. The ghost stopped by a high wall with sharp flints at the top to stop burglars. Across the other side was the courtyard of the house. At first, I thought we'd never get over, but then I saw that part of the wall had gone all crumbly. There was a gap at the top that a person could wiggle through. We're going over, I said to Tamara. Give me a leg up. Tamara boosted me up the wall, and I pulled myself up through the gap, and then reached down to grab Tamara's hand as she jumped up. Then we lowered ourselves down the other side, landing in the shadow of the beech tree. It was one of those clear nights where the moonlight was so bright it was almost like day, but the shadows were so dark you were invisible if you stood in them. The ghost was waiting on the other side, that same look on his face, like he was tired of having to hang around for us. I kind of wanted him to like me, and I guess he must have done a bit as he had chosen me to go and get his treasure, but it still felt like he was disappointed with what he saw, like this was a blind date gone wrong. The ghost walked out into the courtyard and went and stood by the well, then looked over to me, made sure I was watching, and pointed down. No way, I whispered. What is it? Whispered Tamara. What does he want us to do? He's pointing down the well, I said. I think he wants us to go down there. Maybe it leads to the mines, suggested Tamara. If the miners have the map, I guess we have to go down there and get it. Of course we do, I said. Couldn't just be sitting on a bookshelf, could it? Somewhere nice and easy to find. You finished whining? Asked Tamara. Well, how are we going to get there anyway? I said, pointing at the courtyard. It was in bright moonlight, and there were 2 sentries on patrol, and the voices of more from inside the house. We wouldn't get halfway before we got our heads kicked in. And suddenly, I knew what was going to happen next. You can't, I started to say. Don't try and stop me, said Tamara. It's the only way. But there must be other ways down into the mines, I said. It's a labyrinth down there, said Tamara. We'd be lost in a moment. No, if he's telling you to go this way, then that's what you have to do. What about you? I said. If they get you. If they capture me, they'll wish they hadn't, said Tamara. She was watching the sentries, trying to see if there was a pattern. Now listen, she said. The miners used to be our allies, and some of them might be still, but there are plenty who aren't. They actually live down there, I said. Have done for centuries, replied Tamara. Long before the mines were closed, and ever since. They've got a whole kingdom down there, and you have to be on your guard. Don't tell them who you are or what you're looking for. So what should I tell them? I asked. I don't know, make something up, said Tamara, shrugging. She took another glance at the sentries. Last thing, she said. There are some pretty wild stories about these mines. Stories about what might be down there besides the miners. What sort of things? I asked. It's probably all stories, said Tamara. But be on your guard. Remember what I taught you. Keep your staff by you, and if in doubt, kick him in the nuts and run. Got that? I nodded, trying to look brave even though I wanted to curl up in a ball and cry. When will I see you again? I said. I don't know, said Tamara. But soon, I hope. Be strong. Believe in yourself. Yeah? Yeah, I said, my voice going all wobbly. Tamara gave me a hug so tight I could barely breathe. Kano Bisficken, she said. Kano Bisficken, I whispered. And then she was gone, sprinting at full whack at the sentry on the door of Fenton House. He didn't clock it until she was nearly on him. He just managed to turn his head before Tamara smacked him in the stomach with her staff, and then brought her knee up under his chin. He didn't stand a chance. The agent on the gate shouted out and came running, followed by another one from round the corner. But Tamara didn't go for them. She just sidestepped one, then the other, and sprinted for the gate, disappearing into the night, with them both following her. Then 3 more piled out of the house and also ran after her, leaving the coast clear for me. What was down there? Whatever it was, it couldn't be worse than the things I'd seen up here. It was now or never. I took a deep breath and ran for the well. Longest 20 yards of my life, that. Any second, it felt like they were all going to come flying out of the house and I'd get a taser between my eyes. But then I was there, at the well, peering down into the gloom. And of course, who was down there already, beckoning me to come and join him? But the ghost of Kasich Bloody Tangy. The well had a bucket for fetching water, wound round on a length of mossy green rope. There was a pin keeping it up, and when I took it out, the rope unravelled and the bucket rattled down, landing with a big splash down in the darkness. I grabbed hold of the rope, said a prayer to the other powers, because, why not, and stepped off the edge.
Part 3. Poldark Mine. Chapter 24. Arlia. As I slid down the rope, all the moss came off on my hands, and then bits of it were raining down on my head too, which felt weird with no hair. When I got to the bottom, it turned out there was barely any water down there, just an ankle-deep puddle. There was more space than I'd thought too. I'd thought the bottom of the well would be the same size as the top, but when I got my torch out, I could see it was actually like a cave down here, and I could stand up without bumping my head. Not that I had long to admire the scenery. The ghost was looking at me with that look. If he'd had a watch on, he'd have held it up to his ear to make sure it was still working. He nodded with his head over to the far corner of the cave, and I saw that there was a big crack in the rock, big enough to walk through. I mean, what could I do? Couldn't climb back up the rope. I don't know why, but I kind of expected the ghost to glow in the dark and was a bit disappointed when he didn't. I could see him clearly enough, but I had to use my torch to see where I was going. I bashed myself on the rock 2 or 3 times before I learnt that lesson. The crack opened up into a kind of tunnel, which led gently down, and I could feel the air getting warm and dusty, like it'd been trapped down here for ages. After half a minute, there wasn't any more noise from the surface. The only noise was my own breathing, and that just made the whole thing scarier. Out of nowhere, this memory popped into my head. Me, as a kid, playing hide-and-seek in Fenton House with Tamara, getting into one of the cupboards and putting the door behind me, the latch clicking shut, the feeling of panic in my stomach. I hadn't thought about that once since I'd moved away from Cornwall, but I thought about it right now, and my guts started to feel all watery and horrible. As soon as I got scared, I started thinking about Ezeld again, and the Black Druid, and the Taxman. It was difficult to distract myself with anything beautiful down here, so I thought of my dad instead. No room for the scary stuff. All available space in my head was filled up with dad thoughts. Down, and down, and down. I'd no idea how far down I was now, but it felt like a long way. I could picture all the rock above my head coming crashing down at any second. Eventually, the tunnel ended and I came out into another cave. I could only see where my torch shone, so it was like one of those horror films where everything's quiet and you're waiting for the scary bit. I followed the ghost over to the other side of the cave. He was pointing to a low opening on the floor, about the same size as a ventilation shaft. He wanted me to crawl through it. Nope, I told him. You can get bent if you think I'm crawling through that. The ghost looked at me for a moment, then shrugged as if to say, okay, have it your way. And then he disappeared. Now I really was alone and it was all too much. I completely flipped out. Get back here, I shouted. You can't leave me like this. But the ghost didn't reappear and the cavern wasn't even big enough to produce an echo. It felt like my words disappeared as soon as I said them. I peered down at the little opening. It didn't look big enough for even a kid to fit through. I could imagine getting stuck halfway and then just starving to death. There was a noise, a clicking of stone on stone. I didn't like being alone down here, but the idea of not being alone was even worse. Whoever or whatever had made that noise, I wasn't sticking around to find out. I got down on all fours, put the torch in my mouth so I could see where I was going, and crawled into the little tunnel, pushing the rucksack ahead with one hand, using the other to drag myself over the rough stone underneath. It was bloody uncomfortable. I could feel all the skin getting torn off my knees, like I was crawling over a cheese grater. There were a couple of tight bits of tunnel where I really did nearly get stuck. The tunnel wasn't flat either. It went downhill and left and right, so I couldn't even see where I was going to work out how long I had left. For all I knew, this tunnel was 3 miles long or something. When I did finally crawl out of that tunnel, everything felt really different, like the air felt different. I was still underground in a cave, obviously, but the air was moving and felt a bit colder, a bit more like the air that you got on the surface. I thought that was strange because I figured the further down you went, the less fresh the air would feel. Anyway, it felt different. And of course, there was the ghost waiting for me, giving me his look. And I told him what I thought of him, using every swear word I knew and a few that I made up on the spot, but he didn't care. He just stood there, waiting for me to get tired of shouting. When I stopped shouting, I could hear someone else shouting. Was it the agents from the surface coming down after me? Or the miners down here, realising I was on their turf? I didn't want to hang around to find out. The ghost beckoned me, and I went on, quietly and quickly this time. Now the caves were getting bigger. No more squeezing between gaps. One led on to the next, and a cave as big as a classroom turned into a cave as big as a hall, and then to a cave as big as a football stadium. And then nothing. Is it still a cave if you can't see the walls? Can't see the ceiling? The floor of the cave was glassy and black, and it was only when I trod on it that I realised it was water. I was standing on the shore of a massive underground lake. I was miles underground. How was there a lake down here? What was more, how was I going to cross it? The ghost was 20 paces in front, I thought, floating over the surface of the water, but when I shone my torch on it, I saw there was a path, not more than shoulder width wide, right through the middle. He gave me this look. I gritted my teeth and I followed him, like I was walking a tightrope. The little torch wasn't bright enough to show me where I was going. I could only see the ghost and the bit of the path right in front of me. I could have been going anywhere. On the surface, I magically knew my east from west, but down here I didn't have a clue. A couple of times I heard this splashing noise, and if I turned quickly, I could just see the tail of something diving back down to the bottom of the black water. Fish, I told myself. It's just fish. And then, out of the murk, there were 2 wavy yellow spots of light, with white halos around them. As I got closer, I could see they were fires, burning in 2 metal baskets on the floor. And they were standing in front of a building, right in the middle of the lake, that looked like a Greek temple, except the pillars weren't white marble, they were grey slate. The ghost looked back over his shoulder at me, and then nodded at the temple. This was it. This is what he had brought me down here to see. I was quite close now. What had looked like a little bungalow-type building from a distance was actually pretty massive. It had just seemed small, sitting in the middle of that great big lake. It had 4 pillars at the front, holding up a triangular roof that was decorated with scenes of people in helmets, holding pickaxes, fighting monsters with claws and wings and sharp teeth. Those fire baskets were huge, and they roared as they burned. There had to be someone here who kept them burning. And sure enough, as I came up to the temple, this little old man started coming down the temple steps towards me. He was only as tall as my shoulder, and bent over so much his eyes were pretty much staring at his own feet. He was wearing a grey robe and propped himself up on a stick that had a gold emblem on top. The ghost was standing at the base of the steps, and I waited with him as the old man took his time coming down. But then the really weird thing was this. The old man looked straight at the ghost and nodded, and the ghost looked straight at him and nodded back. They could see each other. "Greetings," said the old man, in this croaky old whisper of a voice, looking up at me from under his eyebrows like I was some giant skyscraper. "I am Marg, son of Marg, priest of the High Temple." Hello, I said. I gave the ghost a look to see if he was going to give me a clue as to what the hell was going on, but he just stood there like a complete lemon. "We have been expecting you for a long time," said Marg. "Please, hurry." Hurry wasn't really the right word. I could have gone up and down those steps 3 or 4 times in the time it took him to turn round and lead me back into the temple. "Why have we got to hurry?" I asked him as he went up the stairs. "We miners know everything that happens below ground," said Marg. "Word of your presence here will have already reached the hidden city." "I haven't seen anyone," I said. "That is not the same thing as you not being seen," said Marg. The inside of the temple was kind of like a church, with places for people to sit, and an altar at the front. Plus, there was another fire basket at the back, which made everything look orange and created weird shadows that danced on the walls. Marg sat me on a little stone stool as he fussed around the altar, making some sort of oily potion with the little green bottles that were scattered about. "What is this place?" I asked. "The High Temple is the most sacred place in the Hidden Kingdom," said Marg, like that was supposed to mean something to me, then rolled his eyes, seeing that I didn't have a clue what he was on about. "The Hidden Kingdom is what we call the world below the surface," he explained. "And down here we have a different understanding of how the universe works. Our religion reflects that difference. But there is no time for further explanation," he said, holding up his hand. "They will be on their way." "I thought the miners were on our side," I said. "The miners are always on their own side, first and foremost," said Marg. "But some of us are still loyal to the old cause, and I am one, just as my forefathers were before me. You know of the map?" "The Bard map?" I asked. "Many generations ago it was my ancestor who sat with Kasek Tangi as his blood was drawn and the map was written. And it was my ancestor who took the map and hid it, until an heir was born who could be trusted with its power. That heir is you." "How do you know that?" I asked. "Kasek himself has brought you here, Alia Tangi," said Marg, simply. He looked up at the ghost, who was standing by the altar, and the ghost nodded, looking a lot more certain than I felt. "What about my dad?" I said. "Isn't that why he came down here too?" "Your father was not worthy," said Marg. "He came inadvisably. I am not responsible for his fate." "What was his fate?" I asked. "What happened to him?" "I don't know," said Marg, "except to say he was punished." "Punished? Punished how? Is he still alive? Where is he?" "I don't know the answer to any of those questions," said Marg. "I am sorry, but really I do not. But I have something for you that may help." He finished making his potion and lit a match, which he dropped into the mixing bowl. There was a puff of dirty brown smoke and the smell of bad eggs, while Marg whispered some sort of prayer with his eyes closed and his hands pressed together. Then he beckoned me to follow him to the back of the temple, where an elaborate tapestry depicting miners sitting on golden thrones covered a whole wall. Marg knelt, took a small knife out from under his robes, tracing its blade along the cracks between the slabs of polished slate that made up the floor. When he found the right one, he slid the blade down under a slab and lifted up. I thought the blade would snap, but instead there was a click, and the slab opened like a little door. Underneath was a package wrapped in an old cloth. Marg picked it up carefully, like he had something fragile inside. "My family have guarded this for over 150 years, said Marg, holding the package out to me. He had tears rolling down his cheeks. "We've lived and died as faithful servants, without ever touching it, and now I can pass it on to you, at long last." He put the package into my hands, and I felt a little spark of energy as I held it. I almost didn't want to open it, like, if I didn't, then I could still take it all back. I could still go back to my old life somehow. The cloth was thin and threadbare. It almost fell apart as I opened it. Inside was a small book with a dark red leather cover, all cracked with age. "This is," I started to say. Mark nodded. "Yes," he said. "Open it." I opened the book. The pages inside were really thin, that thin paper that's almost see-through. The first page just had one thing written on it in spidery dark brown symbols, but I couldn't read it. "What does it say?" I asked. "Is that Cornish or something?" "You cannot read it?" asked Mark, looking a bit worried. "Of course not," I said. "Why would I know how to read Cornish?" "It isn't Cornish," said Mark. "It is no language. A bard map may only be read by the direct descendant of the one who—" "Wait," I said. "Something's changing." The symbols on the page were changing right in front of my eyes, reforming into letters, settling into words, and just like that, I could read it. "The bard map of Kasek Tangi," I read. "Last pirate king of the Helford River." "Yes," said Mark, crying again now. "Yes. Read on." I turned the page and saw that the next one was completely covered in the same red-brown symbols, which swam together until they suddenly made sense. "This map will lead you to the 10 great treasures of the pirate folk," I read. "With these treasures, you can unite the 10 families once more and overthrow the rule of the Sousen overlords. But I've hid these treasures well, and the finding of each one will test you more than the last. The 10 treasures can only be wielded by one who is brave and cunning, strong and swift, courageous and wise. If you are not these things, then I have chosen you in error, and you will surely die. Finding this book was only the first test. Much worse is to come." I looked up at the ghost. "Thanks a bunch," I told him. He smiled and began to fade away right in front of my eyes. "Wait," I said to the ghost. "You can't leave me now." But he was gone. "That's bloody typical," I said, shaking my head. "Okay," I said, turning to Mark. "I get it. There's lots of tests, and I have to pass a test to get to the treasure, yeah?" "They will be fiendish," said Mark. "Yeah, I get that," I said. "So what happens now? What's first? Where's the first one hidden? Are they all in Cornwall, or is there one in Bermuda or something, just to be difficult?" "They are all in Cornwall," said Mark. "But to reach them you will need that." He pointed to the pendant round my neck, with my piece sitting next to Golvan's piece. I knew. I'd always known, of course, it wasn't just a necklace. "What is it?" I asked. "That is the key of Merrdin," said Mark. "Given to Kasek Tangi by Merrdin himself, to help him hide the treasure, and split by Kasek Tangi to keep it from the hands of the enemy." "Everything's the book of this and the key of that," I said, shaking my head. I put my hand on the smooth stone of the pendants. Both were warm. "How's it a key, though? What does it open?" "Doorways," said Mark. "Right," I said. "Look, I thought we had to hurry, yeah? What kind of doorways? Where are they?" "There is one down here in the mine," said Mark. He looked up suddenly, really scared. "What?" I asked, but he held up a hand to silence me and scampered over to the entrance, peering out into the darkness of the lake. I looked too and couldn't see anything until... there. Torchlights. They were getting closer. "Go," said Mark. "The path leads across the lake, and there you will find the doorway you seek. Read the map. It will tell you what to do." "Yeah, I get it, but why?" "Go. I will delay them as much as I can." Another person, risking their life for me. Another weight to hang round my neck. At the back of the temple there was another path, with the dark water of the lake on either side. I ran now, not daring to turn on my torch, and stepping in the black water more than once. There were more splashes on the surface of the lake, but I had too many other things to be scared of to worry about them as well. There was light coming from somewhere, though. A bit was coming from the temple fires behind me, but it couldn't be that. This light was a kind of weird blue, like something glowing. I couldn't work out where it was coming from until I looked up and saw there was something ahead, a kind of archway. I headed for that, still aware of the danger behind me, but trying not to think about it. I got to the end of the lake. Suddenly I could see the cavern walls again. The path led to an archway in the wall, and this was carved like the temple with lots of pictures of miners fighting things with tentacles. And the reason I could see all this was there was a blue light coming from inside the archway, glowing softly. For a moment I thought maybe the archway itself was the doorway that the priest had gone on about, but somehow that didn't feel right. Whatever was making that blue glow, that must be the thing I was looking for. I went through the archway, and then a carved tunnel led me down and to the left, with the glow getting stronger all the time. Finally, it got so strong I had to shield my eyes, and along with the blinding light there was a noise, a kind of hissing, whooshing noise like the wind blowing through the trees. The tunnel opened out into a broad chamber, and there, right in the middle of the chamber, was the thing that was glowing and making the noise, a great big hole in the floor, the size of a swimming pool. The hole was filled with this swirling blue stuff, a bit like a cloud spinning round and round slowly. And then I had to duck back into the tunnel because I saw that there were people standing round the hole. I pressed myself up against the tunnel wall and waited, but none of them had seen me. When I peeked back round, I understood why. They were all facing the hole, not facing outwards. There were 6 of them, and they were all dressed the same in a kind of dark, heavy-looking armour, and they were holding pickaxes, like they were ready to smack something with them at any second. And they had miners' helmets on and these dark goggles to protect their eyes from the glare. They were guards, that was obvious. But what were they guarding? I opened the map and squinted at the first page, with the glare hurting my eyes as it bounced off the paper. Deep in the hidden kingdom is a doorway, I read. The doorway leads to the mysteries of the other side. It is very powerful and very dangerous. But with Merlin's key, you can navigate the pathways within and find the treasures that I've hidden. The 2 pendants again were burning hot, but for some reason they didn't burn my skin. I split the key after the last treasure was hidden, read the map. Once you have both pieces, put them back together. I slid the 2 stone pieces together. They interlocked like magnets, sticking together like they'd never been apart. Time has no meaning on the other side. I used the doorways to hide each of the treasures in a different time. Now you must use the doorways to reclaim each piece, read the map. How are you supposed to react to that? What are you supposed to do? On one level, it was clearly a load of rubbish. Of course the treasures weren't hidden in the past. How could they be? Some pirate drained of blood and probably all spaced out writes it down, and now you're supposed to believe him? You've got to be nuts. But I'd seen the ghost. I'd heard Golvan in my head. I'd met Izeld. I'd found a temple in the middle of a lake in an underground kingdom, with a map hidden in it that only I could read. And now I was standing by a great big swirling whirlpool of weird blue stuff that would let me travel through time. So yeah, why not? And that's when I looked up. I'd been so engrossed in the map and everything going on in my head that I hadn't noticed. I was surrounded by miners, each with a pickaxe in their hands and a look of cold-blooded murder in their eyes.
Chapter 25. Austell. Dark rock was under me. Dust was in my nose, grit in my blood. A kingdom of shadows. It always felt good to be under the surface again. Topsiders understood nothing. Their petty concerns and childish squabbling made me retch. It was only under here, where the water dripped and the earth creaked, that anything made any sense. To hell with pirates. They didn't care for us, never did. We were useful to them once, for smuggling, and they were useful to us once, for protection. But that was a long time ago. What they could protect us from was no longer a problem. It was what they couldn't protect us from that governed our lives. They found me in the atrium, running up, forgetting themselves, then scrabbling to their knees to make the proper respect. "Hail," said the first, the sweat running down his face. "Hail, Earth-Father," said the second, his chest heaving. "Hail, brothers," I said, raising them up off their knees.
"Come, what has you so panicked? These are not the ways of our people." "I wear my shame," said the first, bowing his head. "I also," said the second. "But, Earthfather, there is an intruder." Security lies in secrecy. Intruders bring death. "Where?" I demanded. "The outer caves," said the first, "close to the temple." "Alert the wardens," I said. "Then follow me." From the atrium to the temple was no short journey, but we burnt the stone with our feet, gathering wardens as we went. Underfolk work hard and care nothing for petty distractions, but they stopped at their toil as we passed and shared looks of worry and unease. For the Earthfather to run only ever meant danger. A miner's head torch is their third eye, and we turned ours on as we left the lit passageways of the kingdom and entered the darkness of the sacred caverns. We spoke nothing as we ran, for nothing needed to be said about an intruder in the temple, where all was holy. I carried 2 fighting picks by my side, and a 2-handed pick on my back, and I unholstered the fighting picks now, ready to strike. The lake was still and calm. The guardians in the deep stirred as we passed. We heard their backs break the surface, and the low moans down in the black water as they spoke to one another. I grunted, satisfied. They would be fed soon enough. We saw the fires of the temple, burning holes in the inky blackness. As we approached, a figure hobbled down the temple steps. Marg, son of Marg, son of Marg. We reached the island and fanned out, each dropping to their knees and offering the prayer of redemption. Intruder or no, the old ways still ruled. "Greetings, Earthfather," croaked Marg. "Greetings to your brave wardens, too. What brings you here with weapons drawn? The eye continues to slumber, I believe." "It is not the eye that draws us here, Marg, son of Marg, son of Marg," I said, getting to my feet. "There is an intruder in the hidden kingdom, an intruder who came this way." "How could that be, and they not find me here?" asked Marg. "I have seen no intruder." The old man held his hands out and smiled, but his hands shook. He was lying. "We must come inside," I said. "Perhaps they evaded you." "I am no spring infant," said Marg. "I would have seen them. Come, why not spend this moment in prayer instead, so that your journey is not wasted?" He hobbled back up the steps, and we followed him, the wardens like me, with their eyes in every shadow. Inside, the temple was clean and quiet as always. A sense of calm draped over our shoulders, and I could smell incense in the air. Some of the wardens did indeed bend their knees to pray, and even I felt my hands itching to clasp in supplication. Miners are not proud folk. They reside in the belly of the earth, and live with the knowledge that they will one day be consumed. No miner is too powerful to abase themselves before the greater powers. But the incense was not the only smell lingering in the temple. It was masking something else, something fouler. I sniffed, and Marg looked up, alarmed. He knew. "You have made a blessing, Marg, son of Marg, son of Marg," I growled. "Whom did you bless?" "A blessing? No, I have not blessed." "Whom?" I demanded. My wardens were back on their feet now. "It is a little embarrassing," said Marg. "I ate some lampreys for dinner, and they disagreed with me, and they gave me a little gas, that is all." "Where did they go?" I said, my nose now only an inch from his. I could see the water in his eyes and the pulse jumping in the loose bag of his throat. "Need I remind you, Earthfather, that you are in the temple, and—" "A temple you have desecrated with your lies," I shouted, pushing him out of the way. Striding up past him, I looked out along the void of the lake and saw something. Movement. "The eye!" I shouted. In an instant we were thundering on. I led, the anger of betrayal and intrusion burning in my throat and the warden struggling to keep my pace. As we neared the glow of the eye, my panting companions begged with me. "Earthfather, please," gasped one. I snatched my arm away from his grasp. Another tried. "Please, see reason," he said. "We know nothing of this intruder. Let us go first." "It is my right," I snarled. "But we cannot lose you," said the first. "Think of the underfolk. They need you." "They need you, Earthfather," said the second. Then a chorus of pleas joined them. I halted, a pick's throw from the archway, the blessed glow of the eye bathing us all. "You plead like children," I said. "You shame yourselves." There was a muttering among the wardens as they acknowledged their shame. "You have the time it takes for my heart to come down from a gallop," I said. "Then nothing will hold me back." Cautiously and quietly, the wardens descended the passage of tears, each with their pick drawn. I listened to the horse in my chest abate, and now to a canter, and now to a steady trot. I grunted and took a step forward, but as I did, the wardens emerged, a young girl, their prisoner. I approached, the clear steel of my picks raised. I propped her chin on one, staring deep into her dark eyes. "Who are you?" I demanded. "What do you want in the hidden kingdom?" She stared back, matching my steel with her own. "I am Alea Tangi, daughter of Keith Tangi," she said, baring her teeth. "Where is my father?" Chapter 26. Rosen. I watched myself kill him. I saw the pleasure in my eyes and the smile dancing on my lips. Rosen stood, panting. She looked up at the black-green cloud above and let the drops of sooty rain splash on her face. I saw the agents standing some way off, afraid to approach. Finally, one plucked up the courage to speak to her. "We've just heard, Mum," he said. "The others have escaped." And so she killed him too, and the 3 other agents standing nearby. She whirled, she screeched, she danced. They cowered. The survivors were desperate to find the Tangi girl, desperate to please her, desperate to spin out their whistle-thin lives. I watched, some way off. Later, when the light was leaving the day, Rosen sat in the car looking at the wound in her arm. Her pulse was beating like a drum under her skin, and the wound festered and wept. "Mum," said the agent, driving. "That looks nasty. Let me dress that properly." "It doesn't want dressing," Rosen said, simply. She reached for the cigarette lighter built into the dashboard, a black plastic knob and a disc of red-hot metal. She held it in front of her face, examining it. Then she pressed it against a puncture mark in her flesh. I screamed, I cried, I begged. I was watching, but I could still feel the pain sucking me back down into the writhing body in the passenger seat. Then I was shaking my head, feeling myself come back to the surface. The pain in my arm, the tears in my eyes, that smell, the sight of the agent nearly crashing, staring at the purple, shining wound in my arm. The serpent receded. I could feel him trying to hang on, but I was master of him once more. Gone, and this time I had to keep him out. "Mum, I'm pulling over," said the agent. The car halted, and she fetched a first aid kit from the boot, then cleaned and bound the wound despite my gasps of pain. What excellent agents we had. How dedicated, how professional. "What's your name?" I asked her. She looked at me, panicked. "I meant no harm," she said. "Forgive me, I was trying to help." "It's okay," I started to say, but the agent backed away, her hands out. "Spare me," she said. "I'm begging you, spare me." "Why are you—" I began. But then I remembered. Please, begged the agent. Even now the serpent was stirring. You forget me so soon. I shook my head and gritted my teeth, waiting for the moment to pass. Let's get back to base, I said. The agent nodded quickly, still terrified. We drove on in silence. The route back to the holding facility was quiet. Too quiet. With nothing else to hold my concentration, I struggled to keep the serpent at bay. I squeezed the wound in my arm and the voice was drowned out in a sheet of white pain. Night had fallen as we pulled into the holding facility and I was dog-tired. Someone was asking me something as I passed through the metal detectors, but I ignored them and went straight up to my room, collapsing onto the bed face down into the darkness again. Billions had gone before. I could see them now, every one like grains of sand on a beach, their souls reaching out to me, the fingers of the dead brushing my face. And something else down there with me, swimming by my side, a ribbon of black with needle teeth and a sardonic smile. Wherever you go, I will be there. The souls clung to me, they latched on, they were scared. An endless ocean of souls, where the tide was always sucking and rattling, rearing and pouncing. Knocking in my head. Knocking? Someone was knocking on my actual head? The door. Someone was knocking on the door. What time was it? Past midnight. I'd been asleep for 3 hours. It felt like 3 minutes. The hair was plastered to my forehead with sweat and my cheek was damp with dribble. Another knock, now a voice. Mom? Mom? I opened the door, the same agent who drove me, looking excited but still scared. Yes, I mumbled. We've had a call from the miners, she said. They've got the Tangy girl. Poldark Mine spanned for countless miles under the surface of Kerrier, but the part the tourists saw was minutes from the holding facility. For a few pounds you could go down into the old mine and have your picture taken before heading back up to the surface for a scone and a novelty stationery set. You couldn't help but smile at the trick the miners had pulled for all these years. Everyone thought the mines had closed down, but in reality they had grown richer and more powerful. We arrived in force. 5 vehicles, each packed with agents, the smell of our prey in our nostrils now. The failures of the past 24 hours hung about me in a stink, and I was desperate to wash myself clean. The last tourists had gone home hours before, and now the museum and shop were dark and deserted. As our vehicles rolled into the car park, a miner stepped out from the shadows of the trees, with pickaxe and helmet to go with his overalls. Like all miners, he was grim-faced, cautious, and not at all happy to be above ground. I can only allow 4 into the Hidden Kingdom, he stated. The serpent laughed. Kill him. 4 is fine, I lied. There was no point arguing. Under our feet were hundreds of miners who could overwhelm us in a heartbeat if we stepped out of line. It didn't matter if we had 4 or 40. I selected 3 agents and left the rest to guard the surface. In the days when the mine was active, the lift shaft had ferried hundreds of miners up and down from the surface. Now it was a tourist attraction, with pretty painted signs and covered areas to wait if it was raining. During the day, the tourists lined up here in their plastic hard hats and took selfies. Now the miner led us through empty roped-off queuing areas and into a caged lift that smelt of crusty black oil and ancient dust. It cranked into life and we shuddered downwards. The tourists loved this stuff, so authentic. But we descended much further than any tourist would ever see, down, down, past the imitation tunnels mocked up for photos, and right into the belly of the earth. My father's voice. Show no fear. My father? That wasn't my father. My father was noble and brave. Your father supped from this cup a long time ago. The air changed. It grew drier and dustier, but then warmer and sootier from the steam engines that powered the Hidden Kingdom. There were other sensations too, other vibrations. There was something immense down here, something that rang in my head from far away. There had always been rumours about the miners, theories as to why they had changed sides. Among the Black Druids, it had always been said that they had been corrupted, that the other side bubbled down here, warping them. As we went lower, I could feel that corrupting influence myself, could feel the hair on my arms stand up and tingle. "Something stirs. You will need my help." I squeezed the wound on my arm again and closed my eyes as the pain swept through me, beating back his voice once more. The lift cage came clanging to a halt, and the miner slid the safety screen up and beckoned for us to follow him. We stepped out into an ornately carved antechamber, the size of a chapel, with tales of battles past carved onto every surface of the brown-grey slate, illuminated by oily flames set in brown iron cages. "The deeds of our forebears," said our guide. "The underfolk have suffered much." "No doubt," I said, trying to look impressed. A pair of guards, in armour, stood barring the passageway beyond. The armour was dark grey and thick, angular plates brutally overlapping to match the brutal pickaxes each guard held in their calloused hands. Miners were bred short and stout, like the dwarves of fairy tales. Above the surface they would be outmatched, but in a tunnel, in the dark, they were death. The guards stood aside for us, and we walked on, through a tunnel lit with dazzling crystals. Our guide pointed out a series of channels and troughs set into the walls. "If we wished, we could block both ends of this tunnel and fill it with molten iron," he said, pointedly. I nodded, trying not to get annoyed. If I got annoyed or angry, he would come back. "If you wished, you could turn him inside out and paint the walls with his guts." Another squeeze of my arm, another refreshing wave of pain. We came to the end of the tunnel without it being flooded with molten iron, but our host hadn't finished with his tour. He turned to us, gesturing grandly. "Behold," he said, "the hidden kingdom." We stepped out onto a ledge which looked down on a sunken chamber miles wide, the vaulted ceiling disappearing into the dusty haze above. The floor of the chamber was alive. Train tracks lay crisscrossed like the veins of a sleeping giant. Dozens of steam engines, each pulling strings of open cars covered over with blackened tarpaulins, emerged from tunnels dotted in the rocks. 100 platforms were choked with boxes, barrels and crates. Countless miners worked tirelessly. They drove the engines, they unloaded the cars, they piloted smaller vehicles that ferried everything down a wide carriageway that led deeper into the hidden kingdom. It looked like a brain, a human brain, a nervous system, information coming in and being relayed on, the synapses firing. A human brain. I tried to imagine what my brain looked like, and then felt woozy. "You are barely in control. Let me back in." This time I actually jabbed my finger in the wound and held it there. The miner leading us turned round and looked at me. Had I screamed? The clattering of the steam trains made any communication impossible. I waved him on. Over the sunken chamber was a bridge, 3 handspans wide, and the miner led us over as all others stood aside in respect or fear or disgust. It took several minutes to cross the bridge. That's how big the chamber was, so there was plenty of time to look at the smoke-stained civilization that the miners had created. Out of the smog emerged grand buildings, built like temples, with pillars holding up triangular roofs and grand sweeping steps in front. But the temples were all stacked on top of each other, a wall of temples 100 feet high and miles wide, with more stairs leading to each one, and with miners swarming over them like bees in a honeycomb. Each temple was another noble family, each family building their temple so it was grander than the one next door, or below, or above. Our guide pointed out some of the more significant ones as we crossed the bridge, bellowing over the noise of the engines, and I nodded and tried to look interested as the urge to tip him over the side of the bridge to get squashed on the tracks below rose in me. When we got to the other side, we found that the wall of temples was split by a broad esplanade, from which dozens more streets branched out into the living rock beyond. In the centre of the esplanade was something even bigger and grander than its surroundings, with more pillars, more steps, more everything. "The Parliament building," said our guide. "Seat of the Hidden Kingdom's power." "Wow," I said. "Great." The miners were compensating so hard it was kind of sad, like a middle-aged dad in his new sports car, thinking everyone's impressed. I didn't say that. At the base of the steps, a welcome party was waiting, a group of heavily armed miners, their seniority marked out by the red bands on their overalls and helmets, and the fact they were bigger than all the others. In their centre stood their leader, the man who had to be Austell Nance, a man who looked like they'd hacked him out of the rock itself. "Welcome to the Hidden Kingdom," he said. "We have heard much about you, Rosen Dew, daughter of Joan Dew, Black Druid of Perranporth." "As I about you, Austell Nance, Earth Father, first amongst the underfolk," I replied, bowing low. "Kill them all. Why play their games?" Nance nodded, pleased that I was paying him the proper respect. "By a pact sealed long ago, we have invited you to the Hidden Kingdom this evening," said Nance. "And London will be informed of you doing so," I assured him. He smiled, a strange sight on the face of a man so grim. "There is druid work in her, and in what she seeks," said Nance. "Your experience would be useful." "Of course," I said. "Where is the Tangi girl now?" "In one of our holy places. Our holiest of places," said Nance, through gritted teeth, like he was angry at me, like I was to blame for it. What did I care about their stupid religion? "What was she doing there?" I asked. "We were hoping you'd be able to tell us that," said Nance. "Come, let us go there." The esplanade had dozens of streets branching off it, and we weaved a path through them that seemed deliberately complicated. Nance didn't want us to remember the route. However, eventually the streets became less populated and the carved buildings disappeared, leading us in caverns that were naturally built rather than gouged out by hand. There were 9 of us. Nance and his 4 bodyguards, me and my 3 agents. Wherever they had the Tangi girl, they didn't want the general population to know about it. Finally, we came to a cavern so huge that the walls and ceilings disappeared into the murk. The cavern was filled with an underground lake that was like an ocean. "What is this place?" I asked. The place was so full of the other powers that I could feel it crawling over my skin. "The Sea of Sorrow," said Nance. "Perhaps you cannot understand." "I understand," I said, honestly trying not to throw up, whilst I was shivering and the hairs on my arms were all standing up. "I understand very well." "This is more than you can handle." There were things in the water. The same sort of things that plagued my dreams. They hid in the shadows, whispering my name. I could feel them slithering over each other, snapping their jaws in the bottomless water. How did they get here? There had to be a source somewhere down here, a place where this reality and the other side overlapped, and as we set off on a path that threaded through the lake, I could feel it getting closer with every step. My agents were clearly uncomfortable. They didn't understand why, but they were scared. The power of the other side was pulling and pinching at them, and with every step the feeling of nameless dread increased. I wore the black dagger in a sheath on my belt, and I could feel it humming against my leg, like it was being called home. I wondered how much the miners themselves knew what was happening to them down here, the effect this place must have had on them over the centuries, down in the shadows. In the middle of the lake was another temple, this one standing alone and lit up with hissing fires. There were more of the heavily armed miners here, and sitting on the steps were 2 figures, each with their hands bound, one an elderly priest, looking helplessly at his feet, and the other a girl I last saw in Morn and Smith, and let slip through my fingers. Alia Tangi. She saw me and flinched, but then set her jaw, determined not to be afraid. She was much changed in appearance since our last meeting, wearing odd, outsized clothes, her hair shaved, several dark bruises on her face, but she still had her grit. "Hello again," I said. "What on earth has happened to you?" "Get stuffed," she said. "Well, That's not very constructive, I said, breathing deeply to stop me slicing her head off right there and then. Can't you see I'm trying to help you? I told her. I've always been trying to help you, but you just don't see it. If only you'd accept my help when we first met, eh? You wouldn't find yourself in this mess now. You know this girl, said Nance. Yes, I said patiently. Nance was not the brightest of torches. And I will happily take her off your hands. I made to reach for the tangy girl, but Nance stepped in my way. She is our prisoner, not yours, he said. Is that right? I said. And what are you proposing to do with her, Earthfather? Justice, said Nance. What kind of justice? I asked. You will see, said Nance. But first, we will deal with the priest. You have lost your way, Earthfather, said the priest, defiantly getting to his feet. See with whom you treat. These people are the enemy of Kurno, and this, here he looked at me, curling his lip, is the foulest of all creatures. Silence, commanded Nance, and with a backhanded slap he sent the priest sprawling to the ground. He was a powerfully built man, and the priest was ancient. I was surprised the slap didn't kill him. My family have been loyal to the true cause, said the priest, slowly rolling onto his front and then groaning as he staggered back to his feet. When the annals are written, it will show that you allied yourself with darkness, whereas I preserved the light. You are wrong, old man, said Nance. The annals will not mention you or your forefathers at all. I am going to personally wipe your memory from history. You may try, said the priest. History is more than words on a page. One day, perhaps you will see that. Put him in, said Nance. Two of the miners laid their weapons on the floor and took a firm grip of the priest's robes. No, whispered the priest. Please. Marg, son of Marg, intoned Nance. You are a traitor to the underfolk and a saboteur of the hidden kingdom. I denounce you and all of your line, and sentence you to immediate death. May the sea of sorrow cleanse the wicked deeds from your soul. No, started the priest, but at that moment the miners picked him up and, with one heave, threw him headlong into the inky black water that surrounded us. The miners were strong, and the priest was scrawny. He travelled some distance through the air before splashing into the lake and disappearing beneath the surface. The cruelty excites you. I found myself gripping the hilt of the dagger. The priest surfaced some metres away from the temple. I realised the water did not gradually shelve. It was as deep a metre from the path as it was half a mile away, and while the priest could have easily swum the distance back to safety, his hands were still bound, so he could only maintain the surface by kicking his legs. He gibbered with fear, trying to keep his mouth clear of the water, trying to say something, trying to beg for a life that was already gone. Something passed him close in the water, something huge, and he screamed at its touch. Then another broke the surface, a brief image of scales and fins and teeth, and the priest screamed again. The things of the other side were gathering, and I could feel them whispering to me in foul tongues and obscene promises. They are beautiful, no, my brothers and sisters. With his last effort, the priest kicked his head clear of the water and shouted at the top of his voice, "Canobis Vicken!" A pair of invisible jaws snatched him below the surface, and he disappeared with barely a ripple. Something moved at high speed, its passing gouging a furrow in the lake, and now the priest shot up, now 50 metres distant, screaming in a high-pitched whine, the sound of pure terror. The keepers of the lake were in a sporting mood. We all watched in horror and fascination as they toyed with their victim, sometimes dragging him down again, sometimes flicking him with their tails so that he was tossed between them. Something bigger approached. Something that scared away the smaller creatures who had now wasted their opportunity for a meal. I could feel it coming up from the depths, woken from its slumber by the electric fear of the priest. It was old and spiteful, and it wanted the priest's soul. The surface of the water was calm for a moment. With dreadful slowness, a gigantic tentacle emerged from the depths, huge and black and spiked. The priest had just enough sense left in his head to look up and see it towering above him, but no time to scream before it whipped down and obliterated him with a noise like a thunderclap. The black water foamed and frothed, the waves fizzing as they broke against the shore. "So end all enemies of the underfolk," said Nance. "But not this one," I said, gesturing at the tangy girl who had watched the priest's death with tears running down her cheeks. "No," said Nance. "We have something different planned for this one." He looked at the two miners. "Get her to her feet," he said. They hauled the tangy girl up and she shook her head to clear the memory of what she had just seen. "Take your dirty hands off me," she screamed. "Get off!" But they hauled her along just the same, with her struggling and kicking the whole way. "Take control. She is yours, not theirs." "Where are we going?" I asked Nance. "To the Eye," he said, but nothing more. I followed for now. I wanted to see the source of the other powers, felt quite woozy at the prospect, in fact. I could hardly breathe. I was so choked with the stink of the other powers about this place. It filled my head, tingling and stinging. We walked on, past the temple and across another narrow walkway through the lake, and as we went I could feel the creatures in the deep keeping pace with us on either side. Whether they were drawn to me, or to the tangy girl, I don't know, but I was sure they would devour us both, if they had the chance. By the time we got there, I knew what it must be. The blue glow shone like a beacon in the dark, and I could feel its power. There were many places where this world and the other side were close together, but also a few where they crossed over directly, holes in reality. I could picture it in my mind's eye long before we saw it, and its magnificence and terror were overwhelming. As I stepped into the chamber, bathed in the dazzling blue light, I gasped, and tears ran down my face. The creatures in the lake were no longer a mystery. Here was their source. And the armed guards, waiting for the next horror to emerge, were no mystery either. I idly wondered how many miners had died trying to keep the things of the other side at bay. I forced some strength into my voice. "What do you intend to do with her, Nance?" I demanded. "Another sacrifice," said Nance. "We have made one to this side, we will give her to the other. The Eye has to be appeased." I shook my head at his simplicity. "You don't know anything about the other side, do you?" I said, putting myself in front of him so that he had to look me in the eye. "Throwing her in there won't make the slightest bit of difference to what happens to your kingdom. The other powers aren't animals to be fed." "We have our own ways in the Hidden Kingdom," he said. "Then why am I here?" I demanded. "You said you wanted my help." "There is something we took off her. Take it and kill them all." "What is it?" I asked, trying to keep my voice as even as I could. Nance dug inside his overalls and produced an ancient, leather-bound book, which he handed over to me. "She will not tell us what it means," he said. I knew the instant I touched it, but flicked inside to be sure. "It's a bard map," I said. "What's that?" "A map, written in blood and poetry," I said. "Whose blood?" "That's the question," I said, turning to Tangi. "It has to be a relative, and whatever it was they were hiding must have been very important. Very important indeed. Come on, give us a clue." "Sod off," snarled Tangi. "Okay," I said, nodding. "We'll see about that." I reached out and held her head in my hand. She gasped as my mind burrowed into hers. I jolted as I searched through her memories. Then I had it. "No," I said. "No, surely not. The stories are true? He really did steal the treasures of the 10 families? That's incredible." Through all of this, the Tangi girl had said nothing, but I could tell from her reaction that it was true. I unsheathed the black dagger and held the point under the Tangi girl's chin. "What are you up to?" I asked. "Get stuffed," she said. I took a deep breath. Her head would make a pretty ornament. But then the dagger touched something and it kicked in my hand. I squinted at the Tangi girl, then saw it, a pendant round her neck in 2 parts. "What is this?" I asked. I reached out to touch it, but something told me not to. "It's alive," I said. "The two parts yearning to be together. Was it a gift?" The girl flinched. "It's mine," she hissed. "One part from your father, perhaps?" I asked. Nance cleared his throat. "When we found her, she said she was looking for her father," he said. "Because your father came down here too?" I asked. Again, just the look in the girl's eyes told me it was true. "He was looking for the map," I said, more to myself than anyone else. "What happened to him?" "Ask him," said the girl, nodding at Nance, her words sliding out through gritted teeth. I turned to Nance. "Well?" I said. Nance shifted uncomfortably, looking at the floor. "We don't have to tell you everything that happens down here," he said. "What's happened to him?" I asked, a little more forcefully. "Same thing that's going to happen to her," said Nance, nodding at the swirling blue eye behind him. "He came down here, snooping around. He got what he deserved." The girl launched herself at Nance, screaming obscenities. The move was such a shock to her guards that she slipped through their hands, and such a surprise to Nance that he didn't have time to duck as she head-butted him square in the face. Nance groaned in pain, falling to the floor, clutching a broken nose that poured blood. The tangy girl was pinned to the floor by miners, but carried on screaming and kicking. "That's it," roared Nance, getting to his feet. His teeth stained red. "Put her in now." "Wake up. He's here." But the warning was too late. The eye had been so overpowering. My sense of other things had been dulled. I hadn't felt him coming. Even as I turned around, I knew who it was, and knew what was going to happen next. Golvan, the sparrow boy, the scrawny child I had killed 12 hours previously, stood in the entrance to the chamber, his eyes burning with righteous fire.
Chapter 27. Aliyah. I'm not one of those fighty girls, really. Those girls you see outside kebab shops on a Saturday night, pulling each other's hair and swinging bottles. But still, it wasn't the first time I'd had to headbutt someone, and it was pretty satisfying. They'd thrown my dad into that big, swirly blue pit. My dad. My actual dad. I couldn't stop thinking about it. Even through all the mad stuff that happened in the next 10 minutes, part of my brain was still imagining this same place 9 years ago, and it being my dad pinned down by the miners, not me, and my dad being thrown in there, and whatever happened when you went in the big blue swirly pit happening to my dad. And then 5-year-old me being told he was dead, and being sent away, and forgetting who I really was. My actual dad. Then Golvan was there, and the funny thing was, I knew it was him without looking up. I felt something familiar, something really comforting. But then, this wasn't the same Golvan. This was like the superhero version. Like the other one was just his cover story, and this one was the real deal. It wasn't any bigger than before, and he was still wearing weird clothes that didn't fit, but there was something in his eyes that had changed. The black druid just stood there for a few seconds with her mouth open, like she was a goldfish. And Golvan just stood there too, like one of those old cowboy films they put on telly on a Sunday afternoon, when they're about to have a shootout in the town square and everyone else is watching, trying to see who's going to make the first move. What happened next happened really quickly. Literally, just as Golvan and the black druid were about to go for each other, there was this rumbling noise from the blue pit, and one of the miners shouted something, and they all looked at the pit, but before they could do anything, these things came flying out of it. Big bat-like things, but not bats, because they were the size of dogs, and they had arms and legs as well as wings, and they were all scaly like reptiles, and they had all these sharp claws and fangs. I mean, proper draw your worst nightmare, right, here you go, actual monsters. About 20 of them. And then everything went mental. Just about the first thing that happened after that was Golvan took a great big double-handed swipe at the black druid with his mace, like he was holding a baseball bat.
and it missed her by miles, but that didn't seem to matter because this big bubble of stuff was created. When the bubble hit her, she went absolutely flying. The second thing that happened was that the Black Druid let go of the map, and it got thrown across the other side of the chamber, hit the wall and landed in the corner. At the same time, the miners were fighting against the bat monsters with their pickaxes. I saw one miner swing her axe up and the tip of it go straight through a bat thing's head, like literally straight through its eye, and smashing out the back of its skull, and it made a noise like an egg being cracked. But then I saw another miner get lifted off his feet by one of the things, and then two others got hold of him, and he screamed and he screamed and he went quiet because they'd ripped him into 3 bits. I wanted to puke. And at the same time I was watching all that, I was crawling backwards on my bum over to the map. At one point a miner fell on top of me and he nearly swung his axe down on me, not knowing I wasn't one of the monsters. But then one of the actual monsters got hold of his axe and I scrabbled away. The Black Druid had got up by this point, and she pointed that horrible black dagger of hers at Golvan, and I shouted out a warning, but it was too late, and she fired something from it, like a cross between acid and tar. It would have hit Golvan too, but a miner who was wrestling with one of the bat things got in the way, and the shot went straight through the miner, and through the bat thing too, and they fell onto the floor and their bodies were sizzling. Tell you what, Austell Nance could fight. In the time it took me to get over to where the map was, he'd killed 3 of the monsters by himself. He had 2 small pickaxes, a bit like those ones that ice climbers have, and he was deadly with them, whirling all over the place, rescuing one of the miners over here, and then getting dragged over there, and then swinging an axe blind over his head so that it stuck in the chest of the monster, and then getting to his feet and stamping on another monster's head like he was popping balloons at a birthday party. I got over to the map and reached out for it, but at the same time one of the bat things got hold of it and lifted it off into the air, and without even thinking I scrambled up and jumped, grabbing hold of the monster's leg. So now I was flying about, holding onto its leg with one hand, trying to grab the map with the other, and it was swiping down at me with one of its claws, but trying to fly too. The next time it took a swipe at me, I grabbed its arm with my other hand, and now I had an arm and a leg and it couldn't fly, so it came crashing down onto the floor. I didn't let go though. I swung it round and round, and then head first into the chamber wall, which made a horrible cracking noise. It lay still, and I got the map out of its dead claw. And then everything just stopped. I mean, literally nothing moved. One of the miners had hit his pickaxe against the cavern wall and a splinter of rock had come off. Even that hung completely still in the air, just like someone had the remote and pressed paused. I looked over at Golvan. He was fighting the Black Druid, right up close, kissing distance almost, and the Black Druid was trying to stab him with her dagger, and he was blocking it with his mace, and the 2 weapons were only about an inch apart. The space in between them was wobbling and crackling and swirling. Golvan was standing still and all, but he was looking at me. "You have the key." I put my hand to the pendant round my neck and nodded. "Without the key, you cannot use the doorway." "How do I use it?" "The map will tell you." "What about my dad?" "If you find the treasure, you will find him." "But I can't hold this much longer. Trust me." "I'm scared." "Me too. But you will prevail, and I'll see you again." The splinter of rock in front of my face flew away across the chamber. The stone mace and the black dagger touched, and when they did, there was a noise like nothing I could describe, like the noise of a train flying past your face and a bomb going off under your feet and every piece of glass in the whole wide world smashing, and like loads of other things, except not at all like any of those things. The pit, the doorway, the eye, or whatever you want to call it, spun really quickly, like a whirlpool. As it was spinning, the body of a dead miner got sucked into it, just like a hand had come out and grabbed her. Then one of the bat things got sucked in, then another one, then another miner, a live one this time, and he screamed as he disappeared. Then another bat thing. The only thing not getting sucked into the pit was me. The pendant was glowing hot against my neck, and I didn't touch it. Somehow I knew it was the only thing keeping me safe. It was like there was a storm going on around me, but I was a tree, and my roots held me in place. Oswald Nance was fighting 3 bat things across the other side of the chamber. As the pit started pulling him, he dug his axe into the floor and held on, with his legs trailing out behind him. But then even he had to let go, and in half a second he was gone. The Black Druid fought hard. Somehow she managed to stand there for quite a while, bracing herself against it, clenching her teeth, holding her fingers out like claws as if she could hold on to the air. But then she got pulled in like everything else and disappeared. And Golvan, he'd only just come back to me, didn't fight at all. He looked over at me, he smiled, and he just let himself go, his baggy old clothes flapping round him as he vanished into the blue swirl. And then, silence. The chamber was empty. The blue pit had swallowed up everything in the room, apart from me. I sat there for a good long time, my head spinning, trying to think back over what had happened, not just in the past 5 minutes, but over the past 5 days. I was a normal girl from Croydon, and I'd just been fighting with bat monsters from another dimension several miles under the ground in a Cornish mine. There's a lot to cope with. Except I wasn't normal. I'd been blessed by the Druids, apparently. Blessed. More like cursed. The map was in my hand. I opened it now, trying to control my shaking hands, and read the first page. Then I read it again, and then I sat there for a bit, and then I read the first page for a third time because what it said was crazy. So the first treasure was something called the Pathfinder, and good old Kasek had hidden it in Penzance in 1785. And that was all the map would tell me, because, get this, Kasek hadn't just hidden each one. He'd left a whole bunch of clues and puzzles and stuff like that. So all I knew for the moment was I had to head back to Penzance in January 1785. It'd bloody well serve him right if I never found his stupid treasure and it was just lost forever. How did I get back to 1785? Oh, well, that bit was easy, apparently. Because I had the key, all I had to do was to think to myself, Penzance, January 1785, and jump in the eye. Yeah, that's right, jump in, on purpose. In that moment, I swore that if I actually ever met Kasek Tangi, I'd knock him out. But what was I going to do? Go home to Sharon? Without the ghost, I couldn't even find my way out of the mine, let alone get out of Cornwall. I stood up and slid the map into my pocket. The blue pit swirled silently in front of me. A fortnight ago, I'd been in Croydon, shopping with my girls, phone burning up with boys chirpsing me, nothing to worry about. Now I was the last hope for the freedom of Kerno. Proper mental. Penzance, January 1785, I said to myself. Penzance, January 1785. Over and over again. Penzance, January 1785. I walked to the edge of the pit. The blue stuff swirled, reaching out to me. Penzance, January 1785. Penzance, January 1785. I jumped.